Cricket is a game for everyone, so thank you for joining us in raising the game. We are very much a family-orientated club here at Somerset, so we're absolutely delighted to welcome so many youngsters from our local schools for the second day here, and a very warm welcome. You can hear the buzz of anticipation in the Trade Nation stand as they prepare for what hopefully will be a very exciting day of cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. So welcome to all our youngsters and our local schools, and indeed all the school teachers. People looking after the youngsters today. Very welcome. We hope you have a fantastic day.
More families.
The umpires for this game are Tom Lungley and Hassan Adnan, and our match referee is Steve Davies. The scorers for Somerset, Polly Rhodes, and for Yorkshire, John Potter. The two team lineups for Somerset, Matt Renshaw, 77. 15 is Tom Ammonby, 28, the Somerset captain Tom Abel. George Bartlett, 14, Lewis Goldsworthy, 44. James Rue is number 55, and wicket-keeping for Somerset in this game. Chris Gregory, 24, Casey Aldridge, 5, Jack Leach, 17, Marshall Delanga is 90, and Jack Brooks is 70. The Yorkshire, captained by number 9, Adam Lyde, 32, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, 18, George Hill, 88, Harry Brooke, number 6, Matthew Waite, 12 is Jonathan Tattersall, 47 Dominic Bess, 44 Jordan Thompson, 22 Matthew Revis, 24 Jack Shutt, and finally number 20 Shannon Gabriel. So once again, confirmation that we have 104 overs scheduled for the day with 3 sessions of 2 hours and 10 minutes each. So lunch 1:10, tea scheduled for 4 o'clock. Please welcome our match umpires Tom Lungley and Hassan Adnan. A very good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning everyone and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in what is quite an overcast Taunton for day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship clash between Somerset and Yorkshire. Very close to the start of play. Umpires are out in the middle. Players will be following them imminently. Healthy crowd in, and Somerset are going to resume 262 for 5. Lewis Gregory unbeaten from 5. Tom Abel down the other end 114. We're here all day courtesy of our principal county championship insurer, sponsor WPA Health Insurance. Myself, Sam Dalling, Harry Everett, and we're delighted to have back in the box. We've got one Somerset skipper out there batting, and we've got another Somerset skipper here with a commentary box. Sophie Love, good morning, Sophie.
Morning, Sam. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. I'm a bit better for the temperature having dropped a little bit, though.
Yeah, it's pretty overcast today, isn't it? On my drive down here, I was actually surprised to not see the sun out. Yeah, a bit hazy, but hopefully a day without any rain interruptions, which I think you had a few yesterday, didn't you?
It was quite remarkable. Before, do you know the ECB issued that directive, basically saying if you want to, you can have a shortened day. You can finish at 4:30, and I think they did it up at Cheltenham. They do it at Northants as well. And yesterday morning, there were still murmurings of that happening here, and we were thinking, well, you know, in London where it's 40 degrees, you completely understand it because it's safety first. But here it was only 30 degrees, which is very hot, and they didn't do it. But I don't think anyone who brought umbrellas, they brought them for the shade, not for the rain. But yeah, we lost 20 overs, so slightly longer day today, 104 overs remaining. Were you playing yesterday? Were you out in the sun?
I was out in the sun. Western Storm did have a game. We actually played Somerset age group team, so sort of a mixture of under 15s, under 16s. I didn't actually play personally. Had a bit of a rest day. Had a bit of a tight hamstring after the weekend, so just getting myself ready to go again on Saturday. And we're actually at Cheltenham on Saturday as well, which would be a great occasion, I'm sure.
I know, as part of the festival, and 100 for you on Saturday. We'll get that in. We'll talk about that definitely this morning. Don Bess, former Somerset player Don Bess, is going to start from the river end. He bowled 18 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 29 yesterday. Bowled absolutely superbly. At one point he bowled 12 overs for 12 runs. Slip and a leg slip in. Delightful to see Somerset skipper Tom Abel make that 100 yesterday. I interviewed him after the game on Saturday at the finals day. You know what Tom's like. He wears his heart on his sleeve. It hurts. You can see the hurt in his face. And Saturday, Tom Abel was hurting.
Yeah, I think it would have hurt all of them, actually, Saturday. They've obviously had a terrific campaign up until that point. But that's T20 cricket. Anything can happen on the day, and you've got to turn up. And Somerset didn't look like they did that. I didn't watch any of the game, unfortunately, because I was playing myself. But, yeah.
Cut to Shannon Gabriel at backward point, so there'll be no run yet. And he said they'd be ready for Tuesday. He said it would be a quick turnaround. And Yorkshire in the same situation. They lost a semi-final too. The smile on Tom Abel's face. I mean, there's all these thermometers, record temperatures, but the only thermometer you need in Taunton really is Tom Abel's face. When he's smiling, all is well in the southwest. And he smiled yesterday. As Gregory shows a bit of intent. And not quite sure, maybe bat and pad. Certainly didn't get hold of it. If it had gone where he'd wanted it to, it was going to fly into the Ian Botham stand at long on. But Tom Abel batted beautifully. 11th first class 100. His first at Taunton in front of a crowd in the championship since 2015. The only other couple he's got were behind closed doors, which I just think is a bit odd.
Yeah, I saw your tweet, Sam, and I thought that was absolutely remarkable, to be honest.
It is, and there's no criticism. It's just a weird, because he's got 11 first class 100s, and that was his first one against Hampshire, and it's just slightly odd how that's been the case. Push back at best, but yeah, I mean, Abel arguably in the best nick of his life, 300s this summer, captain of the England Lions last week. Is he close, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think he's got to be. I think he's been knocking on the door for a while, and great to see him lead the Lions the other week in the white ball format, which would probably be a surprise if you asked him 4 or 5 years ago about that.
There's Gregory down the pitch again. This time does get a single. I think it's Adam Live there, is it, doing the fielding? Yorkshire standing skipper. And the cap, no Steve Patterson. So end of the first over of the day, Gregory picks up a single to keep the strike. Yeah. Did you see any of the Lions game here on Tuesday where basically it was Somerset, Banton and Smead just taking South Africa apart? That was wonderful to watch.
No, I didn't, but I was actually quite envious of you guys here with the best view in the house, watching Smead and Banton, which we're so used to seeing from a Somerset perspective. Great to see them do it at next level, especially Smeady, who hasn't played much 50-over cricket, I don't think. So.
Well, that was his professional debut. And that's the weird thing with someone like Smead, right? If he plays ODI cricket for England, it's quite likely he'll play a 50-over game for England before he plays a 50-over game for Somerset.
Yeah, it's remarkable, really, isn't it? I think it's going to be Matt Revis from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end to open up this morning. Just going through the motions, bowling a few to mid-off, as they usually do these days. Left alone outside the off stump there by Gregory. Was there much movement on offer yesterday, Sam?
There was, the player, I don't think it was doing much off the pitch, but in the air there was a real haze. Actually, before the rain came at lunchtime, there was it got really hazy. And Revis was just shaping it away from the right-hander. We had Renshaw as well, so he was swinging it into Renshaw, shaping it away from the right-hander, and he had one that cut Tom Abel back up because it came back the other way.
Lewis solidly in behind that, just defends that back to the bowler. Yeah, I'm not convinced that we'll see much sun today, actually. I think this haze might be set in for the day, unless it sort of breaks up towards the back end of the day. But yeah, it might just favour the bowlers, these overcast conditions this morning. Again, just defends that out to the cover.
I did have a look at the forecast, and the forecast suggests you're right, but the only thing I really rely on is Polly Rhodes next door. Polly tells us what the weather. Polly came in yesterday morning and said it's going to rain, and we were like, yeah, Polly, look at it. She was absolutely spot on, almost to the minute.
She is a fountain of all knowledge, is Polly.
Polly is the Somerset scorer, but she's just a brilliant human being.
Revis in again. Gregory works that one into the leg side, moves himself onto 7. Oh, it's a no ball as well. I missed that one, Sam.
You'd have got there. You were too busy thinking of your field placing. It's the skipper's brain in you, isn't it? The stuff you see out there is unreal.
Yeah. I don't usually like seeing a no ball, especially when I'm in the field.
There's been a few of them. Shannon Gabriel bowled a few yesterday, which he is quite well known for.
Revis in again then. And Abel comfortably in behind that one, his first delivery of the morning. Very assured in defence.
How would you set your field up to Tom? Because I'd have no idea. I would have no idea. He's just so strong. He plays off his legs so well. He cut Shannon Gabriel away very easily yesterday.
Yeah, I think, he's strong off his legs, but I think you've still got to target the stumps and the pads with Tom. As he's in behind that one again. He's so comfortable when there's width, especially through that offside. And just particularly against spin, like his gameplay against spin. You think about it in T20 format, his sweeps, reverse sweeps, absolute nightmare to set a field to. But in this format, the way that he plays off the back foot, I think it is great to see in red ball cricket. Revis in, fuller delivery this time, and Abel just defends that to a shortish mid-wicket there. And that is the end of the 78th over. Somerset 266 for 5.
Well, you're spot on actually. You saying that, it reminds me of yesterday. There was one Shannon Gabriel bowled at him that Gabriel, there we go. We've got the lights on early in the morning. Don't tell the person who's paying the electricity bill because the floodlights are on at 6 minutes past 11. The UK weather will never cease to amaze. But yeah, Gabriel bowled one at him that it was a straighter, and Abel actually jabbed down on it. And it's one of those where the bowler has head in hands because he knows if he misses it, he just wrapped him bang in front. And then 2 balls later, bowled a short wide one and was cut away for 4. Best then to Lewis Gregory. Tom Kodakadmore at first slip future Somerset player George Hill at leg slip. Don Bess's first game back at Taunton since leaving a couple of years ago. Did you spend much time around him, time in and around Somerset?
No, I haven't seen too much of Bessie while he was here. Actually bumped into him in the gym the other day here. A couple of days ago, Yorkshire were training here on Monday, I think it was.
Pick up one, out to Jordan Thompson at deep cover. Think about a second, but turn it down. Where's that? Is that over at Sporter everyone's using, or is it here?
No, it was here actually, yeah. So we trained at Taunton Vale, and then a few of the girls came across and used the gym here, and there were a couple of the Yorkshire lads in and around, and yeah, Bessie was getting a session in.
Abel just defends that one. Tom, he smiled when he was asked, because those two are almost inseparable. They're complete best mates. A couple of times, like when I did a few away days in Somerset, and Bess was still at Somerset, if you walked around whatever town it was, Worcester, in the evening, you just see those two together every time. And Tom had a big grin on his face yesterday when he was asked what's it like. He said, I hate playing against him. He's always in my ear, always saying something. Basically, he's really annoying. He just said he bowled really well. He bowled beautifully. Harry said it. Harry called it. He said it's as well as he's seen him bowl here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Pushes it into the leg side there, Abel. So one ball left of the 79th over.
I think sometimes playing against your mates, it does make you concentrate a little bit harder. You don't want to let them get you out. So yeah, I'm sure Tom, as much as he would have been having a bit of a laugh and a joke out there with Bessie, he would have been concentrating hard and not letting him have his wicket.
Hasn't got it yet, and Abel is on top, 114 unbeaten. So floodlights are on, and a good crowd actually in here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, boosted, as you can see on your screens now. We've got Schools Day. What a fine day out. You turn up at school, you do your registration, and then you get marched down to watch some county cricket. So they're all in there in the Trade Nation stand. I would hazard a guess there's over 1,000 of them in there. It's a big old stand, that Trade Nation stand. 1,500, I'm told. There you go. So I went for a low estimate. We had a few in yesterday. They actually had the teachers out doing a catching competition, actually when the rain came. And you think, oh, that's basically designed to embarrass the teachers in front of their pupils, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's going to be Revis again. Left alone by Gregory. Yeah, I worked for Somerset Cricket Foundation as a community coach a few years ago, and Schools Day was one of my favourite days, actually. Seeing so many school children in, as I think that's Tom Lammonby on screen signing a few autographs.
Yeah, Yorkshire boys were down there yesterday as well, doing the same. I think it was Revis and Will Frayne, who's the 12th man, or one of the subfielders. They were down there signing loads of autographs.
Gregory defends that one. Patient start by Somerset this morning. So kids these days, when they go on a school trip, they all wear these high-vis jackets, don't they?
Is that because? But if they're all wearing, however,
that's what I mean. If they're all wearing high-vis jackets, how do you know who belongs to who?
You just go right. As long as I've got 20 people with high-vis jackets, they'll all find their way home somehow. Although to be fair,
Gregory defends that into the offside, no run.
of all the places to come on school trips, if I was a teacher, I'd be one of the more relaxed ones around this. Because thinking back, when we used to go up to London or go to kind of big cities on trips, we went to the Royal Albert Hall once to watch Stephen Fry and J.K. Rowling read Harry Potter. You just think, as a teacher, how stressful is that? Because you just, if you lose a kid and they go in the wrong direction, I mean, oh no, it doesn't bear thinking about.
Yeah, it'd be pretty stressful, wouldn't it? Gregory defends that on the back foot this time, up to mid-off. I mean, presumably their high-vis jackets are, you know, branded up with their school logo, but they just all look the same to me. So actually the key is to not wear a high-vis jacket.
You're talking yourself out of a future job as a Somerset Foundation community coach, Sophie. You shouldn't be admitting this on air.
Defended once more by Gregory. Yeah, so I remember doing the teacher challenges. I think I had the pleasure of hitting them the high catches one year, which was great fun. And I think they started with a tennis ball, and then if they were quite good at catching, because usually you get some sports sort of PE teachers come along with these children. We introduced a squash ball, which was pretty challenging, having to catch that.
Hitting it out with a tennis racket, you can get some serious height on that.
Again, Gregory just knocks that into the onside.
So 80 overs gone, but Dom Bess is bowling really well. So does Adam Live go for that second new ball straight away, or does he give Bess another one, do you reckon?
Looks like it's going to be Thompson.
Which probably gives you the decision.
Yeah.
And it looks like the umpire is holding it up, so they're going to take it straight away. Because sometimes it's quite regular to see now that they'll bowl a ball, or if it's a new spell, the bowler will bowl a ball or two, say that 10 times quickly, with the old ball just to kind of get the loosener out of the way. But it looks like Thompson is taking the new ball straight away. Took the first new ball yesterday. There are those school children in the high visibility jackets. Let's hope Sophie Luff isn't going down to marshal them around the ground later on. It looks like, oh yeah, you might be right. Look on the back there. Are they branded? Is it branded? Should you say branded for a school name?
Yeah, I think it's a good decision by Yorkshire to take the new ball straight away. See if they can get anything out of these sort of overcast, hazy conditions here.
It's going to be Jordan Thompson, who is the man who does make things happen for Yorkshire. Came into the side actually back in 2020 in the Bob Willis Trophy against Durham. It was Matthew Waite, who's also playing today. So unlucky. He ripped a muscle off his tendon, just a complete freak injury. I think it went as far as the physios used him as a case study. It was like a surfing injury he picked up. Waite was due to play. Thompson came in and has never looked back. Abel pushes to Gabriel, can't speak this morning. Picks up a single, perhaps ran on that being the fielder. Took Gabriel a while to get down there. Free slips in, Cola Cadmore, Harry Brook and George Hill. Even though I've got my Somerset hat on, I'm quite looking forward to watching Harry Brook bat.
Yeah, he's been in tremendous form this summer, hasn't he? A very exciting player. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
Gregory just very nonchalantly clips that off his legs. They pick up a couple. Gregory moves on to 8. Yeah, I mean, Harry Brook makes 50 almost every time he bats this summer. I hadn't realised, to be honest, when I came. I thought he was in the England white ball squad, and I didn't realise he'd been released for this one. Because his summer so far is 926 runs in 11 innings. A better line from Thompson. Gregory leaves it alone, averaging just 115.75.
I was just going to say, I bet his average is up around the 100 mark. Which
a bit like your average in
ludicrous.
The Rachel Hayhoe Flint, Sophie.
No, it's not that high at the minute, unfortunately. But never know. Another big score at the weekend. Fingers crossed. And yeah.
You played at Cheltenham Festival before? Have you played at the school before?
Yeah, we have actually played at the festival before. Back in 2018 in the KSL days, we played a game there.
Lovely drive from Gregory, but it's straight at Matthew Waite, who's doing the fielding at the covers. In the covers, 306 50s for Harry Brook, and also 3 not outs in there. He didn't have a bad blast either. 436 runs at a touch under 40. Yeah.
How old is he? He's not very old, is he? 21, 22?
Born in 1999, so yeah, he has just turned, I think, 23 this year. Gregory lets that one go through to Tattersall.
I think as a batter as well, you want to be as consistent as possible, but at times it's really hard. So yeah, for him to have been as consistent as he has been this summer just shows what sort of form he's in, and yeah, he's trying to cash in. When you're in form, you want to try and make the most of it, and it seems like he's been able to do that consistently this summer.
Ooh, leading edge there from Gregory. He was trying to clip it into the leg side. It was a leg stump half volley, really. Gets away with one, squirts away onto the offside. So ends the over. Gregory picks up a single. He moves on to 11. Abel's got 15. It's surreal to see the floodlights on. They actually, and they are needed. You can see that artificial light is really helping out there. How strange.
Yeah, very strange to see this at this sort of time of the day.
So what have you got in the trophies? South East Stars on Saturday.
Yeah, we've got
Cheltenham.
South East Stars that we play on Saturday. So they currently sit in 3rd, we're in 4th. So yeah, it's our last Rachel Hayhoe Flint game before we break for the 100. So it'll be a really good opportunity for us to try and secure a good position in the table, so that when we come back in September, we're able to try and make qualification.
And you've got a game here as well, the Cooper Associates County Ground, when you come back in the middle of September. Northern Diamonds on the 11th, is it?
Yeah, thankfully we're playing them at home this year.
Was it did you have to go to Durham, or was it Headingley you've been?
They sent us to Durham twice last year, actually, in the space of 10 days, which was, yeah, I can't say I really appreciated that. Durham, a lovely ground, though.
It is.
And I got a few runs, so it was actually worthwhile going. But, yeah, it's a long way away.
Yeah, twice in 10 days as well. They couldn't even do them back-to-back, so you could at least stay overnight and play both games.
Yeah, they should have looked at the schedule, really, and, yeah, change that. Couple deliveries down the leg side here by weight.
He did this a couple of times yesterday. He had poor Johnny Tattersall. If you look in the book, I think there's 10 buys. 2 of them were sets of 4s. And it's the keeper has absolutely no chance. As a wicket-keeper, you just... I think so. Weighted bowled, but I think he bowled 7 overs for 5 runs, but really it should have been 2 sets of 4 wides. Tattersall would have felt hard done by.
Number 6 on his back, he's in again. Short and wide. And Gregory says, thank you very much. Hits that out to the cover boundary. And that just deserved to be hit. Waite really struggling to find his line and his length here in his first over of the day.
Yeah, just sat up. Gregory in decent nick as well. His last red ball knock on this ground was that 100 against Surrey. Scored some runs in the T20 as well. So if him and Abel can put on a partnership here, I think Somerset looking at 400 would be their ideal.
Yeah, I think so. Fuller straighter this time by weight. Gregory defends that down the ground. Yeah, I think these two look to just get a partnership going this morning. Obviously having to start again after last night. I think Tom Abel's probably just going to keep going about his business. And you know with Gregory that he likes to get a bat on ball, he likes to score quickly. So, yeah, as long as Lewis is at the crease, I think things are going to happen pretty quickly for Somerset. So he defends that once more.
I've just seen a tweet. I thought it wasn't Mark's voice announcing Matthew Waite doing the change of bowling. It's Matt Renshaw's taken over PA duties. I wonder if we can get him on camera later on at the end of the over. He's down there with Matchday Mark. Matchday Mark, I've christened him.
I feel like Renshaw just gets everywhere.
He
was up in the comms box the last time I was here.
He's in that behind the wyvern as well, isn't he? He popped in just to fill his water bottle up.
Gregory clips this off his legs, out to deep square. They pick up a single, and that's the end of the 82nd over. Somerset 276 for 5. Gregory moves to 16.
There's Tom Lammonby still dutifully signing up. It looks like that's a queue as well down the steps for Tom Lammonby.
He's doing a good stint there. I think that's John Bendel, actually, guy that's in charge of Somerset Cricket Foundation. Probably just saying, keep going, Tom. Got a few more to sign.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, he really needs a partnership between Lewis Gregory and Tom Abel as well. But that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Jordan Thompson then, 3 slips in Cola Cadmore, Brooke and George Hill. Gregory punches it off the back foot to Waite, who, rather than doing the old school trick of bowler grazing at final third, he's in there in the action and the covers. Having a chat to Don Bess now as well. Bess at backward point, a real bundle of energy in the field. Got Adam Live, the standing skipper at mid-off. Shannon Gabriel at mid-on. I'm sure we'll see him with ball in hand. Matt Revis is down at fine. So there is Matthew Waite again. Gregory pushed it to cover. And that must be Jack Shutt at mid-wicket. Saw him bowl late in the day. Tom took him on. He got stuck a little bit on 80-81, Tom, for a little bit of time. Couldn't seem to get it away, and Shutt came on. Just slog swept him for 2 sixes to move through the 80s. Thanks very much.
As you do.
Yeah, Harry Everett, actually. If you go on Harry's Twitter, he's put a good video up. Harry had a chat with Tom about that and was asking him, because he said it's the shot he got out to in the semi-final against Hampshire. He spent the evening going, oh, if only I'd hit that a bit harder. Oh, beautiful delivery from Jordan Thompson. Nod the head from Lewis Gregory. Just pitched and moved away from Gregory. Tatzel tumbles to his right to take the ball in front of first slip. Here's that previous over. Matthew Waite, limbs everywhere. I really like watching Matthew Waite bowl. Not his best ball though. You can see Gregory eyes on that ball. Bang. Doesn't even start to run. Don't need to run those.
Yeah, it's just a great position from Gregory. I think people talk about like getting your head into the ball, but yeah, what he's done really well there is.
That's another beauty. 2 in a row from Thompson. Just lifts and beats the outside edge.
His transfer is his weight into the ball, and his contact point is so late, which enables him to present full bat face as well. And he's just in so much control.
We can see it. The modern game, probably more players than not, have a trigger movement, and he doesn't really. He stays really still, and I had the pleasure of chatting to Ted Dexter just a year or so before he died, and he was talking about that. Flicked up in the air. Oh, it was in the air. Shutt might have thought he had a chance for a second, but in the end, he's just chasing it. He's racing up towards the boundary. I think he's going to cut it off, and they're going to come back for free. Yeah, good work from Jack Shutt in front of the river stand. Gregory picks up free. Yeah, Ted Dexter was saying all the best players, like you watch Rishabh Pant, just stays dead still and plays the ball so late. Actually, you've got more time than you think, and the later you can play the ball, the more success you're going to have. And he was of the view that trigger movements stop players doing that. They're fidgeting too much. I mean, different things work for different people.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of this game, is that individuality and finding what works for you as a player.
Left alone outside off stump to end the over. Good over that from Jordan Thompson. Beat the outside edge a couple of times for Lewis Gregory, but he remains there unbeaten on 19. Somerset 2-7-9 for 5, and it's at Harry Everett _14 if you want to see that video of Tom Abel having a little chat. Being grilled by Harry Everett, an absolute grilling. That's what they need their media training for, whenever it turns up with his camera phone.
It's going to be Waite again then. Oh, Gregory didn't know much about that one. They scamper through for a single.
I wonder if we've got that on slow-mo, if you could talk us through Lewis Gregory's head position for that one. It just jagged back a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it just came back in off the seam there. Waite really looking to hit the pitch hard.
He's quite a big, strong guy, isn't it? It looks like his natural length is just back of a length.
Left alone outside the off stump by Tom Abel. Tattersall diving around behind the stumps there. Just looks like the ball's swinging quite late as it passes the batter. I do always think wicket keeping looks so fun. It must be such hard work as well. Like all day in behind there, concentrating.
You're never off, are you?
No. Oh, some good delivery by Waite there.
I think there's pros and cons, isn't there? Because at least you're probably never going to get bored because you're constantly on. And we say our professional cricketers or whatever, but there will be times in the field, in long days. You know, Derbyshire, for example, yesterday in that heat, with Notts, but what, 393 Duckett and Hamid put on, unbeaten. I think they need 13 this morning. In fact, they may well have got there to have the highest ever score. But there'll be times where you kind of switch off as a fielder out in that. The wicketkeeper can't.
Yeah, no, you can't afford to. Waiting again. Just airs 2 straight this time. Abel clips him into mid-wicket, picks up a single.
Well, they've lost a wicket, Notts. So 439 for 1 overnight they were. So actually, I don't think they did quite get the record. They only put on 402.
Only, yeah. It was a good day for the batting yesterday. I did see that one team won the toss and
well,
elected to bowl.
Tim Murtagh did. 40 years old, Tim Murtagh at Lords won the toss and elected to bowl. I think Warwickshire did too, but it actually worked for them.
Left alone by Gregory there.
Would you have been able to, as the skipper, if you'd have come back in, because South Africa did it, didn't they, in the Women's One Day International? Would you just be too scared to go back in and say, because you'd probably say, oh yeah, we're bowling, and everyone would laugh and go, yeah, Sophie, good one, and then you got to go, no.
Yeah. Well, I can't win a toss to save my life. I'm 0 from 3 in the Rachel Hayho. So, yeah, we were definitely going to be bowling first on Saturday when I lost that one. Yeah, I wasn't choosing to bowl if we had won it, that's for sure. And again, left alone there by Gregory. End of the 84th, Somerset 281 for 5. Gregory moves on to 20. Abel there on 116.
Yeah, so when I used to captain at a very different level, second, third team club cricket, but I would always bowl first, but that's because I like to bowl myself, and the tees were exceptional. And I think it's a theory, and I think there's a lot of truth to it. If you've already bowled, you can fill your boots at tea. You can there were scones and there was the chocolate brownies they did that were unreal.
I take it you were batting down the order, Sam.
Sometimes bat up. It depends on which team it was.
Okay.
But even then, it wouldn't matter.
Right.
If I had to go out and bowl and field, no one wants to go and you can't enjoy your tea, can you? Which is the most important part of club cricket.
Yeah, we only get half an hour as well, so it's a bit of a rush these days to get some fuel into you.
Thompson to Abel, drives to Gabriel, but I'm sure. So the traditional tea, everyone knows it. Sandwiches, scones and clotted cream. These huge chocolate fudge brownies. Because if you were fielding as well, you had to rush back over. So unless you were the opening batters, you would. Because sometimes at Taunton Vale there's 2 pitches. So if we were playing on the second pitch, you'd lose 10 minutes of your tea interval, and that's crucial. So I think I was actually captaining quite well. I think they say it's an off-field job as well, the captaincy. So
no consideration of pitch conditions or anything like that. It was just.
Well, there are always roads over at Taunton Cricket Club, aren't they?
True, very
so
true.
You didn't have to.
So you don't want to really be bowling first.
Well, you know, because you could back yourself to chase. No,
okay.
Not much consideration of pitch conditions. No.
Okay. To be fair, I would say it's probably hard to defend there because it's so quick and it is such a road. So
Harry just nipped out at an inopportune moment, but you can jump on into this over H. Yeah, but if we had a really weak team, I would bat first because you don't want to like the other team to put on 350 and then you get bowled out for 100, do you? Or lifts from Thompson against Abel. So if you're going to get bowled out for 100, at least get bowled out first for 100. And then you can finish by 5 o'clock. These are all the key considerations. See, am I teaching you about captaincy here, Sophie?
Yeah, I'll bear that in mind for Saturday's game.
So Tom in T20 always fielded first. And do you think it's going that way a little bit because teams just back themselves to chase whatever and they would prefer to know?
Yeah, I think so a little bit. And I just think some grounds are just so hard to defend. So I think the dimensions of this ground means that it is really hard to defend, and you know it's going to be an absolute belter. You know it's not going to change through the duration of the game. So, yeah.
Beautiful stuff from Jordan Thompson. This with the new ball. There he is. Mr. Renshaw has moved from his position as P8. He's now signing autographs for the school's kid. Matt Renshaw has been brilliant. First time he came over, again left alone by Abel. This is good from Jordan Thompson. He was brilliant, gets involved, I mean scores runs. His main job is on the pitch and he's very good at that too. But he's making some kids' days there. Both him and Tom Lamby will do that, being out there signing lots of autographs. I've got like a folder at home full of old autographs, like old scorecards from coming down here. had this Disneyland Paris like autograph book. So the first like 10 pages, people dressed in suits signing Pluto and Mickey, and then it moves to like Jamie Cox, Mike Burns. Oh, well bowled from Jordan Thompson. Abel had to jab the bat down to keep that one out. Yeah, it moves on to, and then you've got like Michael Atherton's in there, Darren Lehman. So it gets really serious.
There, yeah.
Right, Harry Everett's turn. I'm going to dip out, and Harry's going to come in to join Sophie for the first time this morning.
Thanks, Sam. Sam will be back later on throughout the day. Somerset in not too much trouble this morning. Currently sitting on 281 for 5. It's a nice little buzz around the ground. Certainly feels fuller than usual with a lot of school children in. It's going to be wait to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Full, and Gregory drives, not convincingly though, and that is going to race away to the third man boundary.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Harry. How are you?
Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah, good to see Gregory and Abel solidifying this partnership this morning. And talked quite a lot about soft hands and Lewis Gregory in the last game, I think it was. Last county championship game against Surrey. And it's been quite a prolific area for him, isn't it? That soft-handed guide through third man, past the 3 slips.
You saying that was a genuine guide
Well,
down to third man, are you?
Yeah, I feel like I'm overly positive sometimes. I like to give the batter the benefit of the
Yeah,
doubt.
to be fair, if I was batting, I'd have been like, yeah, I think that was intentional.
I think it's like, yeah, it's the soft hands. You think it's always a possibility.
Waits in again. Gregory defends that cover. And it just made a field change here, Yorkshire. So the third slip comes into more of a gully region, which I'm not surprised about given that last boundary from Gregory.
He did that a few times yesterday. It was Brooke, Lythe and Curly Cadmore, the 3 slippers. But quite often yesterday they would then bring Brooke to more of a gully. And Lythe even came back to mid-off a few times, depending on how the bowlers are bowling.
Yeah, I think Lythe is at mid-off at the minute, by the looks. Gregory lets that one go. And again, just some late movement, almost as it's passing Gregory, though. And Tattersall is diving around once more behind the sticks.
Yeah, bless him yesterday. Johnny Tattersall was down all over the place. Shannon Gabriel was getting a lot of late swing after the ball had beaten the bat. And so many byes against him that were so harsh, he had no chance of stopping. A lot of inside edges as well. I even made a stat myself that Renshaw, Lammonby and Abel all got off the mark with edges behind the wicket that Tattersall had no chance of stopping.
Shout for LBW there, but just going down, I would suggest. We're not right behind the bowler's arm here. That looked like it needed to do a little bit more than...
Yeah, I think it's always going down the leg side.
Shape back in just a touch.
Maybe clipping at very best.
Gregory in behind that one once more. Bess is busy in the cover region.
He was buzzing around all day yesterday. He always gets his whites dirty, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's just
loves it.
He's just that sort of character, isn't he? He always wants to be in the game, wants to make something happen.
Made some great stops at short extra cover yesterday, really crucial. Saving boundaries, keeping batters on strike, bit of pressure building from one end while he was bowling, and then keeping pressure on the other end, stopping them from getting any runs.
Fuller from weight, and Gregory punches that through mid-on region. Only going to pick up one though, and I'm not sure what Jordan Thompson's done though. He's managed to, looks like he's whacked his head. Diving, sliding stop there. Got himself into a bit of a tangle by the looks, as it's coming up on screen now. Yeah, ooh, that looked nasty actually. I'm not sure how he managed to do that, but
fair play, they breed him tough up in Yorkshire, but it's a fair old whack to the head. He's going to bounce straight back up. Limping a little bit, but...
I'm sure he'll be fine to bowl the next over there.
Yeah. Born in Leeds, he's a hard man, is Jordan Aaron Thompson. Decent 50 he scored at finals day, whacking it around the park, getting Yorkshire up to a decent total. Of course, he's the main reason they were at finals day, having that phenomenal over, defending 5 against Surrey when Jamie Overton and Laurie Evans were going so well.
Yeah, that was remarkable.
Bit of experience, played for Karachi Kings and Hobart Hurricanes in T20 franchise leagues around the world. So 25, he's a fair amount of experience really, but they really could do with some red ball wickets from him now. He's got 1 for 61 so far. He has bowled from both ends yesterday, but he's going to start from the river end today as he's coming into 3 slips. And there's the guide from Lewis Gregory. That's at point now this over. Who's the other slipper they got today? They got Cola Cadmore, Brooke.
I think it's Hill.
Lewis Hill, that's it, yeah. So he's sort of got four slippers that are rotating around. Adam Live, I suppose, as captain, is probably wanting to be next to his bowlers at mid-off. Have a bit of a chat with him. Stephen Patterson out with a hamstring injury, so he's not the captain for this match as he normally is. You can hear the buzz of the school kids in the Trade Nation stand. That's a bit high, I think. Abu Dhabi Show, very optimistic from Jordan Thompson. Curly Cadmore's gone up late, isn't he? I feel like he's just thought, oh, I better join in.
I'll just throw my arms in the air like I meant to appeal there.
He keeps forgetting which team he's part of, really. Takes 3 catches, drops a catch. Does he want Somerset to win? No, he's still a Yorkshire player, but doesn't want to upset too many of his future teammates. Already got Lamby out, Goldsworthy and James Ruse. Great catches as well that cannot underestimate how important those catches were. That's a bit of swing, believe. But that ball there sums up what Matthew Waite said after play. Speaking to Matthew Waite in the interview after the game yesterday, he said Yorkshire's bowled too short and wide yesterday. And I think that ball from Jordan Thompson sort of sums that up. They bowled some good attacking line and length balls, hitting the stumps, hitting the pads, whatever, but too many short and wide that either Somerset batters can leave or they can score off. Tom Best and Say bowled a brilliant line and length. It was tight, but and the other bowlers fully backed him up. Waite bowled pretty well, but not quite attacking enough, you could say. That's the ball. There you go. He's listened to me. Jordan Thompson has straightened up perfectly, and he's gone for that attacking line and length. Tattersall's gone down. Good take again.
Just see the replay here of that last Thompson delivery.
Lewis Gregory almost go down in a sweep position on his knee afterwards.
Yeah, it's one of those as a batter. You know you haven't got anything on it, and you just say to yourself, yeah, well bowled, but I'm still here.
JT for Yorkshire. Jordan Thompson is outside edging Lewis Gregory for no run. Yeah, he went for 10 off his first over yesterday. Opened up first over the entire match, the 4-day game. Inside edge for Matt Renshaw. First ball went for 4-leg buys. It was a bit of an expensive start for Yorkshire, but then he came out with only 3 off his second over, so soon sorted his economy rate out. But yeah, it was a very eventful start, almost as if these 2 sides that came 3rd and 4th at finals day, almost carrying on the T20 mould. Lovely shot by Lewis Gregory for no run. Adam Live in behind it. And just to stop that. Interesting to see when they go to spin. How early will Adam Live think spin is the required? It's overcast. It did take a little bit of spin yesterday. Rachel still signing autographs. What a man he is. We're hoping we might be able to get him up in the com box at some point today. Kind of depends on how long Abel and Gregory bat for and whether he needs to go out and field, or it might depend on how many autographs he's got to sign.
What do you think of his leggings, Harry?
Yeah, not a fan. I don't get this obsession with Under Armour and leggings when it's even today it's 21 degrees, whatever it is. I just don't get it at all. Just wear shorts. They're also a faff to put on, aren't they? They're so tight and you yank them
I
up.
presume I'd like to think they're for functional purposes in terms of recovery, and not for fashion. Abel leaves that one alone outside the off stump again. I won't tell him that I'm not a fan.
I don't think I can speak from a fashion point of view, but
no, it's great to see him down there signing away.
Great to see so many of you joining us on the YouTube stream, plenty of Yorkshire fans as well. Should answer Ryan Galloway's question. Yes, this is a convoluted answer. I might have to spread this out between balls, but we should get 104 overs in today. Timings are a little bit different to normal.
Again, left alone by Abel.
So yeah, we're going to have 2 hour 10-minute sessions today. So we're playing 11 till 1:10. This is obviously if it doesn't rain, which it might be forecast to around lunchtime, sadly. A little bit of drizzle coming, so actually it might be pointless me telling you these guidelines, because if it do go off for rain, all the hard work of the umpires and Polly over the walkie-talkie and then transferring to me all the information will be ripped up, because it will all change again. But ideally we get 104 overs and we will make up some overs that were lost yesterday, but there's more rain, it'll be tricky.
Again, Waite just in and around outside off stump, and Abel patient enough to let them go through. He doesn't feel the need to be playing at those deliveries.
And the chat about what's par. Tom Abel didn't give me a straight answer last night when I asked him what's par. I think you want to get over 400 to try and get the batting bonus points. Make sure you do bat till 110 overs are gone.
Ooh. Straighter this time, and he's been given, looked like he set him up well there, Waite. Just 3 deliveries outside the off stump, which Abel patiently left, and then he's pulled his line straighter and wrapped Abel on the pads. And the Somerset skipper departs for a fantastic 116. He'll be disappointed he hasn't made it even bigger, but what an effort from the Somerset skipper, leading by example as always.
Yeah, before we're too critical of him getting out Abu Dhabi this morning early on, we should say how well he's batted, Tom Abel. As many tons this year as the rest of his teammates combined in first-class cricket, so superb effort from the skipper. And yeah, Matthew Waite, as we said, he's bowled that sort of probing lines, a bit of swing, bit of movement, and I don't know, was there a question mark of height, but umpire Tom Longley was happy enough to give it. And Casey Aldridge with a new bat, and this is an interesting one because Casey Aldridge has been opening the batting in the second team T20 side at Taunton Vale. Obviously that's coming to an end now, we're going into the longer format for the summer, but we know he can bat. He's a decent sort of 8, so I think it's not all doom and gloom yet for Somerset. They've got a decent tail, even without Craig Overton and Josh Davey. You think of 2 of the best bowlers who can bat. There's actually a pretty good tail with Aldridge, Leach, DeLanger and Brooks, so I wouldn't be too worried yet, Somerset fans. They just want to try and get to the 110 over mark and want to be at least 350. 400 might be potentially out of reach, but try and get to 350. And Lewis Gregory will play the positive role, I'd have thought. So yeah, Matthew Waite, what did he get? 2 for yesterday. He got Bartlett and Renshaw. He's got his 3rd today, so it's been the Waite and Best show, really. Thompson getting Lammonby, but
again, left alone by Aldridge this time. A tall figure of Casey Aldridge. Yeah, it's an explosive tail for Somerset as well, so if any of them get going, it could be quite exciting watching up here, Harry.
yes, well, Martin DeLanger particularly can be bizarre, isn't it, the way he bats? Watched a few second team games on the YouTube, and yeah, he's still got it this year with the bat, even if he's not bowling quite what he has done previously.
Straighter this time from Waite and punched up to mid-on by Aldridge. That's the end of the 88th over. Somerset 286 for 6. We're just going to look at Waite sort of setting up Abel here, where he's taken the ball away from the right-handed batter, which Abel leaves comfortably. This is the ball just before the wicket. Again, a little bit of a way shape. Outside that off stump, Abel leaves alone. And then this is just really smart, canny bowling by Waite, who's in straighter. A little bit of nip back in to the right-handed Abel, and that's his undoing.
Meanwhile, we're back into the action here. Jordan Thompson's continuing from the river end, and he's just been hit for 4 by Lewis Gregory, again behind point on the offside. Gregory on to 29 now. Jordan Thompson a little bit frustrated. He did get that whack to the head a minute ago. There's no concussion check, but whack his head chasing the ball down in the field. Tiny little bit of drizzle around, but not enough for the players to go off. And Adam Lyve's going to have a tweak with his field. We putting a third man back, I think. No. 2 slips in the gully.
Yeah,
is
I
it?
think they're definitely going with gully, and Bess is going out to sort of a deep point.
Interesting. It's not really cut or back foot punch through there. It's more we're going through third man, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bess is out at backward point now, so second ball of the over, we're seeing Jordan Thompson just shining the ball under the. There's George Warren in the Marshall Scotland Pavilion trying to keep dry under the cover. Jordan Thompson is there, leg side on drive, sort of flick from Lewis Gregory for no run. So yeah, 2 slips gully in that deep point now. Don Bess is just having a chat with his Yorkshire colleagues in the dugout. Fine leg is back on the other side near the Gimlets Hill area too. Talk on the stream of rain across the southwest, but still dry here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The lights are on, but Lewis Gregory is defending that comfortably enough. Covers on at Cheltenham, for the Cheltenham Festival.
Yeah, some pictures could do with a bit of rain though, couldn't they? Look pretty dry and bare at Cheltenham. Yeah, from some of the pictures that I saw. Square's looking pretty green here. To be fair, Scott and his team have probably had a lot of watering to do.
Bizarre, the bad light stopped play at Cheltenham first before the rain. Just after Felix Organ reaches 100 for Hampshire. That's a lovely delivery from Jordan Thompson, and he's really impressed with that. Lewis Gregory can only just stand there, nod and approve and say, well bowled.
Yeah, completely squared Gregory up, that delivery. Thompson, when he gets it right, he's a handful.
Yeah, he has actually bowled some absolute jaffers. He's just probably not been quite consistent enough attacking the bat. But sometimes you know yourself that sometimes when a bowler's bowling the odd jaffer, and then some short wide ones, can it be harder to face when they're not always consistent?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's a real test of concentration. You know that there's balls there that you can score off, but you also probably know that there's one there with your name on it as well.
Yeah, that attacking line now, just outside that sort of 4 stump line for Jordan Thompson, I think is what he's looking for here. Just adjusting his headband. Headband warriors on both sides this week. Jack Brooks for Somerset, of course, formerly of Yorkshire, and Jordan Thompson bowling for Yorkshire now.
Yeah, it's catching on in the women's game as well, the headband. I saw Izzy Wong playing for England Women the other day. It was pretty hot in Leicester, and she donned the headband.
Enjoyed watching her here in the Test match a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, exciting
Impressive
prospect.
debut. And that's another beauty from Jordan Thompson. Lewis Gregory playing and missing outside off stump, and Jordan Thompson's bowled a cracking over. He's gone 1 for 65 for his 22.
I'm going to disappear, Harry, and let you have a little chat with a special guest. We've got Matt Renshaw in the comms box.
Fresh from PA duty, fresh from a few autographs being signed. You're not going to mention his leggings before you go, Sophie? I'm going to stitch you up here. He's coming in. You've got the aircon on. Matt Renshaw, welcome to the commentary box. How are you?
No, good to be back.
Enjoying the day so far?
Yeah, it's been good. Would have liked to have had Tom Abel still out there, but unfortunately his beautiful innings had to end.
And what is your role today? PA man, autograph man?
Yeah, honestly, I'm trying to keep away from the dressing room a bit. Yesterday was a long day after I got out, so I'm not great after I get out because it's just get frustrated the fact I'm still not batting. So trying to keep away from the boys a little bit today and make sure that they're in a good headspace and not crowd them with too much energy.
Is there a bit of nervous energy up there today?
No, we're all pretty good. Yeah, everyone's just excited for the opportunity. Had a really good day yesterday and a rain-shortened day. But yeah, everyone's really excited for what could happen in the next few days.
Awesome. George Bart. George Bartlett back well yesterday. Yourself got 40. How did you find it at the wicket yesterday?
Yeah, it was a tough wicket to start on. Was nibbling around a little bit and swinging. I was really impressed with Matthew Waite's bowling. As we saw with this setup of Tom Abel before, he bowled a few really good overs to me and then bowled that ball that got me out. It's a risky ball sometimes for a seamer to bowl in swing into the short boundary, but his longevity of setting someone up has been really impressive.
That's a bit leg side there. That's a great shot there from Casey Aldridge. Casey Aldridge on the on drive through mid-wicket area for 4. And just for saying, Casey Aldridge and back, you obviously trained with him, seen a fair amount of him in recent weeks?
Not really. I think every time he's played, I've not been here. So played that Hampshire game, first game of the year, I wasn't here. And then when I was in Sri Lanka against the Surrey game when he came in as a concussion replacement, I wasn't here as well. So it was one of those things. I've seen a little bit of him watching some twos games down at the Vale and then in a little bit of training. But looks a handy young cricketer, and yeah, really impressed with the crop of youngsters that have come through the academy and into this first team. James Rue, Lewis Goldsworthy, to name a few.
Yeah, I think it's quite exciting to see them coming through and have that go. And I was just saying earlier how Casey Aldridge has been opening the batting in the second team T20, so he's got pedigree with the bat. Scored 100 for Western Supermare with Pete Trigger the other week, so he's got his chance now at number 8.
Did Pete tell you that?
Yeah, of course he did. He got 100 as well. Did he get double 100, didn't he?
Not surprising that Pete mentioned that.
Yeah, good mates, I think they are. Yeah, Pete's playing golf. We should give you a golf update on his competition this week at some point, but we'll concentrate on the cricket for now.
Yeah, more important things than Pete's golf.
That's it. So, a bit of a weird one for you. Yorkshire born. How are you finding this week?
Yeah, I was having flashbacks a little bit while I was batting to the game we played here 4 years ago. And yeah, there's just a few moments where I was going, it feels like I'm playing that game, and I had to pull myself back and go, no, I'm playing against Yorkshire this year. But yeah, I don't know if Yorkshire born is really. Everyone argues about whether Middlesbrough is actually in Yorkshire.
Yeah. The geography of the North East is a bit of a complex beast, isn't it?
Yeah. And some people get insulted when you say places are certain places, but yeah, I think I've always thought it was Yorkshire, but yeah, it's a weird one because it was my birthplace and I grew up there, but I haven't been there for a long time, so it hasn't felt like it's been my actual home.
Yeah. Okay. Do you go up then, when you come over to visit, do you go and visit any friends or family from the past up there?
A little bit. We've tried to. It's a bit hard with the schedule sometimes, but we've been up a couple of times. It helps that I follow Newcastle in the Premier League, so been up to a couple of games up there and seen some family. But yeah, we don't have as many family over here as what we used to, so it's probably a bit shorter trips nowadays.
Awesome. You have to explain to some of our listeners who might not quite know your whole backstory. Do you want to explain the Middlesbrough, Australia, Somerset, your links and moving around the world?
Mum was born in Newcastle, Dad was born in Nottingham. I was born in Middlesbrough. My sister was born in Durham. So everyone thinks that I should support Middlesbrough, but when I was younger, I always used to get Newcastle shirts from my grandparents. So I always used to support them. And then moved to Sheffield as well when I would have been 4 or 5, and my dad played cricket with Matt Root, Joe Root's dad, so got a little connection there. We used to play in the afternoon after the game on the outfield with Joe and Billy. It's good to see them going so well. Moved to New Zealand when I was 7. Yeah, I've forgotten my ages now.
Lovely shot by Lewis Gregory. Flick that into leg side. That's going to go for 4. There's no way Matt Revis is going to be able to catch up with that one. William Thompson just airing onto leg stump. Lewis Gregory with a lovely shot. So yeah, why all the movements? Why keep moving?
My dad was teaches at a university and does research, so in sports science, exercise science, as the players walk off the field for rain. I think
it was coming, but it doesn't look particularly strong, does it?
When I was walking up here, it was starting to drizzle, but I guess in this beautiful aircon building, you can't tell whether it was hot yesterday or whether it was raining today. Just stuck up here in the middle of the sky.
Well, it is a bit cloudy over the Quantox. You can see on the stream it's coming in, but it's not heavy rain. It's a little bit frustrating because there is overs to make up from yesterday's when it was fairly heavy rain at times when it comes important at lunchtime. But I thought they'd be right to play on in this, to be honest with you. Matt Revers isn't best impressed. He's still on the ground. Adam Live still chatting to the umpires who are still out there. Mr. Hawkins is going to have to bring out the covers, but you'd be happy playing in this, wouldn't you?
If I was fielding, yeah, not when you're batting.
No, just don't like it.
No, it's one of those weird ones where you're thinking that it's going to rain, so your mind goes to the rain, and you're like, just don't get out before the rain. But in the field, you're always loving it because you're like, oh, I'll get one before the rain.
Yeah. What about your bat? You worried about your bat getting wet and damaged?
Nah, not really.
Just get another one.
Just a bat, yeah. It's more the grip and gloves that I'm more worried about than the bat.
We've got a few people in the YouTube comments. We've got people coming in. Any questions for Matt Renshaw while he's on? We've got a few people up from Yorkshire. Excited to listen to you. But go on, continue your history then. So you got to New Zealand.
Yeah, so I lived in Auckland for 4 years. And then Dad got a job offer in Brisbane. So I moved to Brisbane when I was 10, which coincided. I tore my ACL at 10 just before we moved over. I was riding my bike to school and crashed into someone and tore my ACL, which is everyone always laughs at that because they first hear the 10 years old and go, geez, you've done well to tear your ACL at 10. But yeah, ran into someone on my bike, which was... It's one of those sliding doors moments. So when I moved to Australia, I couldn't play. I played football, I played tennis, I played badminton, I played hockey, I played loads of sports when I was young. But tearing your ACL at 10, you can't have a recon until 16. I couldn't play any of those sports except cricket.
Yeah. Well, because you're still growing, they won't.
Because they didn't want to. Yeah, they didn't want to interfere in the growth plates. So I couldn't play any sports. But in Australia, you can play winter cricket. So as a 10-year-old, you can play winter cricket. So I was playing cricket in the summer. I got told I was allowed to play cricket. So playing cricket in the summer, cricket in the winter, cricket in the summer. It's like coming over here every year.
Yeah.
So, but I was 10 years old, but the rules were in winter cricket you didn't have to retire until you're 50. So I was just going, okay, I'm the smallest kid in the team. I'm the smallest in the team. I'm just going to bat as long as I can. So I'd just try and get to 50, retire as slow as I could because it meant that I could bat for longer, which was great. And then moving on, that probably was the defining factor in my being able to become a professional cricketer.
So this winter cricket, that's because the weather's so good. You still play on the same sort of pitches?
Yeah, in junior cricket you play on like synthetic, on like hard wickets, but in the summer it's all hard wickets at that time in junior cricket as well. So then moving on from that, you play a little bit on grass wickets, which it's a good test. There's no covers because it's all like local grounds, so there's no covers. So you could rock up on a Saturday and it's like a wet, no covered, like rolled once maybe, and that's the challenge. And then you go, but when you go start playing on nice wickets, it's obviously a lot nicer.
So how, with a torn ACL, you're between 10 and 16 before it's reconstructed, you're managing the play okay? You're running around?
I was all fine. I had a couple of moments where my knee gave way, which was painful, especially because in Australia we don't have the amount of wickets we have on a square. We have 3 or 4 maybe, and then there's normally a big drop off where the outfield is. So I was running one day and knee got caught on the there and then just collapsed, which wasn't enjoyable as a 13-year-old going, I feel like my knee's gone again. But fortunately there was nothing serious and I could just go back. Had my knee done at 16 on my 16th birthday, which was weird, waking up.
Birthday present, yeah.
The day before my 16th birthday, I had the surgery, woke up at midnight. Oh, it's my birthday, no one in the room, just in so much pain because of my knee. That was a great present. And then started playing football, played football in my last year of school.
Is this English football or Aussie rules football?
English football.
Oh, cool.
I always have arguments. My wife's Australian and I always say football and she's like, rugby league. I'm like, no, football, like proper football.
Good. Most Aussies say it the wrong way around. Yeah. You can tell you had your time in England.
And I just know how frustrated English people get when you call it soccer.
Yeah. Don't swear on air.
So started playing, got 5 games in or something, and tore my meniscus in my knee again. Same knee, playing football. but not in a real game, just in lunchtime kickabout. So I need another surgery for that. So that's why when we play warm-up games, I stick in goal and I try not to do too much. But
even now, it's a bit of a risk.
Yeah, it's you don't want to rule yourself out for a knee injury in warm-up football. But I enjoy football so much.
It's pretty important here, and it's pretty serious.
It's the most important part of the day.
Is that just here, or other clubs you play for? Brisbane Heat, is it as serious as football?
No, we don't play football in Australia. We play like volleyball, like sort of games. Like so we always play games. Games are the key part in cricket warm-ups.
Yeah.
You've got to have a good game, whether that be football or volleyball warm-ups. Like if there's no game, there's no energy in the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, with yesterday we didn't have a great football day, and I was quite nervous because normally if you have a bad football day, you don't have a great cricket day. But fortunately, the boys managed to stand up.
So we've got a couple of questions coming in, straight to the point. Mike from Ilminster, who runs the museum here. Are you coming back next year?
I don't know. I'll have to ask Mr. Hurry that decides that. I'd love to come back. I love my time over here, so if the opportunity arises, I'd definitely have a think about it. I've got a baby on the way in December, so that's probably the only question mark is would we be able to travel with a newborn and that sort of thing. But yeah, I love the guys. I love Somerset. It's a great place to come and play.
But that's peak BBL season. Is that going to affect Baby and big Brisbane Heat?
A little bit with the Adelaide Strikers. So yeah, it probably affects it a little bit. But fortunately, in Australia, we've got paternity leave for cricketers, so can take a few weeks out. It's an awkward time, Baby. It's not enjoyable when we've worked out the due date, but it's one of the most exciting parts of my life. Probably more important than cricket. So.
And what's it like having Pete Siddle in the side, fellow Aussie?
I love it. I love being in his side and not playing against him. Had a few really good battles with him in Shield cricket back in Australia and one-day cricket. So, yeah, it's nice to be standing at second slip, catching them, not nicking them to second slip off him.
Amy Matthews, who's actually the daughter of Polly the scorer next door, she's asked, Matt, what makes the Somerset team special or different from the other teams, in your opinion? I
think Taunton is a really different place. You've got, obviously, it's a bit further away from the big cities. There's pretty much only cricket as a sport, so a lot of the guys live here, a lot of the guys get on really well. Most days where we're not playing cricket, we'll go for lunch together. The cricket ground's the hub of the town. You come in most days, you come into the cricket club to check something in your dressing spot or like talk to someone. There's going to be someone here. So there's that real family vibe about the boys. Everyone gets on really well, and you just feel like a team. Whereas some teams, I think, you've got those big cities, people just disperse. They've got other mates that live around them, so they go and hang out with them. Whereas a lot of the guys here are here for cricket, so they go and hang out with each other if you guys live together. So there's that added bonus as well. So everyone gets on really well.
So you're playing. What are you doing with your time? You're not playing cricket. You're out for dinner. You're playing golf.
You play golf. Like a few of us play golf together. A few guys play Call of Duty and stuff together in the same house. So a lot of guys would go for lunch, go for dinner, go for brekkie, go for coffees. So you feel like you can pick up the phone and you put in the group WhatsApp, oh, anyone want lunch? And there's going to be a couple of guys go, oh yeah, I'm in town, like we'll grab some food.
Oh, awesome. And we've got to talk about your heritage again. Darren Taylor wants to know, I guess you've been part English, part New Zealand, part Australian. Do you want to come and play for Ben Stokes? Did you ever have that option to play rather than play for Australia?
When I first finished school, I came over and played for the MCC Young Cricketers in 2014. And I hadn't signed anything in Australia. I'd just turned 18, I'd just finished school. And I'd come across and I was thinking whether I wanted to play over here or play in Australia. And a couple of counties were interested, but Queensland offered me a contract at that time. So I felt like it was I wanted to play for Queensland. I'd grown up playing in the underage stuff, under 12s, under 17s, under 19s. I felt like that was my progression rather than coming back here, having a little bit of family but not much, and all my mates having to sort of start again at 18 was quite tough.
So having been Queensland, Brisbane through and through, how was it to then move to the Adelaide Strikers? Was that a bit of a hard move for you?
Yeah, it was really tough. It was just that moment in my career where you see an opportunity elsewhere, and I think it was really good for my career to go out, similar to coming across to county cricket and playing for someone else. You get to see different opinions of things, which I really enjoy, getting different people's opinions on cricket.
Okay, you got Jake Weatherall, Alex Carey, a few left-handers. Does that come into it at all, that the left-hand strong top order of the Strikers?
Yeah, you add Travis Head into that when he's
when
not
he's back,
dominating for Australia. So yeah, there's a few lefties, and I think that can be quite tough for the coaches working out the batting order. But yeah, there's a great group of batters in there, and I feel like we still haven't hit our ceiling yet. With probably losing Alex Carey late in the preparations last year when he got picked in the test squad, probably hurt us a little bit in working out the best orders apart from that. But yeah, I feel like the batting group there is really exciting.
And I've seen you bowl a little bit in Australian cricket, but we haven't seen much of you until Southport last week. How'd you find that?
Yeah, well, Tom Abel wasn't captain last week, was he? Nah, I try and bowl a little bit. Probably needed. I'm taking it a lot more seriously now. And enjoying it more now. But yeah, last week was long until the 140th over when I came on, and I don't know what the boys were talking about last week. It was a nice wicket. It was easy to get wickets, 3 wickets in 5 overs. So
you show them how to do it.
Yeah, no, I just like to try and enjoy my cricket, and if I'm fielding and providing energy, whether that with the ball or bat, that's my job really.
And I was looking at your Instagram. You had a great trip round Scotland. How was that? Looking at all the Harry Potter stuff, the big viaduct. How was that trip?
Yeah, we love our Harry Potter, me and my wife. So yeah, we try to see a little bit. She's a lot more. It's funny. She's a lot more into English history than me. So she's telling me about the War of the Roses and all of those sort of historical stuff, and I'm going, okay, cool. Like, what's this castle for? So we went up to Scotland, played a little bit of golf, but also visited some places on our drive. And one day we just went out and drove for a few hours just around the north of Scotland because we hadn't seen it, and it was really beautiful. Yeah,
it's beautiful. My brother got married up there. I spent all last summer looking around. It's stunning. We'll recommend that for holidays. We got also asked here. David Nichols says, "Hey Matt, Australia A and Sri Lanka. We've talked about briefly." He says, "Is Todd Murphy good enough to play Test cricket for Australia in your opinion?"
That's an interesting question here.
Yeah.
No, I hadn't really. I'd seen a little bit of Murph in the summer. I played against him in one of his Big Bash games. Played against him in a one-day game. But I think he's got the potential. Yeah, he's one of those off spinners similar to Nathan Lyon. How the ball comes out. But I think as an Australian, we've got really exciting spin products coming through. At a lot of mixture, a lot of variety. We've got Todd Murphy, Tanveer Sangha, Matt Kuhneman, and then at the top you've got sort of Ashton Agar, Mitchell Swepson, and Nathan Lyon. So I feel like our spin stocks are quite good coming through, and it was good to see Murphy and Sangha and Kuhneman in that A tour that I went on in Sri Lanka do well in their opportunities.
Yeah, you make an interesting name there, Matt Kuhneman. I actually played against him in the Irish League a couple of years ago. He was playing out there, played at Trinity College Dublin, and he's a good bat actually, underrated with the bat. Useful spinner. There's all these spinners coming through Brisbane Heat. You look through Labuschagne, yourself, Matt Kuhneman. There's these guys. A lot of spinners come through Queensland. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, it's strange because our home ground is the Gabba, so not notoriously spin friendly. But yeah, it feels like there's a lot of spinners. I've grown up with Matty Kuhneman, playing under 12s, under 15s against him and with him, but he'll be absolutely thrilled that you said he's a good batter.
It might have just been the one game against us he got run.
Yeah, he might have. Yeah,
what experience?
He's just one of those nitty-gritty batters who just comes out and just annoys you the whole time. You feel like you should get him out every ball.
Yeah.
But I've managed to get him out, fortunately, in school cricket. So I've got that over. He's got me out. He got me out in the same game, actually. I don't think it was out, though. I think I hit it into the ground. But that's umpires, isn't it? But yeah, he's a great young guy. He was supposed to come over and play club cricket in, I think at Shenley, but I'm not sure. Okay. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he played for Australia that 2 weeks before,
Fair
so he couldn't come over. Their rules was they couldn't come over and play, so he's back home in Brisbane at the moment.
Oh, well, yeah, it's a bit different playing in Brisbane to the Irish swing conditions in April. I think it probably doesn't suit the spinners quite as well. We got another question here coming in. Do you prefer batting as an opener or middle order? I guess test matches you've opened, in the Big Bash you've come in different numbers. You've flirted around a bit in the top 6, I guess, over the years.
Yeah, I think I've batted everywhere except 6 in the top 5. So I enjoy batting anywhere, really. I just try and see the challenge of batting in different spots. Over here, opening the batting is tough in different situations. Sometimes opening's the best spot to bat in the game. It's just the way you've got to look at it. But yeah, opening I've always done from a young age. It's always good because you just get out there and bat. You don't have to wait. That's probably the biggest part that was a struggle for me when I went down to 5 for Queensland was I didn't know when to pad up. The first game I batted at 5, we had 8 overs to bat at the end of the day. So unlikely I was going to bat, but I had my whites on, I had my shoes on. I just didn't know what to do with myself. And everyone's like, just go have a shower. I'm like, no, but what if we lose 3 wickets? And then I'm in, just use a night watchman as well. I was like, and then we got to like 4 overs. I still had my whites on. I did not know what to do with myself. And then I had to try and work out different things to do. So like reading a book, doing Sudokus, listening to music, talking some absolute rubbish with the boys, which
That's got to be done,
very good at.
Yeah. So what is your best solution out of them? Is it the Sudokus? Is it the books? Have you found one that works for you now?
It just depends on the day, really.
Yeah.
And I think as well, like I've always, when I'm not batting, I'm always have been out.
Yeah.
So I was a lot like, that was the biggest change because I'd get out first or second or whenever, and all the boys were still waiting to bat, and I just didn't understand that. And then when I see the openers or number 3 get out and I'm waiting to bat, just like trying to get rid of the anxiety and the nerves, they were all doing what I used to do, and I was like, that's really annoying. So that's why I'm like up here trying to get away from them so I don't cause more anxiety in the dressing room than I need to.
What will they all be doing now then while it's raining?
There'll be a big game of darts going on right now. Absolutely. I love the dartboard in the dressing room. It's a great random addition that you don't really think of.
Not in many other clubs you play
No,
at?
I've never really seen a dartboard apart from here.
Not dangerous when people are walking around and throwing
Yeah,
arrows.
there's always, and it's right next to the door of the dressing room. So
Yeah.
you like walk in, and generally you know if a dart game is going on because everyone's going absolutely nuts. So you like open the door and you'll just watch a bit, and then between darts you like run to your spot. But like, I stand there behind them a lot of the time and just spray people. It's funny to do. Had a good game with James Rue this morning.
Oh yeah, any good? Left-handed, right-handed
He's
darts?
left-handed,
Okay.
I think. But he threw a great dart and it hit triple whatever.
Triple 20?
No, we were playing around the world, so he hit
Okay.
triple 14 or something. So it would have probably ended the game for me.
Yeah.
And I looked down, his foot's about that far over the
Oh,
line, and
you
I've just
called it.
ripped into him. I'm like, no, that doesn't count, and he's like, no, it does. I was like, no, it's a no ball. Like you're done. And then he started struggling after that.
Straight in
And
his
then
head.
he had to go and bat, so he forfeited. So I got the win in the end.
Is he doing this padded up with all his gear on? He's just
No, he was just waiting, and then because no one wants to stand out there waiting to bat in the morning, so everyone just sits there, waits, and then when they see a gap, they just rapidly put their pads on, run out to try and be next in. So yeah, I beat him this morning, and then had a great game with Marchand de Lange. He won, but it was played in great spirits compared to the James Rue game.
Love that.
James Rue is the most confident 18-year-old when he wins, but when he loses, he just gets really upset. So he was like jumping in my face, like fist pumping. I was like, mate, you're 18. Same thing happened in Cars last week on the bus on the way up to Southport. He just kept like going at my face. I was like
What's this? What
I
are you doing
need a
on the
real hold on what I'm doing.
What's this? What cards games you playing then on the bus?
Prediction.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're playing with 6 people on the way back, and it's 10p a point. So if you start losing, I was on a real great run, and then I lost 5 hands in a row,
Oh, no.
and it ended up having to pay Lewis Gregory like £6, and it really hurt me because like.
Did you get the coins out? Is that
No, I
lots
gave
of
him a £10.
60 10p's?
He hasn't paid me back actually.
Oh.
I
owes
gave
you
him a
£4.
£10 note, and he hasn't given me change. So you've reminded me. I need to text him.
That's
give
going to
him
be
my
the first job you
£4
do when you get
yeah.
back. Right, full terms, Matt Thomas Renshaw, right? Are you going to become Tom next year to be Tom Abel, Tom Lammerby, Tom Banton, Tom Renshaw?
Think about the Toms. I was looking at the Matthews yesterday. The Matthew Revis, Matthew Wade, Matthew Leach
Yeah.
and Matthew Renshaw. So that's something I like doing.
But you'll stick to Matthew.
Not a Thomas. I used to, when I was younger, I really didn't like Thomas, but I don't know why.
Okay.
But yeah, it's
I've worked with the parents for that one.
yeah.
We've got another question. Nick Hitchcock says, who's better, your mate Marnus or Steve Smith? I guess they mean batting here rather than leg spin.
Leg
but
spin.
You can go for either. Why not?
I think everything you can ask, it's who's better out of Labuschagne and Smith. They are the most competitive people against each other I think I've ever met. I'd have to say Steve Smith purely for the fact that he's been doing it for so long.
Okay.
I think I love watching Marnus battle. I love having Marnus at number 3 for Queensland. But Steve Smith's average is like 70 in Test cricket for the last 10 years. But I think having Marnus come in and do so well as well has helped Smith as well.
And that's pretty healthy competition, right? He might drive Steve Smith on, or Marnus might overtake him.
And they're a very similar person.
Yeah.
It's almost Marnus has turned into Smith a lot more
Like
since he
two.
started playing.
Yeah.
But they'll go and have a hit together. Before the Ashes, we were sort of training around each other with the A-Tour, A-game and the Test squad. And just they're batting against each other, side-arming, trying to get each other out every ball. You know, it's great to see those two guys who love cricket so much, training with so much like energy together.
Even when Marnus first came in the team as a real youngster and Steve Smith there established, was there still that relationship straight away, or was it sort of Marnus following Steve Smith around and he's like, why is this guy always with me?
I wasn't around, but I think it was sort of Marnus was following around, and then apparently Marnus then started getting followed around by Smith. It's like that weird dynamic. But no, I think that they get on really well. They've got a lot of common interests, and they're both absolute cricket nuffies, but maybe too much cricket nuffies. Like we're all cricket nuffies, but those two just take it to another level.
Well, that was my next question. Who's the bigger badger?
I've seen Marnus my whole life.
Yeah.
Come through. I opened the batting with him when I was 18. I've played a lot against him. He got me out in school cricket, unfortunately.
I bet he reminds you of that a bit.
Yeah, no, I got him out in a club game, so I've got him out more recently. So, but yeah, I've seen him do some he'll just get out and he'll walk straight to the video footage and just sit there like this for about 20 minutes, just watching the same dismissal over and over. Well, I haven't seen much of Steve Smith do that, but I can't imagine he does as much as that.
Quite as much. Okay. Message from Wii Cricket. Hey Matt, quick question. You had a bit of time with Wii Cricket lately. Any preference on Dan or Kez being honorary Aussie for the day? You got to pick one apparently.
Well, Kez is a lot more Aussie than Dan. Dan sounds like an English name, and Kez is more of an Aussie name. So I think I have to go Kez on honorary Aussie for the day.
Fair enough. Does Matt fancy a journey back up north and playing for the White Rose? Makes sense to come back home, says Andrew King.
Now, well, Somerset's my English home, I reckon now. So, no, I've got a few mates in that Yorkshire side. Obviously, Dom Bess is Somerset, born and bred as well. So, yeah, they seem like a good group of lads, but I don't think they're compared to Somerset guys.
There you go. We're just going to announce that there will be play resuming 20-1 if there's no further rain. There's 20 minutes to take the covers off. You'll be getting the covers off this quickly in Queensland, wouldn't you?
We don't really get this sort of rain in Queensland. Normally it's either absolutely bucketing down or not really raining. So, yeah, it's getting the water off quickly, but there's so much water that builds up. But our drainage is probably some of the best I've seen at the Gabba, because it can just go absolutely haywire for 5 minutes and flood everything, and then you're playing cricket 10 minutes later.
Does that make it easier, though, when you're saying that rather than the drizzle and the annoying rain we get here, it either buckets it down or it doesn't rain? That makes it easy if you guys just call off the day or just crack on? Less frustration of hanging around?
I think so. We had a game last year get called off 4 days before. The first day got called off 4 days before the game started, because that was when the floods were all happening. They didn't think they'd be able to get a game on. It turned out to be an absolute belter of a wicket, but it was only a 3-dayer. So it was like you get the game day one called off, and then it's a beautiful wicket.
We've got a slightly sadder question here, but I'm going to ask it. Quite an important topic. What was your memories of Philip Hughes?
I unfortunately never had the chance to meet him. I played I was playing second 11 cricket at the time, club cricket, and I was watching the game, and I was watching the Queensland game because that was at AB Field. And then we'd heard the rumours that they'd stopped the game at SCG, and it was, yeah, it just sort of brings you back to the game just being a game, and talking to a lot of the guys who knew Phil and knew what happened and had played at that level. You just feel so like empty. It's hard to have the energy, and I know the guys who are playing the test match that week after, it was so hard for them mentally to get up and play a game. And then the year after, we played, to the day, we played a game against New South Wales at the SCG, and I was batting, and all I could think about was it. And it was like, I didn't score runs or anything, but like in my head I was just thinking how tragic it was, and like how you feel so much for the family that one ball could just change the whole game of cricket, really.
Yeah, it must be horrible. Like, it's shockwaves all over Australia, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I went and hung out with a few of the guys that I was close to, and you're just like, you're sitting there just going like, what can you do? Like, there's nothing you can do. And that was someone who'd never met him.
Yeah.
Like, had guys who were in the hospital and just like talking to him. You just feel so sorry for them.
Did it make you think about your helmet, the stem guard? Do you think about the short one any differently now?
I wear the stem guard, I wear all the protective stuff. I think if you're ever thinking differently about the short ball while you're batting, that's when you struggle, so you've got to try and get that away. But I imagine one of the guys, Peter George, who I was close with at Queensland at the time, he'd played a lot of cricket with Phil, and he went and played, because my club game got called off that weekend for rain, not cricket.
Okay.
So we didn't play, but a few of the guys played, and he walked up to the batter, said he bowled the first ball. He goes, I'm going to bowl a bouncer here because I need to. So it was miles over the head, but he just needed to go out there and bowl a bouncer first ball so that he could manage to move on from the situation.
Yeah, I think that was a really important, tricky topic. But I mean, on the short ball, from a technical point of view, do you find going from Queensland coming to England, do you try and put it away? Do you play it differently, the different bounce?
Yeah, it's in Brisbane at the Gabba, you've got so much bounce that if you see a short ball, you can sort of duck under it a bit easier. Whereas here, the bounce isn't as true and consistent. So sometimes they go over your head, sometimes it hits you in the stomach, and you just can't really predict that. So that's probably the hardest part of the bouncer here. But yeah, it's a tricky one. Sometimes, some days you wake up and go, I'm going to bat today. If I, like, first ball you get a bounce, you play a pull shot, you just don't know what you're going to do every day.
You don't really think about it, it's just a
natural reaction,
isn't it? I've got to ask you, back to Marnus again. I have so many questions about Marnus, sorry about this. I've got to ask you about the lightsaber leave. It's sort of come into your game a little bit as well.
I don't think... I've heard people say I have. I don't think it does as much as him.
Not as much, but definitely today you were doing a bit of an exaggerated...
Yeah, sometimes I just like leaving the ball differently. Like it's not as much as Marnus. Like he says no run when he leaves one. So like, I'm not that much. Yesterday I was having a bit of fun with their fielders. I hit one. I was like, wait on. When I hit it to Matthew Wade.
Yeah.
And he was like, righto, Marnus. And then so I think that was when I started leaving a couple like a bit more aggressively.
It just gets you going a bit.
Yeah, sometimes it's just like, it's a bit of fun.
That helps you enjoy the batting and sometimes switch off a bit from overthinking it. And just
definitely.
Relax, play better.
Yeah, I bat my best when I'm nice and relaxed. I'm enjoying it. And yesterday, probably one of the most enjoyable bats I've had in a long time. So yeah, I was loving it. It's good sort of banter between the guys. As long as it doesn't go over the top, it was great fun.
And what do you like? Do you have a song in your head sometimes when you're batting? You sing along with yourself?
Yeah, I like to sing a song. I walk out to square leg. I have a look around, sing a song. What song did I can't remember what
different song in your head each game.
Yeah, it just depends what's on the music box before I go out there. But yeah, sometimes I sing the same song, like same line over and over. It really annoys me. So I try and change the song, but yeah, I can't remember what song I was singing yesterday.
That's all right, you can come back to you. Yeah. Random questions coming in, mate. I hope you can go with all of these. Brandon says, what's your favourite flavour of Fanta? Completely
just
rogue.
one flavour of Fanta?
Don't
I
ask
would
me.
only know orange.
Who'll take the blame for me on this one? I don't. No, we could have some more serious questions. Andrew King wants to know, what's your thoughts on county cricket, the scheduling, and any improvements you'd like to see? This is a big one.
It's a hot topic at the moment in England, isn't it? Yeah, it's a tough one because I think part of the benefit is you play a lot of cricket, but I think sometimes that can be a negative. Like you talk to guys back home and they're like, "Oh, what are you up to today?" Playing a county game. And you're like, "Geez, didn't you just finish one?" Yeah. So like it doesn't feel like there's as much time to rest and recover. Like the guys last week, we played in Southport, got the bus straight after the game to Warwickshire. They all played finals day on Saturday. If they made the final, they would have played two 2020s in one day at high intensity. Then we played Tuesday to Friday, I think. And then we played next Monday in Essex, and then like it just feels like it's a never-ending clock. So I think there needs to be time. There's guys obviously missing games through injuries. You've got a lot of travel, and I know it's not it's just the way it is. But like sometimes you're getting home, especially in the 2020s. Some guys were getting home at like 3 a.m. from a bus back. So I can't imagine that's great for people's bodies and just a never-ending grind. And you see Ben Stokes is retired from one-day cricket for scheduling issues, but like you've got one of the greatest cricketers in the world at the moment having to step down from one format because he thinks there's too much cricket. And I think he won't be the first to do that. And there's guys like love to see Peter Siddle play this game, but unfortunately he's just absolutely played so much cricket in the last few weeks and months that he just needs to give his body a break. And I think that's the issue is where you can't get your best cricketers playing every week.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Southport last week. It did seem daft to play, well, nice to play at a club ground, right, but to play on an absolute flat road for 4 days in the heat, to then a day later be playing T20 finals. I know you weren't playing yourself, but how do you feel for your teammates?
Yeah, well, I was cooked and I didn't even play the finals day. I was just I didn't do too much last week in terms of the game, but you're still mentally drained from all the cricket. And I know I feel like at this time of the year, everyone's sort of quite cooked. They're mentally fatigued, physically fatigued, and the job of the support staff is just try and get everyone up for the games. There's no time to get a gym session for the bowlers because they need to get some load into their bodies, some running sessions for us. Like, it doesn't feel like there's time to do that. It's just like, okay, how are you going to prepare? You can't, as a batter, you can't work on much because you're just going, okay, I'm batting today in a game. I'm just going to prepare in the nets, and normally that's just mentally switching on. Like if you find there's a technical flaw, you can't change it because you don't have time. So I think I'd try and play a little less cricket, and I think the tough part of the counties, you've got so many counties, you've got 18, so you've got to try and fit as much cricket as you can and make it fair for all counties. But in reality, you need to make it a bit more competitive. That's what I'd change. Okay,
and so on the travel and the different formats, I was speaking to Greener Saturday night, and he was saying he was going on the bus back to Taunton Sunday morning to then bus past Birmingham up to Worcester for Two's game. And like in England, yes, it's a smaller country where you're on the team bus a lot of the time. I guess in the Sheffield Shield, you're flying around, are you, from state to state? Yeah, so I think that's the fortunate thing is we normally fly back the next day, so we'll have a night in the bed after a game, and then we fly back, whereas here you finish the game and you get on the bus as quick as possible because you want to get home to try and sleep in your bed and save a bit of money. But it's a lot of, it's probably lucky for us because we have a bus, but a lot of the guys don't have a few of the counties I've spoken to, a few of the overseas, they don't have buses, so they drive everywhere. Yeah. So they've got to drive and then drive back after the game. I remember a few years ago at Kent, I was driving a lot. And I injured my back because I was just sitting in a car. You're just sitting there like this. Yeah. And even a couple of times between games, I went off for a trip around Scotland, and I came back and my hips and back were really tight.
I was like, oh yeah, I've been in a car.
You're not driving a Mini Cooper, yeah?
No, we've fortunately got a bit more space than that. But even still, you're just sitting in a car, sitting down for the whole time. Whereas the bus, you walk around, you don't have to sit in the same spot the whole time.
That's a massive thing. Yeah, no, I think you make a great point there. Actually, I think it's funny watching Beyond the Wyvern. You're seeing Siddle and Brooks driving to games in the car, and like, it just seems daft that these professional cricketers, you see all the footballers, they've got their team buses and they've got the swanky TV seats. Whenever in Australia, you wouldn't be taking back the team bus. I think it's nice for the social side, but
yeah. Well, someone said to me, 6 hour drive, that's like Australia. But if you've got 6 hours to drive, you're flying.
Yeah.
Like, we don't really drive anywhere in Australia because you just fly everywhere. It's just the way it is.
So we've got a couple more questions coming in. We're nearly at the start of play now. Luke Chant says, with all the hot weather the last couple of days, well, point one, was it hot by your standards, or what's the hottest stage you played at back home?
Back home, Gabba's just really humid and muggy. So we'll have, say, similar to yesterday afternoon, like you have the rain, and then the humidity just brings all the water up. That's probably where you get your hottest days in Brisbane. But the hottest I've played was in Bangladesh. Played a test in Chittagong. And I missed out. I got caught down leg side for about 5, but the boys were batting for ages, and I went down and sat in the dugout, and it was the hottest I've ever been. I'm so sorry, boys, I need to go back up there. I felt so sorry for the 12thies. But yeah, that's the hottest I've ever played in, because it was just humid, hot, sweaty. You just didn't have time to like cool down.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it.
Like Nathan Lyon got on his head sunburned because he kept putting sunscreen on, but it kept sweating on. So his top of his head was sunburned. So he was talking about bowling in a cap.
Yeah.
In the second innings because he just couldn't be bothered getting sunburned on his head.
That's scary, isn't it? I mean, yesterday they were talking about playing 90-minute sessions. You wouldn't have been for that. You were quite happy to go.
I was fine. It was hot. The problem with the heat here is the country's not set up for heat. Yeah, it's set up to try and warm everything up, because the majority of the time you get just cold weather. But I find the sleeping when it's hot is the hardest part. Like last night I was trying to get to sleep. It was so hot. I just went and sat outside for about half an hour at about midnight because I couldn't sleep. So I was just sitting there going, oh, it's too hot.
No, I totally get you. When I played overseas in Australia, every house you go to, every place you stay, it's got aircon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just all set up for aircon.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I've got 3 fans on all the time though, and it's still too hot. Yeah, we totally get that. We have to learn a few things from Australia. But we're going to see a bit of play coming out in about 6 minutes. The players are just warming up, getting ready. The school kids are still there. Did you have a good chat with some of the school kids?
Yeah, a few of them. They're really excited to be there. Had a little chat on Daichi stands. Haven't been over to the Trade Nation. They just look absolutely. Every time the rope was coming around to dry the outfield, they were cheering. You could hear them on the stream. They're just so excited to be here. I think I don't know the school schedule, but I think they all finish this week, don't they?
Yes, yeah. I'm a part-time PE teacher. I'm not commentating. Half of my kids are up over there in that stand screaming. I'm getting texts sent from the teachers saying so-and-so screaming at this, and can we get a 6 over here? They want a whack of a 6 over there and get a catch. So if you get to bat today, which is hopefully highly unlikely,
unless we bowl them out very cheaply.
Maybe Lewis might do that.
It was funny because a couple of them were like, "Can you sign my shirt?" And I'm just like, in the past I've signed shirts and people have got like the parents have got angry. I've like looked at the teacher. I was like, "Can I sign their shirts?" And like, "Yeah, it's their last day of school." I was like, "Okay, cool." Like, as long as I don't make the parents or teachers unhappy, I'm
I mean,
fine.
they are meant to be at school till next Tuesday. Some of the schools, but maybe they're on wind down. There's activities week, there's little holidays going on in residential, so they're having a great time. And where were you on Saturday? Were you at Edgbaston to watch Finals Day?
I was going to go up, but I think I prioritised some rest after the Southport game. It was the supporters bus was a 7 o'clock leave from here, and then you don't know what time you're getting home. So
could have got left with us. Would have gone a bit late for you.
Yeah, it was. It would have been a long day. Back. But no, I just had a nice, relaxed day at home. Watched the game. Unfortunately, it wasn't a great result, but it gave me the rest of the night off to not watch the final. I didn't watch that final, so I watched the highlight, the last 2 balls, or 1 ball or whatever it was the next day. But yeah, it was a nice relaxed weekend for me.
And you've been Finals Day before, previous years, have you?
No, never. So I was going to go, but hopefully there'll be a time in the future that suits me a bit better.
Because it's slightly different to the Big Bash. How do you like the finals day idea compared to the Big Bash format?
I like the finals day. I think it's too much cricket in one day for the players. As a player, I think you play so much intensity in the semi-final that the next day, maybe you could make it a finals weekend or something like that. But yeah, depending on the schedule, whether you get the first game or the second game, benefits to both. Like if you win the first game, you get a break, whereas if you win the second game, you use that momentum to get into the second game. So I think there's each their own, but like talking to the guys about last year when they made the final, they were absolutely cooked in that second game because mental and physical energy.
Well, we're going to keep Matt Renshaw here, but we have a bit of play down below, so we're going to flip our cameras around and show you Jordan Thompson's getting ready to bowl at Lewis Gregory. Do you want to commentate from the river end? Which end do you fancy? Which end do you want to bowl from? Which end do you want to commentate from?
I reckon bowl from the far end, the way Don Best was getting the ball to come down.
Go on then, you take Jordan Thompson's.
Runs into Lewis Gregory. Down leg side, flicks bat or pad, and it's going to go for 4 leg byes. So good start, getting the 300 up for Somerset, another batting point, which is always nice to see with 20 overs left in the batting points, bowling points time.
Wasn't that exactly how the match started yesterday? 4 leg byes,
4 leg byes, yep. I was
swing?
really hoping the umpire gave it runs. On 0, you just want to get off him.
I know exactly how you feel. Sunday, I was out for 48, and he didn't give me 3 leg byes.
Oh.
And I said to the umpire, definitely hit that.
Jug avoidance.
Well, and to be fair, to his credit, the square leg umpire went up to the other umpire at tee and said, have a word with the scorer, give him them extra 3 runs. And they changed it.
Thompson comes in to Gregory, and he plays it out to a gully fielder.
Yeah, you don't like being robbed of leg byes, do you?
No.
It's not fair, is it?
But then Tom Lammonby and I both got off the mark with the same shot. The little play leave, Nick, past the keeper for 4. It's a great shot.
And Tom Abel also got an outside edge. Was it outside edge, inside edge?
I think that carried as well.
Did you?
I think he dropped that. From my angle.
You have the best view. Up here we can't quite see.
Yeah, I think it might have just carried, but he was diving to his right. Jordan Thompson comes in to Lewis Gregory and nicks through the second slip in gully region for a 4. It's a very handy 4.
There's been a few. I like to see the wagon wheel of this innings for Somerset. There's been quite a few boundaries behind square. That doesn't phase you too much. You just take them as they come, right?
Yeah, it's 4 runs.
Runs are runs.
You used to be able to say there's no pictures in the scorecard, but fortunately online, everything's able to be seen nowadays. You see the guys in the dressing room talking about other games and all got their phones up with the app, just looking at how people get out, looking at how people scored runs. So everything you can see at the moment.
Do you tell your Aussie coaches back home, you don't tell them all the technical stuff, you just show them the scorecard, don't let them see the pictures?
Yeah, well, you don't give them that website to be able to look at them. But sometimes you need to be able to show them, like, oh, I got a good ball today. Thompson comes in, Gregory flicks straight to mid-wicket for no run.
Because you got that My Cricket back home. Do you like that?
Yeah, it's funny you trying to find everyone's statistics.
Yeah.
And just being able to look at what everyone's averaged their whole life. But yeah, a lot of us just, you look back, even in Australia, we don't have our phones in when we play. So end of every day, people are just sitting on their phones just when there's multiple games going on, going like, oh, how did he get out? Like, watch the wicket. And you can just hear the commentary. Lewis Gregory blocks one to cover to finish Jordan Thompson's over.
So we've got 19 overs left for Somerset to potentially get 94 runs. How much is that on the radar? Is that thought about, or are they just going to bat?
I think it depends on the conditions. Obviously, Lewis Gregory's moved to 37 now, so they'll be definitely aiming for that 350, that extra batting point there. But thinking too far ahead to get that 94, it'll be one of those times where if there's about 10 overs to go or 5 overs to go, they can look and go, okay, we can score quickly here. And that's what Lancashire did last week. They looked at what their scorecard was. Obviously, they were only 1 down at the time, and they went, okay, we're going to try and get to that extra batting point, because it's funny how those extra batting points change seasons as well.
Okay, interesting. So we're going to see Matthew Waite's going to continue from the Swiss Scotland Pavilion end. He's behind Casey Aldridge, who, as we keep saying, did open the second team 220 times. He's got batting pedigree as he nails a cover drive. Potentially could he have run? Would you be thinking about running on the dive there? Adam Lydes to know where the ball is.
I think Adam Lydes is quite a good fielder, so it's one of those awkward ones where if you go, you're probably making that easily, but you just don't want to run out because run out start bushfires.
That's a white ball run, not a red ball run,
yeah.
I suppose. Cracking shot from Casey Aldridge to start this over from Matthew Waite. Matthew Waite must be weird to face the way he bowls with his arms swinging everywhere. He's coming in again to Casey Aldridge. Does that put you off a little bit?
A little bit. I think, like, before a game, I'll always look at the bowlers and their actions, just trying to get a quick guide. I faced him before, so I've sort of got a bit better understanding of that, but you just look for different actions, and unorthodox actions is probably the biggest one you want to try and get a view of before you face them. It's probably the hardest part of coming over to county cricket is you've not seen a lot of the guys bowl before, you don't know their actions, so you're using that first ball, which is always dangerous to have a look.
So you've watched a bit of footage of this Matthew Waite as he comes into Casey Aldridge. This time is full delivery, straight driven, thinks about one, but not going to take it. Yeah, you watched a bit of footage of Waite before you go out to face him?
Yeah, yesterday morning when we won the toss and batted, I just went to Scott Thomas, our analyst, and went, okay, can you show me some actions? And he'll give me 5 balls of each, and I'll go, okay, cool. Like, there's
That's
nothing
enough.
really like strange. It's more like the, say, a spinner a mystery spinner or something like that.
Yeah.
I faced Bessie a lot, so I didn't really need to look at him.
Jack Shutt you probably wouldn't have faced.
No, I've never faced him, but I always try and watch them as well in the warm-up.
I guess that's a good short ball there. Casey Aldridge ducking out the way, a tall man. Weird delivery of the short ball, actually. Matthew Waite, not seen much of that from him. George Bartlett was out trying to hook. He was out to caught by Revis off Waite for his 46. But yeah, Casey Aldridge. Well, the thing is, I guess here it's tricky for Casey Aldridge. Does he? He's new to the side. He wants to get runs, but is he going to try and get this batting bonus points? At least get to the 350, or does he just try and give Lewis Gregory the strike?
I think batting normally, like 300 off 90 overs, that's over 3 and over. So you've got 20 overs, that's 60. That's a beautiful ball from Matthew Waite.
Yeah, Jonathan Tass, was that not quite carried to him? He sort of fumbled it just to his right. There were a couple of byes when you were out there batting. I thought it was a bit harsh on the keeper.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest part. Like the angles, they've all got to. The keeper's got to try and cover both sides, and there's a few wides there.
That's an absolute beauty. Just going away from Casey Aldridge's outside edge. One more ball in the over, and then we can see Casey Aldridge cover drive talked through by Matt Renshaw. To my left, that's just defended. That's a good over from Waite. He's 22 overs, 3 for 51. Have a look at this. Pick the bones out of this shot then, Matt. Trigger.
He stands up quite upright and then gets the body moving in towards it. I think that's sort of something you want to see. You want the bowler seeing you coming forward, putting that energy towards the ball. I think sometimes we can get caught out trying to hit the ball too hard but not getting that shoulder into the ball. A lot of the time, a lot of the guys are strong enough to just get some timing on the ball and they go for 4. So try not to hit the ball too hard is probably the biggest thing for those guys playing at home.
Is that quite important, that the front shoulder? Do you look at that from a coaching point of view? Yeah,
I think the front shoulder is probably the biggest thing. I find it's a lot different looking left-handers to right-handers. It feels like a completely different game, but everyone tries to talk about it's the same, but the angles are a lot different, and that's the hardest part. But yeah, that front shoulder sort of guides it, and going sort of with the swing. You talk about going in England, like playing the Duke ball, swinging more, hitting with the swing and going with it rather than Jordan Thompson bowls a shorter delivery to Gregory, who blocks it back to him. But yeah, trying to like go with the swing, and he didn't try and hit that too straight when the length was there, so trying to go with it, and any other day that could have gone through the gap for 4. So yeah, I think he's moving really well. He's got an interesting trigger for a tall guy trying to stay even more upright.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. Not what you see too often.
Thompson comes into Gregory, who punches it to Dombes, who dives onto the square,
So
which he will love.
Talking about triggers then, is that something you're a fan of?
I think it's obviously different for every day, every player. Yeah, I didn't used to have a trigger. I had a natural trigger where my front foot would move, so I changed to add a trigger because I felt like I needed more time to go and prepare and get ready for the ball to come. Whereas some guys stand still. As Thompson comes in, Gregory does have a little trigger back and across, which is generally the trigger most people see or do, is that back and across trigger.
So is that something that the coaches will talk about? They try and change a trigger or adapt a trigger?
I think, yeah, it's hard for coaches to tell you what trigger you need, because at the end of the day, you've got your trigger that works for you, and if there's an evident technical flaw, as Thompson comes in, Gregory blocks, and Dombes throws as hard as he can from 4 meters away. Misses
Quite
the stumps.
necessary, wasn't it?
And Casey Aldridge comes through with ease.
You want to see Dombes pick it up left hand. George Bailey, I've seen pick it up at cover left hand and used to throw it, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a bit of ambidextrous. He plays tennis left-hand as well, so that's where he can throw the ball left-handed.
There aren't many that do it, but that would have been really useful then if Dombes could have done that. Could have been a chance of running.
Well, that's Jack Leach as well. He bowls left arm and throws right arm, but I've always asked him to throw right arm, but he always gets too scared.
What hand does he play golf with?
I have never seen him play golf, but I would imagine left.
Yeah.
Because he bats
surely
lefty.
batting left is golf. There's a lot of them that switch it up. I'm going to have 2 more balls for myself, Harry Everett and Matt Renshaw, and then we're going to have a little switch. We're going to keep Matt on until lunch if allowed.
I haven't got any messages saying I can't.
No, you're not in trouble.
I think they're all pretty happy that I'm over here.
You're here until we're all out, aren't we? Until we declare.
Yeah, I'm just working out what I can do after cricket. I might go and ask Polly Rhodes if I can score for a bit. See if she'll let me have a go there, but she's very protective over that scorebook, isn't she?
I don't know, she came in and gave us a 10-minute explanation of all the ins and outs of over rates and the minutes and the calculations she does earlier. It was fascinating to hear quite how technical it can all be.
Yeah, I don't really understand. Hits Casey Aldridge on the pad and goes out for a leg bye, I think. It's going to finish Jordan Thompson's over.
Right, I'm going to leave you to it. If you want to listen back to the last 45 minutes myself, chatting to Matt Renshaw, lots of questions coming in from the wacky to the related to cricket slightly. But I'm going to leave you with Sophie Luff coming in.
Runners, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Great little Q&A there with Harry. A lot of interesting questions.
Yeah, there was a lot. It was interesting to see what the people on YouTube watching like to know about cricket.
Waits in then and defended by Aldridge there. Still pretty overcast here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Quantocks are looking a little bit brighter than they were about an hour or so ago. Aldridge goes for a big drive there, playing a miss.
Trying to replicate the one he played last over, but unfortunately it was a bit shorter and swung a bit more.
So we've got another 20 minutes or so before lunch here. These two will be hoping that they can see us through till then. Defended this time by Aldridge. No run though.
You can hear over the microphone and Channing sorry, the Yorkshire overseas is getting absolutely peppered by all those kids down there.
Yeah, what were you signing earlier? They got 4s and 6s signs? Or?
No, they've got the activity books.
Okay.
So a few of the boys yesterday afternoon were doing them as well. There's a couple in the changing room, so yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be out. A bit high and down leg side.
Yeah, it looks too high from where we're sat up here. Just see the replay coming up.
Looks like there's still a little bit of lateral movement there, which is great signs for us. But yeah, Tom Lammonby yesterday afternoon I think he was getting a bit bored, so he tried to design a new Somerset shirt. And he was very happy with his work.
Okay, it'd be interesting to see that.
Oh, it's good leave. There's 2 types of leave.
Another decent delivery there by Waite. Tattersall again has to go to ground behind the sticks. Oh yeah, just getting a little bit of nip back into the right-handed Aldridge there. So what sort of puzzles were in there? Word search, that sort of.
Yeah, there's a word
thing?
search. There was a spot the difference, which I was doing yesterday afternoon. Matthew Waite moves square leg out to a deep square leg.
Waits in again then. Again left alone by Aldridge, and that completes the 94th over here. Somerset 308 for 6. Gregory there on 38. Aldridge with 4 to his name. What are you looking at here then, Matt, in terms of how many you want to get on the board? Obviously you want to get as many as possible, but what would you be happy with? What would you take at this stage?
I think anything over 400 when you win the toss and bat is a very good score. So hopefully we can keep pushing towards that, and then it's just going to be when we bowl, trying to put them under as much pressure as possible. There's a few guys in their team that are obviously they're strong guys, and that's going to be big to try and get them out. But it's also about not giving them anything to any room to move as well.
Looks like a bowling change here.
Matthew Revis into the attack. No ball. Another one to add to the score. Another 2 over here, which I've never really understood.
Just going to have a look at the replay of that LBW shout. Slow-mo capture here.
Just hits the seam and...
Ooh. Does that miss the thigh pad as well?
Yeah, that's the one that misses the thigh pad. Gives you a bruise. It's never fun. So Gregory flicks uppishly to mid-wicket. Thankfully falls short with Jordan Thompson.
I don't know, just in my experience, it's never hits you on the thigh pad.
No.
You wear a thigh pad and it just never seems to actually hit it. It seems to miss it every single time.
You think cricket's been played for 200 years or however many years cricket's been played for, but the equipment's not really changed. You've still got similar pads to what started. A thigh pad that doesn't really feel like it does anything, but and then a chest guard as well, which no one really wears. But you'd think that there might be a couple of massive changes but no, they're still similar. Could be a hard run 2 from Lewis Gregory as fine leg runs around to pick up at square leg. Well run.
Yeah, it's great running there. Good awareness. Just knocked that one off his hip and knew it was going to be 2 straight away. Looks like we've got one of the Yorkshire lads doing some autograph signing now. Can't quite. It's Will Luxton. I was just thinking, I can't quite see his name through the bib. He's joining them in the high vis, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Thought he was sitting with them for a while. Rivers comes in, and Gregory lets that go through. Off stump. Yeah, it's great to see the school kids come in watching. Even yesterday when I was batting, you could hear they were cheering. They were really cricket knowledge. They had some really good cricket now, so clapping hard run twos and all the stuff that you come to know and love at Taunton is how much they respect the game, and whether someone from Yorkshire fields well. Gregory blocks another no ball from Revis. He struggling to find his run up at that end today. Yeah, you just know and love at Taunton is the clapping, and someone fields well and you get a nice applause. You never really know what people are clapping for. I was fielding out at Southport at Deep Square Leg last week, and it was really close to their crowd, and they started clapping. I look at the scoreboard, and no one was near 50, no one was near 100. Little inside edge that's going to go for 4. There's Gregory's toe.
Clip that one away nicely, Gregory.
And I just turned around. I didn't know what over we were in. And I just turned around. I was like, what are you guys clapping for? And they're like, oh, they've equaled your score. And I was like, why are you clapping that? And then some Lancastrian from the crowd goes, oh, you're losing. And I was like, no, you've just equaled our score. We're not losing. But yeah, it was good fun to have a little bit of banter with them last week. I said to them I'd rather be playing Yorkshire, and that didn't really go down well. Said they were better people from Yorkshire. Lewis Gregory blocks one out to deep point, keeps the strike. Moved on to 45 now.
I guess there is a lot of talk around the crowd here at Taunton, and as a player, yeah, does it feel different to a lot of other places and that home following that we've got here?
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit different for me as an Australian, because a large majority of the time we're playing our state games at big stadiums that don't really get anywhere near the crowd that we get. We get a lot more people come to the outgrounds when we play state cricket over there. So we get a 40,000 seat stadium, hold about 400 people, and it just feels so empty. Whereas here you've got sort of smaller boutique ground, but you're generally filling it up for most games. And I think that's the part of Taunton that's great, is everyone loves cricket, and it's great when you're going well. You walk down the street and everyone sees you. How are you going? Like, well done last week. But if you're not going well, I think that's the double-edged sword. People are like, are you going to start winning? And we're all trying, and that's the toughest part as a player is at the moment is the internet's changed the game. We've obviously got great support on the Facebook pages, but the amount of people that comment after one bad day and go, oh, this is terrible, like I think that's the part where Somerset could change. As an overseas looking on, you go, the support's great and we love the support, but jumping on our back straight away when we have one bad day, that's the part where I think the locals struggle, and it's not nice to see as a person, because we're all people at the end of the day, and hopefully that can all change.
Yeah, it's a change of bowling from the Trescothic Pavilion end here. Shannon Gabriel back into the attack. Yeah, I think that's a really good point you make, and it's not through lack of trying, is it? You guys are just as disappointed when things don't
we're
go
probably
to
more
plan.
disappointed.
Exactly, and you're feeling sort of like the brunt of that as well. Are you someone that sort of blocks those sort of messages on social media, and how do you sort of manage that? Do you look at everything? Are you someone that tries to stay off it?
Yeah, I try and stay off it. I'll follow all the people that I need to follow, follow Somerset, follow all the teams I play for, but as soon as I see a post, we'll never look at the comments. At the start, when I first arrived, I looked at them because I actually try to use them as like comedy.
Gabriel wraps him on the pad.
I try to use them as comedy, but then obviously the longer I've been here, the more it's felt like more of insulting for me. I remember last year we were playing a big bash. I'm not sure what logistical word it was called, but I think it was the semi-final. And I dropped a catch, one top-edged early and off Peter Siddle, actually, which is unfortunate. And
sure,
dropped
he doesn't
it.
remind you of
No,
that, does
he never reminds me of any of the drop catches I've had off him. And I knew the bloke went on and made 90 and won them the game.
Gabriel win again. Aldridge drives that up to mid-off, no run.
And I knew that what my phone was going to be at the end of the day, because I was devastated. It's probably the least enjoyable thing that I've ever had to do in my cricket career. I was so upset at the end of the day, and so I've not looked at my phone or anything. And I've just got home the next day and given my phone to my wife and just gone, go on Instagram, go on Twitter, and just delete everything. And she'd like screenshotted a couple, just how insulting some of them were. And people just feel like they've got the ability, because they've got this phone that can message anyone in the world, that they've got the right to be able to message people. And generally I think it's people who've put a bet on and have lost, and they blame you because you've dropped that catch. But yeah, some of the things that people have had to deal with, like, is really quite scary, that people have access and want to do that.
Yeah, definitely. Gabriel has got one ball left in this over. Yeah, it's like some people just don't have anything better to do.
No.
They think they can they have the right to comment whatever they like, and very easy to write what you like when you're hiding behind a screen. Gabriel's in then. Full delivery. Aldridge wants a quick single here to mid-on. It's actually well run in the end, yeah. Gabriel looked like he was losing his trousers in the run up there, but I don't know. Don't know whether that was just my imagination, but
No, I wasn't actually looking there, so I don't know. I wasn't looking at his trousers.
But they're still on him, so that's a good sign. Anything embarrassing ever happened to you, Matt, on the cricket pitch? You dive for one and lost your trousers or anything like that?
I think I have a few times, but obviously the big embarrassing one was when I had to run off the field to go to the toilet in India, which, looking back now, is quite funny. At the time, it was awful. I hated it, but yeah, it was one of those days where your guts don't really work and needed to get to a toilet. Davis comes in to Aldridge, plays a nice drive to either mid-off for no run. What about you? Anything embarrassing?
It's a good question, actually. Currently can't think of anything off the top of my head. I have played in the subcontinent a little bit, but yeah, never had to touch wood anyway. Run off to go to the
I
toilet.
wouldn't have sat up on anyone.
No. Did it affect your batting at all? You all right?
I retired hurt
Okay.
or ill or whatever the word is. Then came back out a few wickets later. But yeah, we won the test, which is the most important thing. But yeah, it was a weird game of cricket.
Somerset here then, 321 for 6.
It's beaten everything. I don't really understand how, but it's nipped back in from Matthew Revis, and
Tattersoll's taken that by his ankles as well. Seemed to die as it's gone past Aldridge there.
Lewis Gregory walks down and taps the wicket and brushes it away, because Casey Aldridge didn't want to walk 2 metres down the wicket.
You're a batter that's got a set routine in between balls. How do you sort of go about occupying the crease?
I just try to keep my mind busy. Casey Aldridge plays and misses a back foot punch. Yeah, I just try and keep my mind busy. I like to walk out to square leg, and then just go off with the fairies a little bit, start staring at people in the crowd, or try not to look at the scoreboard too much, because you just get ahead of yourself with the score. So just try and people watch, love people watching. So when they're not expecting me to people watch, I'll stand there and have a look. Do you have any little superstitions that no one would really have?
I'm quite scratchy in terms of like marking my guard
Yeah.
every ball, which used to annoy quite a few people. Not to the extent of Jonathan Trott,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's just a little bit of a reset for me. And yeah, I'd just like to be doing something in between each ball. So that might look like walking away. That might look like tapping the wicket. Just trying to take my mind off what's gone and what's to come, I guess.
Speaking of scratching, so what I've learnt so far is Tom Lammonby and I both opened the batting. We've batted first a lot this year. We both have different markings, apparently. So, yes, I face first ball because Tom's afraid to. So I'll mark middle and off stump. And then at the other end, or whenever he comes on strike, he'll mark middle and off stump. And off stump is always different. So yesterday I was batting at the Trescothic end and I'd marked off stump, and then when he managed to get on strike at that end, he marked off stump, and they were different. And we just can't work out why. I think so. I face my bat face away, and he faces it towards. So I think that's the only way that it can be said.
Gabriel's in off the pad, I think, of Gregory there. Down for a single. I think the umpire is going to signal leg by. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really strange thing that we've worked out over our 6-7 games we've opened together, is that we both have different markings apparently, and because we always go on a fresh wicket, it's obviously easier to see.
And in terms of your guards that you use, do you always bat on the same guard, or does it vary from sort of bowler to bowler, pitch conditions?
Yeah, varies a little bit depending on how I feel like they're trying to get me out. Probably made a little mistake yesterday of staying off stump. Sort of knew what he was trying to do, but felt like it was a scoring opportunity to flick to the leg side, but missed it, unfortunately.
Gabriel's in, and that was defended by Aldridge. Aldridge, just the 5 runs to his name, faced 33 balls, been very watchful. And in terms of facing spin, what guard would you bat on there?
Generally middle. Just depends what sort of spinner, where the game's at. If it's subcontinent or Australia or England, it's all a bit different. But yeah, just try and use my reach when I'm playing as a spinner. As Shannon Gabriel wants a short leg for the last few deliveries. If I'm correct to the session, I'm not sure the session timings, but
yeah, we're finishing at
10
past
over,
1,
so
yeah,
this will be the
presume
last
this will be
over.
the last one.
He does have a long over. Takes a while. I was sort of standing there yesterday, just leaning on my bat, waiting for him, thinking that he was going to run in. He stands there for a little longer than you think, looking at you, sort of here at the moment now. He's waiting to come in and then starts running in. Then you're prepping for the ball to come in. A short one flicks past short leg for a single.
Yeah, Aldridge plays that nicely, plays it nice and late, just behind square there. And what would you say to sort of young batters developing their game, and how useful would taking different guards be? Because I think you see a lot of young players, and your probably default is where you just take middle stump. When did you start thinking about taking different guards, and how has that benefited your batting?
Yeah, it would have only been a couple of years ago. I worked out that there was different times when I needed to be on different stumps, and it's one of those things you probably got to practice in the nets and work out if I'm batting on a different stump, what the way you play is different compared. So if you're batting on leg stump compared to batting on off stump, you've got to try and play a bit differently. But just doing it in the nets, one thing I'll do is I'll I'll bat on leg stump for a bit in the nets, bat on off stump for a bit in the nets, but it's about having that bravery and going in a game, I'm just going to do it, because it can change the way you want to play, it can change the way the bowlers bowl at you as well.
Just that last ball there, quick single by Gregory to mid-on. Last couple of overs they've looked to take on that mid-on. Got 2 balls to come then before lunch is taken. Defended by Aldridge there. Gabriel's into his 15th over, hasn't got a wicket yet. Been fairly expensive, you'd say. 0 for 70.
Yeah, I think a lot of those runs were no balls as well. He had a drop catch. He had George Bartlett dropped at first slip yesterday as well, so it can never be good as Don Best moves into a leg gully and they've got that short leg for the last ball of the session. It's a short one that Casey Aldridge ducks under and practices another duck. Knocks and
will now be taken with
and that is lunch then. Somerset 324 for 6. Gregory is 47 not out. Aldridge 6 not out. Matt Renshaw, thanks for joining us up here. It's been an absolute pleasure. Lovely to hear your Q&A with Harry earlier. A bit of a long stint, given that there was a longish rain interval. But we'll be back after the players have eaten some lunch, after we've had a bite to eat as well. And I'm sure we'll get you up in the comms box sometime soon as well, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll have to try and get my invoice in. I'm sure I can take all of Pete Trigo's cash that he's probably on, so I'll just have to get my invoice in and try and take all his money. Thank you.
Thanks again. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes.
Once again, we are delighted to welcome so many youngsters here today as part of our annual school days. We had one yesterday, and today we're welcoming hundreds of other youngsters who are attending the game for free, and we've got excitement for the youngsters during this lunch interval when we have another teacher catch.
Hi, I'm Tom Lammonby. I'm an all-rounder for Somerset County Cricket Club. As a kid, my dad came over from Australia to play cricket, so I've sort of just grown up around the sport, and sort of every weekend, every Saturday, Sunday, would just follow him around. So I still remember sort of the first few times I rolled through the gates here and saw the likes of Trez or whoever it may be, and almost just surreal a little bit playing for them now, but I still have those memories, as I said, from the first time I walked in. Being as comfortable with yourself, and I think for me, I want to be as relaxed as I can. I want to have fun as much as possible, and when I'm playing cricket, that's usually the case. However, when you do have a bad day or things aren't going your way, you think, why do I get paid for this? But you try and sort of block those thoughts out and just, as I said, have fun.
Cleverly played, very cleverly played.
We've got a sports psychologist who's always around and always available to speak to. With that as well, speaking to other past players, we're lucky enough to have some great mentors and some great overseas who've obviously experienced the highs of international cricket and succeeding, but have also been through the lows, and they can be quite dark times, and you almost put a lot of everything, well, especially myself, I put everything on myself and expect myself to do better or take all the responsibility on myself. But actually it's listening to people that have been through it, as I said, gives you a sense of relief and a sense that you're not the only one that goes through a bad patch or a tough time. It's everyone that is susceptible to them. You hear a lot of players talk about technique and ability, and the rest is mental and how you deal with different situations or different pressure environments. I remember this season especially sitting out and chatting to Devon Conway, one of our overseas, and he was just saying, look, you've worked so hard to get to the position you're in. Why would you change what you're thinking or your mindset, which has got you this far? It's just because it's a higher level or you're playing against a better opposition doesn't change the way you think. Something that's worked for me this year was working on my breathing, especially before going to bat, before bowling, before fielding, is actually taking a couple big deep breaths in, a couple big deep breaths out, and then focus on 2 or 3 key things that I want to do when I'm out there in the middle, which keeps it simple but also hopefully keeps me concentrated as well. I've sort of taken it a little bit into everyday life, and it was actually listening to sort of a podcast about breathing and sort of being in the moment, and I think that I give a lot to cricket, and actually sometimes I take that with me when I go home, or I'm still thinking about it the next day or a week later, whereas actually it's something I'm learning to do, but looking to have that off switch, or looking to maybe use breathing outside of cricket to just focus on having dinner with your family or going out for a walk. I'm not going to say that I'm sat here and I've worked out how to deal with all the nerves and pressure in cricket, because I haven't. For myself, I look to have fun and play a game. And when that happens, that's when I'm at my happiest and most relaxed, which obviously means, well, most of the time means it's a path to success.
Oh, that was just so easy to win.
From Bishop's Fox Secondary. We're hoping that the wind doesn't blow our space hopper completely over the stand. The atmosphere is building. And it was almost a catch. Next up, James Conway from Courtfield Secondary, Wellington.
My name is Ollie Sale and I'm a fast bowler for Somerset. Well, I've been playing cricket since I was about 9, and then when I was about 16, I remember getting an email through. I was actually halfway up a mountain with my dad in Scotland. We were climbing a mountain and got an email through just saying, "Oh, Somerset want you to come in for a trial on Monday." And I was like, Christ, all right. And yeah, I've been at Somerset ever since. Still managed to get myself to university, and they were very supportive about that. So I've had that sort of journey as well, sort of trying to balance education and also making sure that I was doing the right things cricket-wise. I think being almost brutally honest, I wasn't ready to play full-time cricket. You know, I was very much quite raw. I was quite a raw sort of cricketer, and I think it was a way of me continuing with plan B. I mean, I'm probably the first person that will tell you cricket can be a short career, and you know, I've had countless injuries already, but also helped me give myself more time to develop as a cricketer and stay involved with Somerset whilst getting an education. So it was definitely the right decision for me at the time. Injuries are, obviously they're part of the parcel. I mean, you talk about mental well-being, you do feel like you sort of lose your identity a little bit, and like obviously you get different kinds of injuries, some, you know, shorter than others. I've just come off the back of double shoulder surgery that's put me out for the whole season, so it becomes a bit of a journey. You know, initially you're kind of like in denial. I see it with other guys. I've seen it throughout this year. So everyone just immediately, when you come off, like, oh, you all right? Like, yeah, I'm fine. Like, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And then as that sort of mental process goes on, you start understanding what's going on, and then you're accepting it and just trying to recover and give yourself the best chance to be, you know, returning to play as soon as possible in the best shape that you can be. But it is strange, yeah, because obviously, you know, your day-to-day life is being a cricketer. You're watching everyone else play, but that's taken away from you. You're just, you know, rehab, gym, same sort of on a loop. So it is tough. And, you know, we've obviously got a great science and medicine team that will help me through all the physical stuff. But, I mean, the club in general, we're quite close. So, you know, I'm very comfortable talking to a lot of the management about like just where I'm at and stuff, and they've been very supportive. And we've also got a sports psychologist, Chris Bodman, who I've spent a bit of time with as well, and he helps just sort of rationalise things for me, because obviously there's times in the season where I'm so frustrated and I just actually, a lot of the things are out of my control anyway. Taking control of what you can control is probably the best advice. There's a lot of times, well, for me anyway, where I'm thinking about things, overthinking things, or thinking about things in too much depth, and actually you need to just think about things that I can actually impact. So, you know, if it's performance, or, you know, what's this coach thinking, or whatever, that's something I can't control. Whereas, like, you know, what can I control? It's like how I go about my training, my preparation, you know, sleep, food, like all that kind of thing. That's the stuff I can control. So make sure I get that right and just give myself the best chance.
Cobb just takes pace off that and catches the return.
So we've got a winter now, so it's just, for me, it's about making sure that come next season, I'm fully fit and raring to go. So I'm yeah, obviously gagging to play some cricket, having missed the whole season now. So yeah, I just want to play as much cricket as I can next year, enjoy it, and get out in front of the crowd and hopefully deliver some wins.
They have to catch as many as possible. So here we go again with Will from Bishop's Fox Secondary. Well done, Will. I think that was 2 out of 3. James Conway from Courtfield Secondary in Wellington. Again, 2 out of 3. Paddy Kumar, Early Central Primary, Plymouth. I think that was 3 out of 3. Richard Bennett, Thurston Primary, Brixham. Oh, almost 3. Greg Hooper, Liverpool St Lawrence Primary, Taunton.
My name's Tom Abel. I'm captain of Somerset County Cricket Club, top order batter and medium pace bowler.
What a magnificent shot that is.
I guess it all started with my family. I used to play with my 2 brothers in the garden, on the drive. I sort of played through the Somerset age groups, and then I had sort of a few years playing in the second team while I was at university, and then when I finished university I was, you know, lucky enough to be awarded my first contract.
Day 1, all done and dusted. How did that go for you then?
Yeah, I come out alive, which is good. So. But I don't think you can sort of fully prepare yourself for captaincy and the pressures of captaincy. I mean, pressure's a funny thing, because it's something that we create individually, but there's no doubt that it certainly has an influence. To me, it feels, you know, pressure is worrying about the consequences. I guess it's a fear of failure. I guess pressure is distraction. Nerves are a massive part of it.
Are you a bit nervous?
I am a bit nervous. Dealing with those, you know, I'll get very apprehensive the day before a game, but also it is inevitable, you know, those feelings that you experience, and so it's important that you embrace them as well. And we set pretty high standards as a team and as a club, and, you know, when we quite don't meet those standards and expectations, you know, it's not a nice feeling. But I guess that's what drives us, you know, we want to be the best, and I guess that's a character trait of a lot of sports people, is we want to be the best.
Right a moment for the young man.
I guess when we're playing and when we're, you know, involved so heavily, you know, it feels like the be-all and end-all. That's why I think it's important to, you know, when you have that opportunity to step away from cricket, you know, days off and things, really try and take a step back, because it probably gives us a little bit of perspective and that room to breathe. And it's important to have people, you know, close to you that you can speak to, because otherwise it can get a pretty lonely place if you're obviously trying to deal with successes and failures on your own. But I do have an incredible support network, you know, both inside of cricket and outside of cricket, and I like to think, you know, we've got a pretty honest environment and we can talk to each other. But of course I'm very close to my family outside of cricket as well, and you know, that's huge value to me. But it's all about trying to get the best out of yourself. There's no point trying to make yourself someone that you're not. It's important to be authentic, and you know, that's what I think the best players are so good at, is they're comfortable in their own skin, they know their strengths, their limitations. But a big thing that I try and focus on is sort of my preparation. You know, if I take care of everything I can do in my preparation, then you know, I feel like that gives me the best chance to perform. It's trying to get, I guess, in a mental space where you're thinking clearly, where you're confident and you're happy ultimately.
youngsters are interested in free Wi-Fi around the ground. One or two might have their phones with them. If you go to your settings and select _we are Somerset, just enter a valid email address. You can update your preferences or unsubscribe at any time. You can browse your data here around the ground without any cost to you at all. So please use _we are Somerset in those settings and you can have Wi-Fi while you're with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. As you can see on our big screen, we have a night of brilliant music on July the 28th. Stars from London's West End, backed by a 9-piece band, who will be performing one night of Neil. It's a tribute concert celebrating the wonderful music of Neil Diamond. Dozens of his greatest hits, and some lesser-known hits as well. Whether you're looking for exclusive and premium pre-concert dining experience or a vibrant party atmosphere, we've got a perfect offering for you. For more information, please go to reception in the Manchester Scottish Pavilion or visit our website, or indeed call us here at the club on Taunton 425 301. One night of Neil takes place here on July the 28th. There's no better place to be than in a premium quality hospitality suite here at the ground on a match day. Our elevated hospitality suites offer unrivaled views of the on-field action, and our outstanding team will ensure that all your catering needs are satisfied. We have an extensive array of refreshment and dining options available, ranging from breakfast and grazing tables to buffets and afternoon tea. Our matchday hospitality packages are designed to meet your requirements, and all suites in our balcony or Juliet balcony viewing areas, enabling you to enjoy all of the action. For more information, once again, reception in our Manchester Scottish Pavilion or visit our website. The Taunton Area Committee will be holding the annual barbecue at House at Fitzhead on Friday, July the 22nd. The evening will feature food and drink, raffles and draws. Tickets are available from members of the Taunton Area Committee and from Somerset County Sports. Somerset players will be in attendance that night, as will our guest chef Andy Caddick. That's on Friday, July the 22nd at House at Fitzhead. And among the prizes in the raffle you might be interested in, 2 days at the races at Taunton, signed books from Jeffrey Archer, Brian Rose and Vic Marks, 2 tickets for Bristol City Football, a Joss Butler signed shirt, Somerset membership for 2023, 2 tickets to see the extra sheets and the signed rugby ball, and a hospitality box for up to 20 people. Includes free ground entry for Days County Championship here at Taunton. Please welcome back our umpires Tom Lumley and Hassan Adnan. Good afternoon, gentlemen. The Yorkshire team are led out by captain Adam Lyde. Somerset resuming after lunch on 324 for 6. So please welcome back Casey Aldridge on 6 and Lewis Gregory on 47.
Welcome back here to the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm Sophie Luff and I'm shortly going to be joined by Sam Dalling. Harry Everett is also here. He'll be jumping in for some commentary over the course of the afternoon and evening session. Somerset well placed here at 324 for 6. Gregory is currently 47 not out. He's batted pretty nicely this morning. So off for rain for a period of time. It's going to be Jordan Thompson in the attack again once more from the river end. Gregory defends that one to kick off the afternoon session, and I'm joined by Sam.
Yeah, afternoon, Sophie. I mean, we never want rain at the cricket, really, but that was, as rain breaks go, that was pretty good, listening to Harry Everett and Matt Renshaw. He answers questions very honestly, Matt Renshaw, doesn't he? It was good fun, that. I think he is obviously a good character to have around the dressing room and a quality cricketer too.
Thompson in and edged by Gregory. Not much foot movement there from the Somerset batter. And Thompson is unlucky again. I think he's found the edge a few times this morning, but to no avail. Yeah, Renshaw, a very interesting character, isn't he? He does speak very openly and honestly, but so insightful as well. He was talking about Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne being cricket nuffies, and I was sat in the back of the commentary box listening to every word he was talking about when he was talking about batting and seeing if I could, pick up any top tips from one of the world's best.
Yeah, it was fascinating. I think he will get back into the test team sooner rather than later. I think he's a quality cricketer.
Gregory, full face of the bat this time, drives to mid-off.
Yeah, very lucky. It's the Queensland boys, isn't it? They come away. I mean, I do feel a bit bad because it is like these days with Australian cricketer, it's almost like one question about you, one question about Marnus, one question about you, one about Marnus, because that is what people want to know about. But both he and someone like Marnus, who plays at Glamorgan, come over and really bought into county cricket and really love it.
Gregory defending this time.
And it's interesting, isn't it, to hear from a player's perspective, because as he, when he was asked about the schedule, and he says, yeah, it's a hot topic, and it's good to get that insight from a player's point of view, because it is hard. And he's talking about finishing 4 days in the heat, and then the lads have to go and play what is their biggest game of the season. And final day is amazing as fans. It's tiring enough if you're in the stands, so as a player to have the adrenaline and then to have to wind yourself back down and then go again.
Thompson in and Gregory leaves that one alone.
I do think it's unique.
He spoke about, his sort of reflections on, the way that he feels after, that 4-dayer last week, and where he's got to try and get his mind and body physically, mentally. It's really taxing, and the intensity of the game has changed as well. Renshaw's over here to play predominantly red ball cricket, but some of these guys, like you say, chopping and changing formats, got to go maybe 1 day, a little bit of rest, travel involved in that, and then that's carved through the offside, and that's going to be another boundary to Gregory. Expensive first over after the lunch interval there by Thompson. Gregory's moved on to 55. I feel a bit bad. We were talking too much about Matt Renshaw. We've missed Gregory's 50 there, Sam.
It was that outside edge. I think he probably was a bit sheepish in his celebrations as well. I was watching him, and it's like, yeah, it was 50, but it came with that outside edge. But yeah, batting well. 100 here in the last county championship game against Surrey. suddenly failed. The name of the side they were playing suddenly failed me. I think it was Surrey.
Yeah, it was Surrey.
It was Surrey, wasn't it? It was the Jamie Overton game. Right, Shannon and Gabriel talking about big fast bowlers. That was really insightful from Matt Renshaw, actually, to talk about what it's like. Someone like Gabriel, who's saying you're kind of ready as a batter and he keeps you waiting. So maybe there is a little bit of mind games in it, where maybe there is something a little bit about it. And now we're going to watch him really closely, of course. And he does just stands there, makes sure he's completely ready. Maybe he has a mark. He waits to a batter to get to a certain point in their stance before he comes in. Got Aldridge on strike. Drives nicely, but Adam Live, stand-in skipper, does the fielding at cover.
Yeah, I guess, you know, we were talking a little bit with Renshaw around sort of what he does in between balls to reset and his sort of routines, and I guess that might be part of Gabriel's routine at the top of his mark, just to take that extra couple of seconds, you know, whether he is playing mind games with the batter or whether he genuinely just takes that time for himself to make sure he's really clear on what he's going to deliver when he gets to the crease.
So there's a short leg in under the helmet. I'd imagine it's George Hill. 2 slips of gully and a man just behind square back, kind of a short square leg. So the 2 catching as Aldridge ducks into that one, and it struck him on the back. I mean, it didn't really get up that high. Aldridge took his eyes off the ball, really, didn't it? It wasn't a particularly good example of how to play a bouncer. He just ducked into it, and he'll probably have a bruise on his back as a result.
Yeah, he's ducked a few times, and technically I'd probably question that he hasn't got himself into the best positions on any of them, really. And yeah, that one looked really awkward. Yeah, nasty blow on the back there.
Chance to set up and go again as Gabriel returns. He's bowling from the Marcus Droscoffic pavilion end. A couple of goals in. There was an invasion of goals in the Lions game here a couple of weeks ago. Only a few in today. This time Aldridge plays that one a little bit better. Back of a length, straight down into the ground. George Hill with the helmet on. Bit of ball shining duty for him. It's a big test, this, for Casey Aldridge. Young in his first-class career, has been having some success opening the batting for the second team. At the top of the order, been making runs. I think, did he get 100 for... Oh, Harry's my fountain of knowledge, but a turn to see Harry Everett. He had this huge plate of food that he'd just come in. Did he get 100 for Bridgewater? Not so long ago, Casey Aldridge yet. He's down the way. Sorry, Western-super-Mare. I'm being told in my ear. Western-super-Mare, Casey Aldridge plays for. Outside edge. He gets 4 there, so he moves on to 10. Gabriel just stands there, a bit of a teapot out. Doesn't look at Aldridge. He gets a pump of the glove from Lewis Gregory. I knew Harry would know.
And that's the 50 partnership.
And that brings up a 50 partnership for the 7th wicket between Casey Aldridge and Lewis Gregory, as matchday mark enthusiastically announces.
Yeah,
so
not convincing there by Aldridge, but you know, soft hands, almost like, you know, was aware where the gap was in that slip cordon, and yeah, it's been a few 4s down to that 3rd man region.
Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? A lot of teams don't plug it anymore, and it is. We saw in the Somerset Essex game here at the start of the season, both sides, it was a low-scoring game, and sides had a 3rd in because actually you're saving 3 runs every single time. No ball there from Shannon Gabriel. I'm not sure. Did he bowl? You were on before. Did he bowl no ball before lunch, Gabriel?
Not sure he did.
He certainly. It might be his first.
I think
of the
it was
day,
Revis from the river end that was struggling to get his foot behind the line regularly. He definitely bowled a couple before lunch.
Matthew Waite bowled at least 1 from this end in the first half out of the day. So Gabriel's first of the day. It is a problem that he's had, but it's not just him. There's still 2 balls remaining in what is the 100th over. Ooh, goes for the Yorker, gets it wrong. I think that came out wrong, and the hand goes up apologetically. Difficult one for Aldridge to see, probably, because he was probably hanging on the back foot, waiting for that back of a length. But I think Gabriel's gone for the Yorker.
Yeah, just not expecting this as a batter. I mean, it's close to a no ball, but Aldridge is so tall that it's actually just sort of crept underneath his hip there, so he gets away with it.
That's the problem, isn't it? Actually, Aldridge did well in the end there, because if he spoons that up, he's probably going to be out, actually, because it was, as you said, it was below Casey Aldridge's hip height. Had it been Lewis Goldsworthy, it would have been a no ball. But
Yeah, I hate full tosses as well. You can just hit them anywhere, and usually you end up hitting them straight to the fielders.
well, it's that surprise element that takes away your reaction time, I think. Good, well played defensive shot then from Casey Aldridge to end the over. 100 overs gone, 338 for 6 for Somerset. I love this graphic on our card. Lead by 338 in the first innings. But yeah, the reaction time, because it's all about muscle memory and training the brain. And the problem is when you get a surprise, basically full toss like that, you have to react twice. First is the reaction to pick up on the full toss, and then is what to do with it, which is why I think often it seems, that's my theory anyway, but you've heard my theories on captaincy, now you're hearing them on.
Yeah, I think as well, sometimes your eyes can light up. You think you've got a free scoring opportunity, and then before you know it, you're walking back to the pavilion. Don't practice full tosses either. Very rarely. You know, sometimes I'll practice a few underarms on the full, but I'm not practicing a bowler coming in, giving me a freebie and whacking it. Thompson in again, left alone by Lewis Gregory.
Do you remember, you're much younger than I am, Sophie, do you remember, Pop Welsh, Graham Welsh, the Hampshire bowling coach, who was at Warwickshire, there was a stage where he started to bowl in, bring in this slower bouncer. Did Harry remember it, that was going to bounce twice? And people like Ricky Clark picked it up, and they were going to try and start bowling it. And the ECB got wind of it and quickly sent out a directive saying, no, if that happens, it's a no ball.
Gregory defending into the onside there.
And
Tight line by Thompson.
That one, Chris Wokes was going to do it as well. So Welsh was at Warwickshire at the time. The idea was you bowled a kind of slower one, and it bounced and then bounced again, and so it was on its way down. And the theory was it was much harder for batters to hit, and it wasn't against the laws of the game.
Yeah,
so
well, I remember growing up, and we used to have a spinner, and she used to bowl. We sort of called them like double dappers. Gregory drives that one, gonna scamper single. It's well run. Yeah, she used to bowl double dappers, we used to call them, and they, batters just couldn't hit them. It was a really effective delivery, and she used to get away with it growing up.
It's not an
that
ball.
would have been, that would have been sort of, more than 10 years ago now, which is scary to think of.
Maybe she was on Graham Welsh's radar as well. Maybe
he's had some success, hasn't he?
He's
Wherever he goes.
What's he done this year? I think he's won the Blast, Champo with Warwickshire,
he was
Southern
Brave,
yeah.
The 100, yeah.
It was a decent 12 months.
Thompson thinks that was pretty close. Aldridge quite comfortably leaves that one outside the off stump. Just take a look at the replay there. Nice side on angle.
Yeah, into his 26th over now, Jordan Thompson. Just got the 1 wicket, 1 for 83. So creeping up towards that unwanted 100.
I felt sorry for Roloff last week with his 5 for, but 5 for an awful lot, it felt, didn't it? And that was his like best figures.
I know.
But he's probably gone for the most runs he's ever gone for.
I know. If you're him, I don't know what his was before, but you probably prefer, if it said 4 for 24, you probably prefer that to 5 for 180 or whatever it was. And then Renshaw comes on and cleans up, picks up 3 wickets in 5 overs or whatever it was he did.
Yeah. Thompson's in again then, he's running towards us from the river end. And left alone there by Aldridge. 101 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 339 for 6. Batters just having a little bit of a chat in the middle. Gregory just getting his gloves in the right place.
You can always rely on Harry Everett. He's found an article, The Cricketer. It definitely wasn't written by me. I'm guessing that's going to be a Nick Friend job. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to have a read of that later because I remember that. Maybe I read this article, a couple of years old, the article, so maybe I've already read the article and that's why it's in my mind. The double dappers.
Double dappers, yes. Great terminology. I won't tell you who was bowling those double dappers.
Well, I was going to ask.
She has got a sister that is very, very good at cricket and had a very good international career. I wonder if anyone wants to guess that on the
oh, excellent. There's
on
one
the
for
stream.
the comments. Yes, okay. Is she still bowling double dappers now?
She gave up cricket for quite a long time, actually. She's just coming back into the game now. I think she's playing a little bit of county cricket at Wiltshire. So, yeah, it's great to have her back in the game.
Gregory on strike to Aldridge, and there's a deep square leg, a fine leg, and a deep backward point as well. Gone for the Yorker, really. It was more Yorker length, but Gregory was reaching for it.
Yeah, I'm sure I can give a few more clues
We can
throughout
have
my little stint.
a big reveal. Playing county cricket for Mabel. Was she so demoralised that Pop Welsh's double dapper had been outlawed? Well, no, because that was the thing. I remember it. I bet the article says it. The MCC were, you know, when the MCC get asked to comment on stuff, which they did on Sunday with because they do the laws, and this was just the ECB saying no, we're not having it.
Yeah. Well, she used to get it to sort of like that second bounce was on the sort of crease line there, so it's very effective.
Back of a length from Gabriel. Lewis Gregory plays it well, but it is a no ball. He's got his footing wrong again. And there's a warm round of applause going around the Cooper Associates camp, and I'm just trying to work out exactly why. Knowledgeable crowd, and as Matt Renshaw says, cricket crowds in this country do mark almost every little milestone. But I'm just struggling. We've just had the 50 partnership. It's not Gregory's 50.
No. Currently on my... just lost my scorecard. It said there were 49 extras.
Oh, it's
so
50.
I don't know whether they've
it's
clapped
51,
50
yeah, it is.
That's what it is then.
That is what it is.
26 runs and no balls.
Defensive shot from Gregory. That is exactly what the Taunton crowd has just... Do you reckon the Cooper Associates counting ground will give it a standing ovation if it gets to 100?
I'd love to see that. It's always an awkward one, isn't it, clapping extras? You know, like when I'm sat on the sidelines and, you know, we're batting and then, you know, it's like 5 wides and you really want to give it the big one because, you know, everyone loves a 5 wides when you're batting. But you just feel a little bit like, ooh, am I allowed to do that?
As a pro. Yeah, if the biggest one is overthrow. Everyone loves an overthrow, don't they? Do you still give the... Because in club cricket, there's a massive cheer when there's buzzers. Do you get that if you're playing for the Storm?
Well, we had a very tight game against Sunrisers where there were overthrows for us to win the game, and a game that we should never have won. And it was just the most bizarre ending to the game of cricket I've ever played in.
A bit sharper from Gabriel, that. Lewis Gregory playing and missing. Yeah, that was the one I was thinking of. You've got to be a bit careful. You don't want to be kind of screaming. I guess at least you could hide it as a scream of celebration rather than taking the mick out of all the joy in overthrows.
Yeah, I mean, like, we won the game from nowhere, so we were absolutely buzzing. The whole of Chelmsford, though, however, were not. So it was just a very bizarre sort of feeling, but win's a win, isn't it? Doesn't matter how they come.
You've enjoyed your trips to Chelmsford this year?
Yeah, we have. They've been quite stressful though at times. It hasn't been the easiest of victories there.
Gregory takes a scrambled single to Jack Shutt, who was just kind of mid-on, between mid-on and mid-wicket really. It was a good run. Jabbed his bat down, Gregory, and gets down the other end. Moves on to 57, so it'll bring Aldridge back on strike to continue his battle with Shannon Gabriel. It's a tough place to go though, Chelmsford, isn't it? Both teams in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the County Championship. Really, any format, Chelmsford's a difficult ground. There's something about it that gives home advantage to the home side.
Yeah, it's a decent wicket though. You certainly got value for your shots. It's one of those games where there just weren't many 2s or 3s. It was either .1 or 4.
Turned around the corner from Aldridge. In control of that, but there is that fielder at short backward square leg really. And just went to him on the bounce, so there was no run there. Did it turn as much as perhaps some of the county championship pitches might at Chelmsford or have in recent weeks?
No, it didn't. It offered a little bit, but obviously Simon Harmer took a lot of wickets there last week. So we were wondering actually what wicket we would be on, because that game obviously finished early as well, so we didn't know whether we would be on the same wicket, and therefore we had a last-minute sort of selection call based on the wicket that we found ourselves on, whether we were going to play the extra spinner, the extra seamer. We went with the extra seamer in the end.
Gets behind that one. Aldridge, end of the over. 102 gone. Somerset 3-4, 2 for 6 here.
But yeah, Sunrisers have got a pretty spin-heavy attack, led very well by Maddie Villiers. She actually opened the bowling, and yeah, she bowled very nicely.
Big win that for the Western Storm, led by Sophie Love. Well, I thought we were going to see spin here. I thought Adam Live was bringing himself onto bowl, which would have been odd ahead of Dom Best, but it's not.
I forget that he bowls a few, doesn't he?
He bowls quite a bit in T20.
Yeah,
he
does.
He didn't
sometimes
on finals day, but I think he does open.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes they try and sneak an over of him, don't they?
It's going to be Jordan Thompson, though.
Gregory angling it down to third man again. Not completely in control, but he's played it late enough and just enabled the ball to sort of run off the bat there. Wasn't flashing at it at all.
Yeah, quite soft hands, isn't it? It was certainly, he was more in control of that than the one a couple of overs ago that I think Thompson did annoy Thompson a little bit.
Yeah, and as a bowler, you probably feel hard done by there. That's exactly where he wants to bowl it. Again, they're persevering with this deep point position. Thompson in and left alone by Gregory. Just having a look at Gregory from side on, just where he's sort of batting, I was going to say in the crease, but if you look at the screen, he's batting well out of his crease, trying to change the bowler's length there. We were speaking to Matt Renshaw about what guard he's batting on, whether he's batting on off stump, middle, etc. And looking to use the crease laterally, I guess, in terms of your guard setup. But you can definitely go deeper in your crease, or like Lewis is doing there, stand out of your crease.
He's been doing it since quite early on, hasn't he, Gregory? I imagine he's probably not doing it to Gabriel as much.
No, I can't imagine he's doing it that much to Gabriel.
I missed that bit of the conversation. Was Renshaw saying that him and Lammerby basically both take the same guard, but they have it in different? They're both trying to take the same guard, but have it in different places.
Yeah, I think that's what he was saying.
They both had their off stump guard. Off stump is in a different place basically for both of them.
Yeah, and then Renshaw was maybe saying that depending on which way they hold the bat to ask for that guard, that they mark it differently. It's an interesting concept, isn't it? Because if you're batting on the same guard, it's almost like, well, why are you both asking for it? Like, surely you just know that you can see that that's off stump and that's middle, etc. But yeah, if it's sort of in a different place, then they'll almost be always double checking each other.
What do you take?
Usually just bat on middle and pretty standard to seamers. Off spin though, I'll bat on off stump. That's something I've done for probably the last 3 or 4 years. Something that's served me well. Aldridge plays that on the back foot through the covers. It's going to go all the way. Fielder thought about a dive there, but changed his mind. It's a bit of a drain covering out there or something. Probably didn't fancy going into that. Just pulled out at the last minute.
It just teased him, didn't it? It was kind of almost running away up the hill, and he thought he might have got there, but ended up giving up. Now, I was talking about, I don't want to call it too early. I was talking about Adam Live. No, he's just got his cap off. He keeps trying to pretend he's coming on to bowl. Adam Live has his cap off, which is what I thought meant he was then coming down down.
Yeah, I definitely thought he was going to bowl then.
I thought he is. We've got a guest in the back. Tom Banton is here. It looks like he's got a look of amazement on his face, saying the first time he's been up here. It's not a bad view, is it? We've got the aircon on. Come on, let's get the aircon on now. We've got our guests. They won't let us have aircon on, but when we've got the players on, it's all right. We can look after Tom Banton, so we can justify having a bit of aircon. Gabriel continues then. Gregory just pushes it out to cover.
Bess is doing a little bit of warming up at deep point, so whether we'll see spin in the next couple of overs. We'll have to wait and see whether they give the seamers just a few after lunch, and if they haven't got a break through, then they'll get Dom back into the attack.
Well, beautifully yesterday. Tom was really funny, Tom Abel, when he was asked. He just said, "Oh, I hate facing him. He's just in your ear the whole time. I don't want to be facing him." Shorter ball. Gregory takes the bat off the hand. I think it struck his hand or his glove. Johnny Tattersall does well, though, to sprawl across and deny them a run. You use a deep point in Storm games very much?
No. I don't think we've really ever had one, actually. We've probably got a bowler that could utilise a deep point in Lauren Filer. She's been bowling beautifully this season, especially in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. She's got seven wickets to her name in just the 3 games. She's got pace and bounce.
He's not really bowled the length for a deep point now either, which is what's slightly odd about it.
Yeah, and it's not like Gregory has looked to sort of cut into that point region. Everything's gone down to third man. So I'd probably prefer to see them have a third man and squeeze at point. But they've obviously got some sort of plan in mind.
Yeah, for Gregory, I guess he plays his shots, doesn't he? So there's the potential for him to slash it one and it go up in the air. Deep point comes out for Casey Aldridge. So fielder comes in under the helmet, George Hill. And Dom Bess has sprinted across, does everything enthusiastically. He's now at short backward square leg. Shannon Gabriel taking his time. Gets the bouncer wrong there. So we've had Mr. Renshaw up here. We've got Tom Banton as well. Now, Mr. Renshaw's had a go on the PA announcer. I wonder if Tom Banton is going to do a bit of PA announcing. Suddenly heard this Australian accent. I'm looking forward to Tom Banton introducing Dom Bess later on. Still a couple of slips in. What do you reckon, Soph? Bonus points. So 6.2 overs now. It's a long way away, that last bonus point. Presumably you don't risk anything here. As Gabriel changes, comes around the wicket, and Dom Bess just goes squarer. So he's more a fly slip, leg slip now.
Yeah, I think they're probably just thinking bat here, Somerset. You know, like Renshaw said, trying to get over 400. Anything over 400 they'll be pretty happy with here.
Doesn't quite get the radar right there. Gabriel?
No, he hasn't really hit his straps, has he, Gabriel? I was excited to see what he could offer, especially after lunch. He's not really, you know, find that consistent area that he'd be wanting to hit. They've obviously got very different plans to Gregory and Aldridge, which, you know, given what they're on, you know, Gregory 63, Aldridge 14, you'd expect, and also in terms of their batting calibre as well. But yeah, just searching for something here, Yorkshire, and yeah, they're hoping their overseas can give them a wicket or two here.
Yeah, he bowled well at times yesterday. George Bartlett dropped at slip. It goes to the Yorker there. Aldridge does well to dig it out. And the over, 3-5-2 for 6. He bowled well at times. He bowled some really short spells, just a couple of overs at a time. Just pace looks a little bit down.
Just looks like he's trying to do too much. You know, you see there he's gone for the Yorker, and I think it was the previous over he'd gone sort of wide line Yorker, and yeah, they're obviously desperate for a wicket, but yeah, he's just doesn't look to be sort of clear on what he wants to do, and being able to execute that over and over again, which I think would put the Somerset batters under more pressure here.
Speaking of which, your man gone for Dominic, match day mark. Dominic Bess is on.
It's quite formal, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, there was a meme going around last night suggesting that was it called a meme? I don't know. I'm a bit out of the loop. But Cristiano Ronaldo had taken up cricket. Have you seen that one, Harry? God, it seemed to get a lot of likes, that one.
So it is going to be Bess. Gregory defends that one back to him. Got a slip, leg slip. It's that third man region again. Gregory, soft hands, just guides it away. It's good running by Somerset there. Come back for 3. Gregory moves to 66. Not sure Gabriel enjoyed that chase after just bowling. It's not.
Just wants to hide.
Not exactly
in the
what
field.
you want, is it?
I think we're going to coax Mr. Banton on for a little bit. He'll jump in next to me in a bit. That's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us how to play Dom Bess.
Sure, I'll say just whack him out of the park. Another outside edge there, Aldridge this time. Going to come back for a couple.
Well, I don't know if they're going to play it's like kind of reverse sweep, but it ends up going over cover. It's just a switch hit for 6. I'm not sure we'll see many of those in this format of the game. I'd be impressed if Casey Aldridge pulls that out now. I'll tell you what, I will.
Yeah, that would be impressive, wouldn't it? Not sure we're going to see it though, unfortunately. Solid in defence there is Aldridge. Couple balls left of this Dom Bess over, and then I'll be jumping out. We'll be welcoming Tom Banton into the comms box. On debut, I believe, from what I'm hearing. No pressure, Tom. I reckon he's feeling a little bit more.
Is he?
A little bit nervous. Yeah.
I wonder if it's the IPL debut.
I reckon he's more nervous to come in here and chat with you, Sam, than he is batting on the big stage. Last ball then of Dom Bess's over. Aldridge drives, but only to mid-off. And I'm going to welcome in Mr. Banton.
I know, thanks very much, Sophie love. He just snuck up to have a look for the view, and we've coaxed him in. It's the nerves.
No, I won't. I just thought I'd never been up there.
Like his IPL debut, just stick that on, and when you're ready to go, don't be nervous, Tom.
No, I'm not.
Welcome.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. I'm all right, and
Good.
it's going all right out here. How are you doing?
Yeah, all right. Just I've actually never been up here before. I've sat down below, so I thought I spoke to Renshaw, and he said he loved it, so I thought I'd give it a good crack.
You did a good spell. I think you can probably get away with it. We were saying for the Australian cricketers, basically these days it's a question about them, a question about Marnus, a question about them, then back. So
Yeah,
I will try and avoid that for you. Indeed. So if you've got any questions for Tom Banton, please feel free to put them on the live stream. The jacket's coming off now. It's getting serious. What do you reckon, Tom? Decent position this? Boys would have taken it?
Yeah, I think obviously from the outset it looks like the wicket's pretty good. We spoke this morning that if we get through this first hour or so, then we'd be in a good position, and we've definitely done that. I think the way obviously Abe's batted over his 300 balls, I think it was obviously awesome, and if you give yourself a good chance, and you can go massive on here. So yeah, hopefully anything over 400, and then yeah, hopefully we give the ball to Leachy and hopefully get a few wickets. So
Matthew Waite back into the attack. Well, yeah, we've seen Don Best bowl pretty well for Yorkshire, so is Leachy up there licking his lips?
Leachy, I don't know if you know, he's pretty chilled. Like, you probably won't get too much out of him. Well, he's next into bat, so I was just with him, so I'm pretty sure he's probably pretty nervous. But like, we're all joking about, obviously when he was away with England, they had that, I'm not sure if you saw the morning hawk, where Stuart Broad who got sent in obviously to try and tee off, so we've been joking around calling him the Somerset morning hawk. But yeah, Leachy's very quiet, he just goes about it in his own way, and I'm sure when he gets the ball in his hand he'll get a few wickets hopefully.
Changing the field going on here, another slip potentially coming in. Yeah, looks like Jordan Thompson's moving across maybe to third, if not gully. See where he stops. Stopped at gully. It's a slight change of field. Yeah, but he takes his batting very seriously, Leachy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's come a long way. I remember when I first started playing, bless him, I think he was quite scared of the ball. I think he'd even be the first one to admit that, and now obviously he's such a good batter to have down the order. Coming in, we'll know that he'll get in behind it and he'll try his best for the team. Obviously he's played a lot of international cricket now and he's faced all sorts of bowling, obviously high pace with good skill, so yeah, he's good for us coming down the order. But yeah, I'm calling him now the Somerset Morning Hawk.
He won't.
Quite funny.
He won't like that because he doesn't want to go out there and thrash it. He's in for a hunt. He's quite fancy
I
2 sessions.
I think he's changed. I think under the new Brendan McCullum regime, he seems to be. I don't know. He's come back. I saw him last week or the week before. That's a beautiful shot by Casey Aldridge. But yeah, and I saw him and he looked like he was back loving his cricket again, which was awesome to see. And I get the feeling that he felt like he belonged at that level.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's always felt that, but from the outset that's how it definitely looked. So yeah, I'm really happy for him and hopefully it continues.
Nice to have then that back in the dressing room. I was going to say that energy. He's not quite the Renshaw energy, is it?
No. He's a different breed, that boy. But no, he's very calm and yeah, he's very experienced now. So yeah, it's great to have around.
That was a lovely shot, as Tom Banton was saying. Casey Aldridge moves on to 20 now. That cover drive moves on to at least 21. I think it's just going to be a single. There is a fielder out there in front of the school kids. And let's talk about the skipper. I mean, Tom Abel is someone that, as you all do, but you can see in his face he feels the emotion. And Saturday when he had to come up and face the press, he could barely speak because it means so much to him. And to see him with a smile on his face at the back end of yesterday, I mean, it must have been lovely when he came back into the dressing room.
Yeah, I think obviously looking back on Saturday, I think obviously with the schedule being as it is, and I think at Somerset we've probably got white and red ball, the team's pretty similar, the odd change here and there, and obviously it takes it out of people. And I think from my position keeping on Saturday, I got the vibe that everyone looked pretty tired, if I'm being brutally honest. And yeah, it's something maybe we need to look at moving forward. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I'm so happy for Abes. Obviously, you know how much this club means to him, and yeah, he was coming off. You know how serious he is when he's batting, then we're all laughing with him after. So no, it's really nice to see.
So can you get in his end of that over 3-6-4 for 6? If he's not out, when he's not out at lunchtime or tea, do you guys just leave him alone? Does he remain in that serious mode, or can he switch off?
No, not I wouldn't say so. You can still have a bit of a joke with him, but I think obviously when it's about 10 minutes left, he gets all serious again, doesn't he? But no, he's obviously a great lad, everyone's best mate, isn't he? And yeah, he's a legend. So
he certainly is. And one of his best mates is out there bowling now, Don Best. I mean, his first visit back, great to see him, but he bowled really well yesterday.
Yeah, he did. I think he had great control. Obviously, he didn't go for many runs. I don't think, obviously, this wicket, well, yesterday, there wasn't that much full Bessie to deal with, to be honest. But yeah, he's bowled nice. He's had a few chances, and he's obviously got a few wickets as well, which is good. So yeah, it's a shame, obviously, as being good mates with Bessie, to not see him playing in the Somerset shirt, but hopefully one day we can get the band back together, or whatever you'd say. But no, it's nice to see him doing well.
Yeah, I'm hopeful one day he will return home. But yeah, doing well. Struck on the leg there, Matthew Waite. Gregory, it was a lovely looking shot. No sympathy from his fellow pro. No words, just laughter from Tom Banton. It was a good looking shot from Lewis Gregory. Used his feet, drove it. There's no sympathy from his teammate there actually either. Don Best.
They're all just laughing, aren't they?
They're just laughing at him.
been in the field now 110 overs, so you've got to kind of see the funny side of things.
Yeah, you do. How difficult is it to switch back? Because 20 overs is great. 20 overs, hour and 15 done, but these are long days.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've not played that much of it. The first sessions I find okay, and then it's like shot, and then the next hour after lunch it's like, right, I've got to get switched back on here, and then I feel for the rest of the day then I feel fine. But yeah, it's that initial hour after lunch where it's like 60 odd overs left, and it's like this could be a long day. But no, you're playing with your mates, aren't you? So it's good fun. And I think we've kind of, as a club now, we've not got this. We're just trying to all enjoy playing together. Obviously, a lot of us are good mates, so we're lucky to share a field with each other, which is nice.
Well, you look like you're certainly enjoying it. I mean, behind the wyvern is a wonderful insight for the fan. It looks real as well, not set up.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's obviously a few things on there that can't be recorded, but no, it is. Yeah, Ollie Sales obviously done a magnificent job filming that, which has been really nice. He's slowly coming back from injury, but yeah, he's been back bowling this week, which has been good.
Yeah, hopefully we might get to see him in the Royal London Cup.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I think he's hurt his bicep again, poor lad, in the twos. But I don't think the injury's that bad. But yeah, fingers crossed he'll be back for that. It'll be nice to get everyone. It'd be good if the 100 wasn't around to try and go for that trophy again. But yeah, it's a shame that's gone now. So.
Yeah, but you still have that memory of that day in 2019.
Yeah,
best day?
Oh, for sure. Probably top 3 cricket day. Well, best days of my life. I just remember waking up in the morning and then walking to Lord's by the Danubius Hotel, which is obviously not far from the ground, and I seen all the Somerset fans, and I remember I walked there on my own in the morning with my headphones in, and I was like, this could be an unbelievable day, and yeah, obviously it was. And I thought Saturday could have been the same, but yeah, unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. But I think obviously as a club in white ball cricket, we're definitely doing the right things. You look at the last 2 years, we've been at finals day, and I spoke after quickly in the change room. I just mentioned that to the boys. I knew everyone was obviously down and upset, but there's probably not many other clubs that have reached finals day for the consecutive years, so we're obviously doing the right things, and hopefully next year we can go 2 wins further and lift the trophy. So
Wait, then continuing that knee injury, the teammates were laughing at him. Tom Bantam was laughing at him, but he got ball back in hand. He's bowling to Lewis Gregory, and you must, I mean, it sounds weird, but I've been a Somerset fan for a long time, likewise Harry, and we sit up here and we get to watch you, and in the T20, Charlie Taylor as well, Trieger's up here, watching you and Will Smead go out together. I mean, talking about enjoying playing your cricket, it certainly looks like you two do. Yeah,
I mean, there's a fine balance. I think obviously when I broke on the scene a few years ago, everything obviously seemed to be going well. You experienced failure every now and again. And you didn't realise, it's funny because it's a huge learning. I remember, I look back on it now and I think there was no doubts in my mind. I never thought about anything. I'd just go out there and it was just a cricket ball coming down at me. And then as soon as you go through that bad patch, I remember the first time I went to Pakistan and I experienced that, and I was like, oh, this is really not very nice. And I think every cricketer, I've spoke to a lot of people, go through it. And yeah, I feel like I'm coming out the other side now, and I feel in a really good space with my batting. I think obviously the quarter-final here I got going, and then in the Lions game I should have gone on and got a big score. But yeah, I feel like I'm slowly coming out of that other side. I know I get hammered on Twitter by everyone for it, but that's, I guess...
But you set the standard so high, it's almost unfair to hold you to that standard. You and Baba were the standout batters, and you burst on.
I wish I had those days again.
But you're only young.
Yeah, no, look, I don't think too much into a lot of stuff. I just want to go out there and try and enjoy it. Look, I'm opening the batting with Smeedy. I went to school with him for 3 years. Our girlfriends are best mates, so it's like pretty epic in that regard. So the first thing I say to him when we leave each other in the middle, I say, just enjoy it, just go out there and have fun. Like, if you get out, look, there's going to be a few comments, but that's the world we live in, unfortunately. So yeah, it's not every day it's going to come off, and it's hard in T20. Our job as openers, especially this year, I feel like the wickets have been a little bit different. There's the groundsman, honestly, he leaves, I reckon, a little bit too much grass on, and I come off and I throw my kit everywhere, and I'm like, take the grass off. But Yeah, I feel like the new ball this year's been a bit trickier in the T20 stuff. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe the grass or the balls have been a bit different. But yeah, look, we're trying to get us off to a good start, and it's sometimes the rhythm. Like, if our job at the end of the day is to go out there and try and get the boys off to a good start, and you can go a few games without doing that, and then you start doubting yourself, and that's when, yeah, you can go through a bad patch, which I feel like I have done for a while. Well, I had done for a while, and I feel like I'm coming out the other side. I don't think, obviously, all the COVID and the bubbles and that, I think that took its wear on me in the end. I did find that hard work, but yeah.
Deep point comes up that for Gregory, who's on 68, facing weight, last ball 108th over, keeps that one out. 365 for 6. Tom Banton here alongside me. I was going to ask you that because actually I had a lot of admiration for the way that, because it's difficult, those bubbles being and the mental health is just so important.
Yeah.
And actually you took a step back and said, actually that isn't good for me. And
yeah.
I was a real admirer of you for doing that.
Yeah. Well, it all started when we were in South Africa on an England tour in Cape Town when it was the COVID stuff, and obviously I went to the first year Big Bash, and I did alright, and I absolutely loved it. They looked after me so well. Everyone made me feel so welcome, and I was like, I definitely want to go back. And obviously it'd been all the international stuff in the bubble that summer, and then I went straight to the IPL, so I hadn't seen my family for like 4 or 5 months. And everyone was like, oh, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. And I was like, well, okay, I might be for a while. And then got to South Africa, and they were flying straight from there to Australia to do a 2-week quarantine in a hotel. Yeah. And then just imagine sitting in your bedroom for 2 weeks and not leaving. I mean, it'd be awful. So yeah, I think I've made a few right decisions. Look, I might have missed out on a few opportunities, but I think for the long haul of me as a person and hopefully my career, I think it was definitely the right thing. So
Best coming around the wicket at Aldridge there. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, sitting 2 weeks, just not being able to leave the room.
Imagine sitting in here for 2 weeks and not being able to leave. I remember when I was in Pakistan my second year with the Quetta Gladiators, and I got COVID. Me, Lewis, and Tom Abel.
Yeah.
And we were in 3 bedrooms next to each other in Karachi, and we couldn't leave our hotel room for 10 days, and that was the worst 10 days of my life. So yeah, there's been some not so great days, but I mean, it makes things like this worthwhile. So
yeah, well, I'm very, as I said, I just completely admire you for doing it. I know I just couldn't do it. No, yeah. Whatever.
Well, I don't think people really understood it until they kind of had done it. I'm not looking for sympathy at all.
No,
it's gone now. But yeah, it was, looking back on it, it feels like ages ago. But yeah, it was. I think a lot of boys struggled. I remember we were doing, with all the England boys, there was a lot of tours and stuff, and we had we have these suitcase gaming laptop things.
Yeah. Sam Billings is very big on it. Isn't
yeah, well, I've got one, and I've wasted my whole last 3 years on it. But yeah, Bessie's got one. With the Call of Duty, the shooting game's kind of been a big thing over the last few years. So not most nights, it's kind of calmed down now, but we used to play a lot, which was good.
Big shot from Aldridge, it's gone up in the air off Don Best. Teed him up. Adam Live was scrambling backwards. Hat comes off.
It's not going for Yorkshire, I feel, the last few hours. I think things hopefully will change. But yeah, fingers crossed it keeps going our way and we keep getting loads of runs. So
yeah, ticking up 3-6-7 for 6 now. So gaming, right? So I know someone like Billings is very much a FIFA man. Yeah. You mentioned Call of Duty. Now, wasn't Riley basically a professional gamer or something like that?
Well, we heard that before he came over.
Oh, here we go.
And then obviously it was everyone was a bit shy and quiet around him when we first met him, and then we got speaking to him, and he joined. We have a WhatsApp COD group, and we got him on, and he re-downloaded it all again, and then he joined in with us and started playing all the time. Then obviously his family came over, so he had to stop playing. But yeah, Riley was obviously he was a top man, and yeah, fingers crossed we can get him back next year.
Was he any good?
He was very good.
He was good. Okay, he was good.
He used to play on like keyboard and mouse. I don't know if you understand like the gaming world. I've been a bit of a niche for it for the last few years. I've bought monitors and all sorts. I've wasted a lot of money.
Have you got one of those? Like, it's basically like a bar where you basically have your own setup. It looks like a bar.
I've got at my family home back in Worcester. We've got like a proper monitor, but then I've got this like gaming suitcase that I've got in my room just down the road. So most nights I'm on there. To be honest, I do it for the social side. It's quite. Because I've got a lot of friends back home and my brother who I play with, so it's nice to play with them, and obviously we shout at each other and we get angry with each other, and then we just move on to the next game. But look, I don't even want to know the amount of days and hours I've played on that. It's probably pretty scary, to be honest.
No, but as you say, you do it for the social side, and there's been a couple of years where stuff like that has been very necessary.
Honestly, it's saved my life, to be honest. It's been pretty epic. So
Waits continuing. There's a deep backward point to Gregory, who's got 68, still a slip in, and a gully. Now you talked about, you mentioned a little bit, Smeedy, you and him, the friendship. I mean, is it still surreal when you two walk out to bat together?
Yeah, look, it's everyone's dream to probably walk out there, and some days it's just like, but I don't ever want to take that for granted because it might not be around forever, and walking out here in front of a full house is just, I can't really, like when I'm batting, to be honest, I don't really feel the crowd. It's kind of, I'm just like in my own little bubble with Smeedy at the other end, but then when we're fielding, you can obviously really feel the support from everyone, and as a group as a team, we couldn't be more thankful. Honestly, it is so good when we have sold out crowds here. It's like the quarter-final this year, the quarter-final last year. I remember how loud that was last year. It was like, it's pretty much an international game. So yeah, the crowds here are just awesome. I'm not being biased, but I genuinely think they're like the best in the country. So it is pretty good.
And you won't get many on this top deck. Perhaps the Yorkshire PA man over there might disagree, but most of us, I think, are very much in agreement. You can feel, even because the one thing you don't get right up here, behind the glass, and Wait falls to Gregory, just tucks it off his hips, takes a single. George Hill scrambling round at mid wicket. One thing you don't get is the noise at full blast, and sometimes when I'm not on, when we're doing shift, I go down and stand on that deck, and it just makes the hairs on the back
honestly,
of your neck stand up. But
I feel like it's the best when we're bowling second, and obviously the crowd gets behind us and Sweet Caroline comes on. I think that's when I think the boys enjoy it the most. Obviously batting and boys are hitting sixes and stuff, it's pretty cool. But I think when we're bowling second, and obviously if it's a tight game, then it's good fun.
And you and Smeedy seem to, you're actually quite different players. You both score runs very quickly, but he's almost, I almost describe him as a bit of a kind of boxer. So it's like jabbing, it's all jab, jab, jab. And you're much more kind of fluent play through the strokes. And it's very effective in both ways, but very different. Yeah,
no, definitely. I think it was probably pretty similar a few years ago when Baba was kind of the rotator, and now I feel like I've taken that role a little bit. And Smeedy's just coming out trying to whack it, which is good. But obviously the ground here is so small, and obviously you saw Riley this year hit 43 sixes, I think someone said. So yeah, we are pretty lucky to play here, so no, it's good.
Yeah, they're fantastic. And I mean, you're known worldwide. You played internationally and in all those leagues for the T20 league. But I know red ball cricket is something that's very important to you.
Yeah,
you've been working hard on it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I get asked this literally everywhere I go. No, it's fine. Yeah, for sure. Look, I'm obviously not as like where I want to be with it at the moment, but I feel like I'm moving in the right direction. I think obviously the wickets sometimes we play here they're not helping our young batters, bless us. But yeah, I mean, I'm a bit annoyed I got missed out on this game. The wicket looks pretty good. No, I'm not annoyed at all.
But I think it's healthy. But it's healthy to be naturally you'd want to play.
Yeah, look, it's fine. Like as long as we win, honestly, I don't really care what really happens. Yeah, obviously I missed out last week due to the Lions game, and it's just cricket, isn't it? There's so many games. It's not, like I said, if we win, that is honestly all that matters. So.
That was fun playing for the Lions here again. You and Smeedy, Tom was in the
it was
side.
Weird, I know. I just looked up and we were both in England kit. It was like, this is pretty cool.
We were trying to work it out. So you had a white helmet on and Smeedy had the red one. Is that because you've got a white helmet from when you've been capped?
Yeah. So yeah, the red one is obviously for the Lions, and then I think it was a yellow you have for the under-19. So it's pretty nice to have had all three of them, which is quite cool.
Finishes with a bouncer and. Of the over then 368 for 6. Tom Banton here alongside myself, Sam Dalling, on the Somerset Cricket Club live stream, courtesy of our Principal County Championship Health Insurers, WPA Health Insurance. I just called them insurers, didn't I? I said principal insurers. They are
I
principal
don't know how
insurers.
you do this. I can only do it for about an hour and then I'll probably fall asleep. But
I'm sure you probably listen to us all and fall asleep, no doubt. Don Best then
it must get hot up here if you're in here all day.
It can be quite hot. I don't know if we did have aircon on. It seems to have. We see Harry always in shorts and t-shirt. He gets cold. We have arguments up here, We have Triggs up here as well. Have you heard?
Yeah.
He's quite good fun. I bet he was fun in the dressing room.
Oh, I reckon he's one of my most missed players. I remember obviously I first started playing, I was obviously in the twos as you do as a youngster. What my feet? I don't know, there's so many wires down here. And yeah, he was with Gray Nichols and he had that lucky 7 bat, and I was with Gray Nichols at the time, and he gave me one, and I just scored loads of runs with it somehow. And but no, apart from that, he was just awesome to be around. He was always making jokes, and I miss him a lot. I speak to him actually quite a bit. I called him the other day. I did this BBC radio thing with him before the final. But yeah, he's missed a lot. It's sad, obviously, to see guys like him, and obviously Gothic's gone now. Hildy's, I think, Oni's pretty much done soon, which is obviously sad. Guys who have played so much for the club, and yeah, we didn't get to play a huge amount with them. So.
Someone like Triggs, who's taken over the mantle of is anyone with Triggs' dress sense? Because I think unique is a word for it, probably.
Yeah, different, but I like that.
Yeah.
And I don't think there should be a problem with that. People would argue my dress sense sometimes. Well, that's a beautiful shot. Is that 6?
Here's Lewis Gregory. He's just danced down the track to Don Best. He's hit that straight into what is the brand new sight screen. There's a new sheet out there.
Looks like my bed sheet.
It's a very big bed.
Yeah,
you see, Mr. Badton. You're a tall man. Yeah, brand new one. Lovely shot from Gregory. Yeah.
No, I don't think there's many. Some people argue that my dress sense is a bit different, but I mean I don't mind. I'm happy to be a little bit quirky / different. So no, I don't feel like anyone's kind of taken over Triggs's role. But yeah, he's hugely missed. So.
He came in this wonderful pair of Hello Kitty trainers. I actually really loved them.
Yeah.
I keep googling them.
Oh well, he comes out, doesn't he? And he does his like little pre-match pitch report or whatever he does. But yeah, he's honestly, some of the things he used to come out with in the changing room, it like stuff like I'd get out for not many or whoever would, and he'd obviously be in the changing room and he'd just say something as soon as you got in, and that's the last thing. But because it was Triggs, it was so funny and quick-witted, you just start laughing. So yeah, good. Yeah, he's missed.
Well, you did mention a little bit earlier, you know, you would come in and throw your kit because of the grounds when there's left too much grass on. So you're becoming
less of a no, it's becoming less of a thing now. I think obviously every day we bat and we fail, we get out. So it's just getting used to, really, isn't it? So
Best comes around the wicket to Casey Aldridge, finishes off the over 375 for 6. Somerset are 111 overs gone, so Somerset will have to settle one shy of the maximum batting points. Actually, the key here. I mean, because it is, we can't really hide it. It's a bit of a relegation battle, even though we don't quite know what it's going to be.
Well, I think we're too good enough to go down. And like, to be honest, I think obviously there is the risk of that happening, but yeah, I think we've got. I don't know who we've got left actually. There's so much cricket going on. Obviously, we've got Essex next week, which isn't going to be easy. But yeah, fingers crossed. I don't know. I can't see us losing this. Posting 400 plus. Hopefully, it's a big score, isn't it? So.
Has it been difficult at times? I think perhaps what's been lacking a little bit this time is sometimes the draw and saving games from difficult positions.
Look, like as a club, you're going to go through good and bad patches. Like if you look overall, the last few years we've been top of the table, haven't we? And sometimes as fans and as a club, we have to remember that. Like we're competing across all 3 formats, that we just got to semi-final. I know this year hasn't gone that well for us in Rebel, but that's going to happen. You're going to go through the ups and downs of it, and you just get on with it, don't you? Like, I think it's pretty simple, and I know obviously fans aren't that happy, but yeah.
But it's also a very competitive division. There's some really good sides.
Yeah, you look at the quality of bowling lineups. Remember when we had Hampshire here, you've got Essex, obviously, Warwick. Everyone's got a good bowling lineup, not just us.
Who's the best you faced in county
Hampshire
cricket?
by far here. When we played over there a few months ago, was probably the hardest bowling I've ever faced. So, yeah, I mean, Abbas, Abbott, Barker, the wicket was doing all sorts, so it was just, it was pretty easy for those boys.
Boundary there.
No, it was just a single out to
deep square leg. You got my blind spot. Single for Lewis Gregory. He moves on to 77. Yeah, Keith Barker's one of those cricketers who gets missed off the list sometimes, particularly when you've got Abbas and Abbott. But he hoops it.
Hoop both ways. Not very quick, but enough to keep you on your toes, and yeah, he's done well this year, which is nice because he's a good man. So yeah, very happy for him.
He was a very good footballer, wasn't
he?
Yeah,
well, when I was at Warwickshire when I was younger, he was like, I'm not just started playing, but he'd obviously played quite a bit, and there was a lot of chat about him being a good footballer. So.
Bumper comes in. Are you any good in the pre-season? Pre-game?
I've Ballon d'Or for the last 8 years. I'd like to say now. I've not scored in the last 3, but
last 3 years or last 3 games?
No, last 3 years. No, we have a laugh. Honestly, that is one of like. We've just started playing it this year, and obviously you probably can see in the morning we've got the goals either side, and it's the energy. Like obviously in the mornings can sometimes be quite tough, but knowing that we've got football, obviously Renner's dresses up in his goalkeeping outfit, it is huge. I think for us as like a group in the morning, it just brings so much energy. It's something different than cricket, which we're obviously playing all the time. So.
And what were Ben Warren and Todd like? I heard they were called out for the game.
I feel like Todd thinks he was like prime Eden Hazard, but he's like Lukaku. But no, it is a good laugh. Like obviously, there's so much banter flying around in it, and we obviously get nicknamed all sorts. But no, it is honestly is quality. No, I can't tell you that now.
You can't tell me that now. Okay.
Brooksy
refs it, doesn't he?
Yeah, Brooksy refs it. I've never seen him use his cards. He's the slowest ref I've ever seen as well. But no, we have a laugh. It is one of the highlights of the day, to be honest. So
I've heard Mr. Hildreth quite likes a word with the ref.
Yeah, he does actually. It's annoying that we haven't seen him the last few weeks because obviously he's not been in and around the team, which is a shame. But no, obviously there's a lot of diving, and yeah, we get stuck into Brooksy, which is good fun.
Wait turns then. Aldridge has moved on to 23, plays that short ball nicely. George Hill does the fielding. One more ball then, and I'm going to swap out. Harry Everett's going to come in. You happy to?
Yeah. It gets me off 12th man. So.
I see. Now we know. Now we know.
And no. Also, I've never been up here, so
it's lovely, isn't it?
I can imagine on a proper hot day, then it's quite a long day, but no, it's nice up here.
Oh, you're always welcome up here, Mr. Banton. Anytime you want to come and join us, it's good to get a bit of insight. We can find out who's been misbehaving in the football in the morning as well. As Matthew Waite drops that one that Shannon Gabriel just throws back at him, and it's kind of a sign. There's a few weary legs out there.
Well, look, I mean, they've been in the field for 112 overs after this ball, and it takes its toll on you, that's for sure. So obviously they bowled all day yesterday, and then they've pretty much could be bowling. Well, I don't know what our plan would be. Can't see us batting 2 days, to be honest, but yeah, we'll see.
Time will tell. Right, I'm going to dip out, and Harry Everett's going to come back for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, it's Tom Banton with me still. So Don Best continuing. You just keep on him, would you, if you had him live, the Yorkshire captain?
I mean, look, they've got another spinner as well, Jack Shutt, which I feel a bit sorry for him. He's not really bowled that much in this 112 overs.
Because your skipper slog swept him into the Trade Nations stand
well,
twice.
He's not really helped his cause. He's brought him onto the short boundary, obviously. I thought Bessie would have taken this end, to be honest. But yeah, I think obviously, hopefully, we can try and get 450. Look, I don't want to get too far. We could be bowled out pretty quick, but yeah, there's obviously 60 overs left in the day. I feel like I've been here for years.
You're not used to being 12 man in a 4-day game, you
No, not that. Just like because we're here all the time, so it just feels like we spend our lives here. But no, it's great. I love it. So
interesting to see the field really spread for Lewis Gregory off best now. Deep square, deep mid wicket, deep long on. Would that put him off, do you reckon?
I don't think it would, but I feel like they've probably got the right field. And
as he says that, he might have a wicket. Tom Banton's called it.
Yeah.
Straight down long on's throat. Lewis Gregory has taken the man on. There's a deep square, deep mid wicket, and a deep long on, as we just said. And Lewis Gregory on 77 is holed out. He'll be kicking himself after that, won't he?
I think he'll be pretty happy, to be honest. I was sitting near him in the change room. We're always moaning at each other for not scoring enough runs. So look, another day he hits that for 6. So I think that's the way Lou plays. So I think he'll be very happy with that.
You're not bothered about scoring 100?
No, Lou's, well, obviously you'd like to, but I think the environment we've created, we want to be doing the right thing for the team. Obviously it would have been good if he could have obviously gone on and kicked on, but look, he's trying to be aggressive, and that's how he's always played, and he's done very well doing it. So
I think that's a different change in approach, isn't it? When a few years ago they wouldn't have think that he'd be getting cursed for that shot, but now if you're saying the whole dressing room's behind him.
But yeah, for sure. I think that's obviously probably come from where the England, not obviously we're turning into trying to bat
balls.
Yeah, not that kind of that way, but look, Lou's a very aggressive all-rounder, I guess. So I think that's probably how he's always going to play. So yeah, good on him. Good knock there.
So we're not going to see a declaration. Do you think we'll just continue to see all the bowlers coming to bat? Is that what you think there?
Sorry, I just heard someone else talking in my ear.
Yeah, do you think that we're going to see Jack Leach, we're going to see Jack Brooks? Do you think all the batters are going to come in? Not just going to see much of DeLanger promoted?
No. Well, I don't know. I think Shannon might be next, and then Brooksy might come in last. But yeah, Leachy, I think is going to get his head down, and he'll obviously be trying to get one over Bessie as a fellow spinner.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just thought if Lewis Gregory's going to hole out trying to play attacking shots, they might be more inclined to go DeLanger just to have a little whack around.
I think he'll come in next and probably block the first one, then try and hit every ball after that for 6. And hopefully he comes off, because when it does, it's pretty frightening, to be honest.
But just interesting, if Leach and Aldridge stay in for a while here, how aggressive do they go? Field coming straight up.
I think they'll just keep batting. Obviously, there's 60 overs left. I mean, it's 360 balls. That's a long time, isn't it? So we don't want to let it slip. Try and get to 400, and then, to be honest, I probably think we're just going to keep batting normally, and then, if they bowl us out, then they bowl us out. I don't think we're going to try and put the foot down at all. So
get the fans at over 2,000 watching inside Jack Leach's head here as he charges down first wicket and just nudges it into leg side. He's facing Don Bess, obviously mates, but kind of rival, Somerset.
Look, I guess so. You could say that about me and Bartlett. I mean, we're batting for the same position, but we're best mates and we live together. So, look, I think you get past that stage when you grow up. You kind of want each other to do well, and look, when George does well, whatever, or whoever does well, we're all happy for each other. But yeah, I don't know what we'll be thinking here. That looks out.
You're right. That did look fairly out. Jack Leach has possibly got away with one. Second ball here. Great start.
What's being said on the stream then?
All sorts of comments flying in. Happy to see Gregory get some runs again, Lady Blade Barney says.
Is there anything positive everyone is?
There's some interesting comments. We do get positive comments. There's also a lot of random chat. People just go off talking about food and the weather. And
really?
Yeah, I thought you'd all be glued to this all day.
No way.
Has that turned a mile? Coda Campbell's taken that a slip. It's turned that much from Don Bess into the foot. I guess Shannon Gabriel provides some decent foot marks, doesn't he?
Yeah. Have they got a few left-handers? They've not got many for Leach.
Adam Lythe.
Yeah, Lythe, and that's about it at the moment, I think.
Don Bess turned that nice. Jack Leach, cheeky little single. No. Case Hodge doesn't fancy that single.
Leach wants to get off strike, doesn't he?
A bit like a cat on a hot tin roof, and he's a little bit nervy.
I think everyone is though for their first few balls until you get away the first few runs. It's not nice.
They reckon on the stream that's absolutely dead. Plum.
Really?
Shocking decision. Not sure who's a Yorkshire fan. Who's a Somerset
that
fan.
Is out. Wow. How is that not given?
Yeah, it's slightly bizarre, isn't it? Just watching the replay. I'll have to rewatch that, Paul. So Matthew Waite is going to continue from Triscothick Pavilion end, but still no Jack shirt. He's barely been used. I'm just watching the replay of that Don Bess to Jack Leach ball.
Out.
You were going to
probably think that's sliding, to be honest. I can see why there may be a bit of drift, but
we'll give him that. When was the last time you had to umpire then, any?
I don't think I may have umpired like in a village game, but no, I can't remember the last time I did it.
No intention to when you retire?
Nope. Once I retire, I'll be long gone.
Gave that so much thought.
Sure.
They're saying yesterday after play, actually, Waite reckoned he bowled too short. I thought he'd nailed that, but Adam Lythe's going to chase that and haul it in for 3. I don't like Case Hodge hit that fairly well. But
I think obviously the grass, I feel, is a bit longer when we warm up in the morning, and obviously the boundary that side's quite long.
Does look greener over there, doesn't it? Grassier, is that?
Yeah. I think the grass is slightly longer towards that side.
Is that because it's next to the groundsman's hut? They run out of
petrol
to mow it. Yeah.
So who's everyone over in all these others?
Give
Just
you a
all the
little
media
tour.
guys?
So yeah, we've got the score box next door. We'll have to. That's Polly in there, and then we've got the main press is the middle, big section.
Yeah.
And then Ben and Dan, they're the people who speak in your ear. They're our technical directors in the far box.
Nice.
And then
it's like the Lord's bit, isn't it? The Lord's media box up top.
You've been up there?
No, I haven't.
This the first media box you've ever been in your life?
No, I've been in the Warwickshire one. Actually, is pretty cool. That's massive.
Yeah, what have you been in there?
Ages ago when I was there when I was younger.
Yeah, we were there on Saturday for finals day. Cracking food they do up there.
Really?
Breakfast, lunch, dinner, sweet snacks. I've probably got some of my laptop bag behind, to be fair. If you get a bit peckish, I've got some drumsticks in there. They just feed you all day long. It's ridiculous. And yeah, you can fit so many people in there. Yeah, we've got a good setup up here. Normally we're right behind the bowler's arm. We're so lucky and spoiled. Only slightly off to our right as we look on currently. Sorank says, does Tom Banton see himself as a red ball opener down the line or more of a keeper middle order player?
What answer do you want? The honest answer or what they want to hear? No, I don't see myself being really a red ball keeper. I think obviously I'm just quite tall, and with my back and body I think it'd be too much. So look, I want to try and cement a position in the middle order and go from there, and obviously open at the top in white ball. So I think that's my answer for you.
Do you mind keeping in white ball game?
Yeah, no, I want to keep for sure in white ball. I love doing it. But yeah, red ball, I think for the long term, my back it's not going to do my back any good.
So where would you field yourself if you were playing red ball? Where would you want to field?
I'm all over the place. Sometimes I'm short leg against the spin.
That's a lovely shot by Jack Leach. Good dive and stop by. And Live thought he'd stopped it. He's kicked it. He's played a bit of football in Live in his youth, but pulled it in for 2 still. Yeah, I feel like you do field all over the place.
Yeah, spin, I'm around the bat. I got hit actually against Gloucester early on in the year, and ever since then I've been so scared. Jacob Bethel pulled one off Jack Leach straight into on my back, and it was so sore, but no, it's good fun.
Looks like Waite's just sorting his run-up out, just changing something. Thought he was going to come round the wicket to Leach, but still not quite sure what his plan is here. Talking to Matt Renshaw about facing someone with a weird action like Matthew Waite, does that worry you and his arms are flapping all over the place?
No, I reckon there's a lot stranger ones, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, to be fair, I've not played Yorkshire since last year, so and Waite didn't play, but no, he's a tricky customer to say the least. So.
Tim Bresman's replacement?
Yeah.
Slightly different.
We were trying to get Matt Renshaw up to do like a little duo, which would have been quite funny, but he said, they won't allow us, they won't allow us. I was like, I'm sure they will.
He's been on for an hour and a half today, I'm sure.
Was he?
Yeah. He loved it. He came up here just before the rain delay. Yeah, come on, always welcome. He just loves chatting, doesn't he? He's the most energetic cricketer you've ever played.
At 8:30 in the morning when I get in and I'm like just woken up, he's just got so much energy, which is good because we need it.
Have you ever seen him deflated or down or not buzzing?
Maybe when he gets out, but it's not for long.
No. Yeah, I did enjoy him telling us all the stories about playing with Marnus. All the YouTube comments were out. Tell us about Marnus this, tell us about Marnus that. And
really?
There's Queensland he wants to know about. I suppose you went out to
Brisbane, I was at the Brisbane. I only played with him for 1 game, and I didn't really talk to him. I was quite young, so I was quite shy, so I didn't really say much.
How did you find that experience playing out in the Big Bash?
Yeah, it was awesome. I absolutely loved it. I went over as a 19-year-old, and I was obviously quite nervous with the pressure of being an overseas, and luckily I did quite well. So, yeah, it was good. I'd love to go back. Obviously, there's a lot of competitions on during the winter now. I think even this year they've got 2 new ones coming in. So
yeah, it's a bit bizarre, isn't it?
There's a South African League and then the UAE one in January. So just trying to sort something out at the moment. But
you spend a lot of time with your diary and your calendar, is it? Working out what you can do when?
Not really. I don't really think I'm fortunate to be able to pick and choose. But yeah, look, I like to try and get away during the winter. Not too much, but I think being here during the winter is hard work, especially in Taunton. So
too much fitness going on.
No, I don't mind that for just before the beginning of the season, like trying to get into good shape, and because obviously you want to carry on working on your back and etc. But I think being here from November to March would be the end of me. So that's, yeah, I think a lot of the boys try and get away. I think all the boys are planning on going away this winter, so there might not be that many boys around, to be honest.
You need to, as long as you've got a COD connection somewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Fine. So Jack Leach on strike to Don Bess again. The spin battle. A weird dynamic of former Somerset up against current Somerset with their England connection. Jack Leach has gone big over long off. Didn't go all the way for 6. Yes, it has. Adam Ryan was up in the ring, and Jack Leach has got the better of Don Bess here.
That's Bazball mode for you, that. Right there.
It's like him when he was batting against Ireland in the Test match. In his pomp, skipping down. Did it a couple of times in Test matches in the winter as well, didn't he? I feel like that's his go-to shot off spin.
Anything tossed up's going, isn't it? So
shimmy down and chip over the top. So just fetching the ball back from the Ian Botham Pavilion, or the Lord Ian Botham stand, I should say.
How many people watch this? 2,300.
That's currently, yeah. We've had more. We've had ups and downs, yeah.
What's the highest you've ever got to?
Well, that's a great stat. I don't know. Actually, we'll have to ask. Hope someone on our ear can tell us. As Jack Leach flicks it through mid-wicket for at least 2. Good bit of fielding.
We need Ben Warren to find out that stat if you can. 50,000 views. What's the highest we've ever had?
I feel like I got a text the other day in the Somerset TMS chat, something like 265.
In what, in one day?
1.1 million in one day. We had a county championship game the other day with 265,000 viewers, I think.
Really?
The England-Lions South Africa game when you and Smee were doing pretty well, got us quite a few. That helped that you were going well.
Yeah.
Abe's the skipper. He should have backed himself 3, shouldn't he? Why did he put himself down the order?
Yeah, well, I don't know. It was funny when he came, obviously out to bat. The whole crowd, they absolutely love him here, don't they? We're going crazy for him. So,
how was it playing in an England shirt with him as captain? Was that a bit weird at the home ground as well?
It's just another game. Look, I don't think too much into it, but yeah, it was quite cool to just obviously share the field with those two. Yeah, hopefully many more experiences like that.
So we are finally going to see Jack Shutt, I think, the second spinner for Yorkshire, the off spinner, the young lad who got slog sweep twice into Trade Nation stand yesterday by Tom Abel. Is Casey much of a slog sweeper?
I think that is his shot, actually.
Okay. You think
I've not seen him bat that much, to be honest, but he's got a lot of runs this year.
Never played club cricket against him over the years?
Pardon?
You never would have played club cricket
No. My last club game, I've played probably 2 games in the last 4 years.
Both for the Saints?
No. Before, well, I haven't played for the Saints for probably 3-4 years now, but I played for Barnt Green earlier on this year and I got out and I got the biggest send-off ever, and I think that's, yeah, I'm not sure I'll be playing again.
That's enough for you, is it?
Yeah.
Is that the same league as Nolan Dorridge or Linton and Bradford played?
Yeah.
Do you play against them? Well,
no, we played against Moseley, and I think like a 16-year-old just swung one away, and I just tried to hit him out of the park. Yeah, as I always do.
Ready for himself. So Shutt into Aldridge, and he's fairly circumspect to start. Where would you be scoring then if you were Aldridge?
I think with a small boundary, I'd be looking to target obviously the leg side. Obviously, there's a lot. The mid-off, mid-on are quite deep, so. And obviously points out, so there's a lot of singles about. I think there's there we go, there's a sweep.
You don't mind sweeping for 1?
Look, I'd probably be trying to go into the stands, but that's just me. But yeah, Casey's, I think, obviously developed hugely as a batter last year. He struggled a little bit in the 2s, but that's what happens to everyone. I think it was his first or second year as a pro, and then this year he's like, all the boys say, he's a bit like a young Craig Overton. I genuinely think in 2-3 years he's going to be proper.
Okay.
And obviously when we came in as a concussion replacement against Surrey a few weeks ago, he bowled, and I thought straight away this kid's going to be special. So yeah, fingers crossed he carries on going in the right way.
Yeah, a lot of exciting young talent. Shame to see the injuries with Leonard, Sale and Baker, but Casey's fitting. Jack Leach going for a reverse sweep. I don't think I've ever seen him play that shot.
I've never seen that. That is Bazball effect for you right there.
I've never seen Jack Leach play that shot. You've never seen it even in the nets, or?
Never. That is awesome to see. Taking the game on, which is what we want.
declaration coming, do we reckon? Jack Leach. Oh, he goes again. Jack Leach has got hold of this. He's hit for 6. Jack Leach has slog swept for 6.
Reverse and turn around and flicks it over cover.
He's been watching you two, Matt. That's what you did into Somerset stand the other night, wasn't it? I didn't know
never
we'd
seen
ever have
him
that.
do that.
That is frankly ridiculous. We've seen him hit Don Bess over the top into Lord Ian's both himself. Now we've seen him switch his hands around. And poor old Jack Shirt, barely been bowled.
I know.
He's bowled nearly 5 overs for 32 runs here. And Jack Leach is sharing all the shots here. Oh, and that's a bit more sensible and defensive. Well, on that ridiculous note, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Sophie Luff to carry on with Tom Banter talking about Jack Leach reverse sweeping 6s.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Am I in there on my own? That's a bit scary.
Not on your own anymore, Tom.
Yeah, that's good. How are you? All right?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. Well played. Did you, I saw you got 100 the other day.
Yeah, that's correct.
Nice work.
Yeah.
So that was a beautiful shot by Jack Leach. Honestly, I've never seen him in the however many years I've known him try that shot. He's obviously been practicing that when he's been away with the England team. So yeah, that's the effect it's had on people, which is good.
So you're not taking any credit for that?
No,
no,
not at all. Honestly, I've never seen him do that. So yeah, he looks like he's enjoying it, and that's the main thing. So
Somerset just 3 away from that 400 mark. Best still into the attack here. Aldridge just works that into the leg side for no run.
I think this is a big point in the game. We can either go one way and really keep them out in the field for an extra 30 overs, and then hopefully they're obviously going to be so tired when they come out to bat tonight, and we could get a few wickets. So hopefully we can keep grinding them down and then yeah, get them when they're tired tonight. So
Besson again, and great footwork there by Aldridge. Pulls that out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. He was so quick onto that. I'm just going to see the replay here. Brilliant shot, and that is the 400 up for Somerset. Aldridge moves to 32.
Leachy looks very keen, doesn't he, between the wickets since
He
he's
wants
come
to
out.
strike.
He's had a red ball, looks like an energy gel or something, but he looks like he's trying to move the game forward, which is good. Played.
Just works that up to mid-on.
So were you guys in here all day, every day then? Or do you come in now and again?
I'm certainly not in here all day, every day, Tom. No. So I'm here today and tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, but try and get in here as much as possible around my sort of playing and training commitments.
Yeah.
Did loads of the Vitality Blast T20 games, which was, yeah, best seat in the house up here, to be honest, watching you guys bat. Big appeal there. No shot played by Leach. Umpire says not out, though.
A few tight calls recently. I think Leachy's second ball looked pretty much plumb. We'll see this after the replay. Oh, that's tight. So what's happening with you in the 100 this year? Are you back to the Welsh Fire?
No, I'm not.
Really?
Yeah, I'm on the move.
I should know that, shouldn't I?
You should know that, Tom, yeah. We were obviously at Welsh Fire together last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm heading to London Spirit this year.
Oh, no, I did know that. Sorry, I did know that.
So yeah, it'd be really exciting, a little bit of a new challenge for me.
Yeah, it'll be a new city, and obviously London's probably one of the best places in the world, so that's exciting.
Yeah, it'll be the first time I've played at Lord's as well, so looking forward to that. We'll probably reduce the viewing numbers on here now, talking about the 100.
Oh yeah, God. Sorry about that, everyone.
But what did you make of it?
Yeah,
last year,
look, I loved it last year. I mean, we obviously as a team we came second bottom, which wasn't ideal. and personally I didn't do amazing, but the concept of it, how everything was ran was awesome. It was, the crowds were sold out obviously at every game. It was like an international game. Obviously at Cardiff we had, Leachy steps down, he's keen here, I can feel it. Yeah, obviously in Cardiff we had COVID and the crowds obviously, as you know, weren't full. But I remember going to other grounds and the crowds were awesome, so it was it was good fun.
And he's gone for the big one. Jack Leach misses it though. Tatasov does the rest. Shot score his first wicket. You could sort of sense that was coming, Tom, couldn't you?
Yeah, it was either 6-4 or unfortunately a wicket. I think he wants to get out there and bowl, which is Leachy by the looks of things. It looks like there's a bit of turn there.
Yeah, it was a little bit of purchase
enough
there.
to think about. So,
and obviously from my perspective, in the 100, like, it was the first time that we had sort of joint up men and women's teams, and it was all part of one host, one franchise. How did you find that from like your perspective and the guys' perspective? Did you feel part of a bigger franchise?
Yeah, I think for sure. Obviously, your game was before us, and then we'd obviously come and watch, and then we'd play after, and vice versa. You'd stay and watch, and obviously we'd obviously share a few drinks after. But I think the way everything was run, the tournament itself is obviously huge for the women's game. It's growing, and it's obviously only getting bigger, which I think is such a crucial thing. And yeah, look, I don't enjoy watching cricket at best of times, but no, I definitely enjoyed watching. And yeah, fingers crossed. I think it's only going to get bigger and better, basically. So yeah, hopefully it's pretty similar or better this year. So.
Yeah, and you guys are obviously, you start before us this year because there's a bit of an overlap between the Commonwealth Games and the 100. So we actually played 2 less games than you guys. We play 6 games. You guys are still sticking with the 8.
Okay.
But yeah, what do you make of your lineup at
I think
Fire
we've got
this
a good
year?
team. We've recruited well. Obviously, we've got David Miller, Adam Zampa, and then Naseem Shah, and a left-arm leg spinner from Afghanistan. His name's Noor. I'm not sure his second name, but I think obviously. And then we've signed Joe Clark. So yeah, we've got a good chance this year. And then obviously David Payne and Higgins are coming back. So fingers crossed we can finish a bit higher this year.
And is Kirsten still coaching?
Yes, he is. Yeah. It
looks close.
There's a few tight calls going on here. The umpires don't want to get their fingers out today.
Just have a look at that one again.
It's tight.
That did look quite close, didn't it?
I feel like Brooksy's going to kind of go one way here. He's going to... Oh, he's not.
He's tucked that one away nicely.
I thought that short boundary would have caught his eye and he would have been swinging hard, but... Yeah, hopefully we can try and bat till tea. I think... When's tea? It's going to be a long session. I think it might be at 4 o'clock. So yeah, hopefully we can bat till tea and then get a few wickets tonight. I think obviously Adam Live's a huge wicket for us, and then obviously the form Harry Brooks being in this year, he's as a good mate of mine. We've been joking over the last few days, so yeah, hopefully we can get him out early, otherwise it could be tough. So yeah, tonight's going to be a huge session for us.
You spent some time with him in England, the 19s?
A mix of things. The 19s and then the main England team, he came to Barbados. We were both on that tour, which was pretty good. But yeah, I'm so happy for him. Obviously he's done so well this year and he's deserved everything that he's got. I think obviously the next thing is for him to play Test cricket, so, and I don't think he's far away from that. If he keeps doing what he's doing, then he's going to get picked. So
yeah, we were looking at his numbers earlier this morning actually, and yeah, he's had a remarkable season, both in red ball and white ball cricket actually.
For sure.
Just that consistency, I guess.
Yeah, that's been the main thing, hasn't it? He's done it literally every game. I think he's failed like 2 times all year, which is just astonishing. So yeah, really happy for him. But this is going to be an interesting battle. Oh no, he's out. No, that battle's over. Yeah, obviously those two used to live together, so.
Just seeing this wicket again there. Brooks is on his way.
Just a little feather behind by the looks of things, and I think obviously De Lange's going to come in now, and this is either going to go, yeah, this is only going one way. He's going to try and hit every ball for 6, I think. So this could be quite entertaining.
I feel like that's been the talk of the last few batters for Somerset.
Yeah.
We did actually speak earlier as well around the explosiveness of the tail.
They've been a huge part for us over the last few years. Obviously Craig's not here, and Josh Davey, he says he's the best tail ender in the world. But no, obviously having those guys have saved us the last few years. Our top order have obviously not been where we wanted to be. So yeah, Craig, Lewis, Josh Davey, Leachy. Obviously Casey's just stepped in now, and they've been such a huge part for us. They've got us out of trouble so many times. So yeah, they've been awesome.
Yeah, it's great to see in the T20 as well. You know, the likes of
Ruller at Gloucester when he came
Ruller
in.
at Gloucester, and then that Middlesex game at Lords where
Craig came in. Even
Davey
when
came in.
Ben Green came in here, when I know obviously we got 270 or whatever in the T20, but he came in at the last 2 balls for 6. It's just like, just small things like that are so big. So
do you guys practice, like, I guess you're at the top of the order, but you know, how do those tail-enders practice? Do they practice going from ball 1?
I wouldn't say as from ball 1, but I'd still say they practice just as much as maybe they don't get the opportunity to it as much as we do, but they definitely, a lot of them love their batting, so no, it's all good fun. But yeah, I think the favourite bit of the year is when we get to do range hitting and try and hit them into the river. It's only once a year because obviously the balls are so expensive, so.
De Lange just pressing forward in defence there.
I feel like this ball could be ending up in the river stand. Fingers crossed.
Oh, he's quite conservative at the minute. Is De Lange just having a look, just eyeing up best?
He said to me, he said this morning when I saw him, he's like, I'm going to be out there all day with the bat because he's like, I just don't want to bowl today.
Best currently got figures of 4 for 60. He's looking for his 5-wicket haul here.
There we go.
How would you describe that shot, Tom?
I've seen a lot worse from him actually. That looked quite low risk. I think it'll be interesting to see if a seamer comes back on. I've seen him hit some monster 6s, to be honest, off seamers. But yeah, Shano, I don't think, he just loves his bat and he just tries to hit 6s, which is good.
Brings Aldridge back onto strike then. Currently 34 not out. Going to sneak a quick single here. He's going to keep the strike.
Adam Live doesn't look too happy with that, does he? Hats off, rubbing his head. Obviously, I think they want to keep Merchant De Lange on strike, but I think that could be quite dangerous. Oh no, Shannon Gabriel's coming back onto bowl by the looks of things. But yeah, Adam Live doesn't seem too happy. I feel like he's smiling now, but.
Yeah, I guess a little bit of frustration there, just allowing Aldridge to get back onto strike. Bess has bowled nicely at the other end, bowled with really good control and picked up 4 wickets as well.
Yeah, I'm very tight with Bessie, and I speak to him, and he's had a hard time of it. Obviously, broke onto the international scene pretty early in his career, and then obviously didn't get picked for a while. And it's not easy. And I feel like he's obviously coming through the other side of that, and he's back to where he was at the start, and he's bowling nicely. I remember doing short leg to him. He'd obviously sometimes drop one in short, and I remember James Fuller pulled one straight into my nipple, and yeah, it was. It was funny. Not at the time. It wasn't.
I was going to say, not at the time, yeah.
But he looks like he's got so much control now, which is good to see.
Just a slip in the gully then. As Gabriel is back into the attack.
Feel like we're going to be ultra aggressive here by the looks of that shot from Casey.
Field slightly spread here. Long leg, deep square. deep point. They've persevered with this deep point for most of the day, actually, Yorkshire.
I think it's quite an effective fielder to have in red ball cricket. Obviously, you don't really seem to have a third man that often, especially with the short boundary, obviously bowling from the other side. I know for sure our head coach is always on Abel. I can hear, we need a third man, we need a third man. Because a lot of runs go there. But yeah, I think it's a huge fielder to have. So.
And what is the thinking in red ball cricket to not have that third man?
I think obviously you've got the slips who are obviously in the way of the ball going down there, and I think if we want to be aggressive, we'd rather have a catcher in there and obviously try and maybe you let go of a few fours, but at the end of the day you might get a wicket in there. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Shanna does here. He does, if he gets hold of this, could be over the Undarchi. So fingers crossed he does.
So field change to De Lange. A couple of slips in. Point comes up into the, I was going to say into the ring, but we're playing red ball cricket, so there is no ring.
Oh, that was in his arc, as he would say.
So you reckon his area is sort of deep mid-wicket?
So deep square leg, yeah.
Okay,
if he picks anything up, it's going to be straight towards the changing rooms, or towards that way.
Yeah, and that is the shorter boundary as we look at it from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Just fends at that one, does De Lange.
Honestly, his batting makes me laugh. He loves it. It's so funny.
He's just walking away, just assessing his options here, De Lange.
I'll be so surprised if he doesn't try and hit one of these next two balls over there.
Well, that's what we want to see. Still a few school children in today in that Trade Nation stand watching the cricket.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
There it is. Well fielded in the crowd as well. Not sure if you can hear the effects behind us. Someone's just said, mind the windows.
Yeah, I did hear that. I don't know where that's coming from, but... Yeah, now they've dropped, obviously, I think George Hill, while it looks at mid-wicket, back to deep mid-wicket. But I don't think that's going to stop Shanna. He's going to probably still try and go over the top of them.
So he's not just taking the singular.
No.
He's still going for it. Gabriel at the top of his mark then. Oh, it's full ball, straight down the ground. It's not where Gabriel wanted to bowl, and probably exactly what De Lange wanted. A couple of boundaries there to finish the 120th over. Somerset moves to 417 for 9.
This could be a huge partnership if these two get going, and I've seen obviously how Shanna bats and Casey, if he takes the right risks, I think, yeah, this could be a huge partnership for us.
Yeah, there's nothing more annoying as well.
Yeah,
it's partnership, yeah, you just can't break it.
Worst feeling in cricket for me.
Yorkshire have been out in the field for 120 overs as well, searching for that last wicket. It's going to be Bess again from the River End.
Played.
Aldridge there on 36 then. Face Bess. Drives that out to long off. Textbook long barrier Down there.
Can't go wrong with a long barrier. I think it's underused in this day and age, to be honest. Get told off, I think, sometimes actually for doing it. Yeah. I remember that was the first thing I've probably ever learned when I started playing cricket.
De Lange on strike then. Just works that into the leg side. Just going to take one. Yeah, it's an interesting concept, the long barrier. Like you say, growing up, it is one of the first things you're taught. But these days, you know, encouraged to keep attacking the ball. Reverse from Aldridge, and that is a beautiful shot there.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the two fielders round the bat here. I think, like I said, this could be a quick scoring partnership. I think I'd put a few more fielders out, but that might just be me. So,
have you done much captaincy in the past?
Did a little bit at the 19s, but not too much. I kind of just like to keep myself quite quiet in the outfield and not say too much. So yeah, it's a huge responsibility. I think sometimes it takes its toll on people. So yeah, I'm kind of happy I don't do it.
Best in again then. Oh, all sorts going on there. Aldridge has gone for the reverse. Bess appeals. He ends up on the floor. Just seeing the replay here. Oh, just changing the field here.
I've got a feeling it's going to run down here.
Yeah, I've just brought mid on up, I think.
Unlucky.
Trying to keep De Lange on strike for the next over, aren't they? So we're prepared to try and squeeze Aldridge. Just going to take a look at our reaction up here in the comms box. That Jack Leach reverse. I think we all enjoyed that one. Harry had to stand up for it. He was that excited. It was like Love Island when they get a text.
Yeah.
I've got a text.
How good's that as well at the moment? I didn't watch the first like 20 episodes, and then like all the boys, me and George, live up the road, and then Ollie Sale, Ben Green, Tom Lammonby literally live like a stone throw away. And they kept watching it. I was like, I've got serious FOMO here, so I was like, I have to go around, and we just watch it every night. So yeah, we have a laugh.
Yeah, that is the thing with it, isn't it? You do get hooked on it. It's going to be Gabriel again then. De Lange on strike. Drills that, but only as far as mid-off. So you've got deep mid-wicket, deep square, long leg. Still got a couple of slips in. I think De Lange is only playing one way here.
Just looking over to my left into the scorer's box, and there is a lot of different coloured pencils, pens, and a lot of numbers knocking about.
Yeah, Polly's got it all under control in there.
Yeah, she has, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Best scorer in the country, I've heard. Oh.
Good take by Tattersall there.
You can see Adam Lyth on his knees here at mid-off. This is honestly the worst thing as a fielding team now when he can't quite get that last wicket.
Yeah, he'll be searching for that last wicket as captain, but he'll also be thinking about that he's got to come out and open the batting as well.
It's not exactly expensive. It's all on pause.
Polly's a very good baker as well.
Is she?
Yeah, she made some exceptional brownies a couple of weeks ago.
I have to ask her about them. I've never seen any there.
Well, Gabriel runs all of the way in, and he's going to have to do that all again. Probably not best pleased. What sort of speed is he?
Oh,
Tom?
he's quick. I've never faced him, but obviously I've seen him on TV, the Test match series. I remember a few years ago in the West Indies, and he looks like he's probably not. Maybe on his day he's probably one of the quickest around, but obviously the county grind can get to you. But yeah, he's. Oh.
Gonna sneak a single here.
Yeah, he can clock up to 90 miles an hour, that is for sure. And yeah, it's. I don't think it's a few of the boys were talking about him. I remember on day one, and Bessie obviously as we've got like this Snapchat group, and he's obviously like filming him running into balls. So we have a laugh. You got to have a laugh, haven't you? So.
And who is the quickest bowler that you faced?
I remember IPL a few years ago. There was a guy who's playing for Kent now called Navdeep Saini. He's probably up there. Mohammed Siraj. Norkir we faced the other day, bowled speed of light. So yeah, there's been a few. Everyone seems to only be getting quicker and quicker as well, which is it's not ideal.
Yeah, you're saying about Saini, and that's gone. Aldridge looking to put that into the stands, but Gabriel gets the better of him. He gets his first wicket of the innings, and that completes the Somerset innings. 424. Bess is going to finish with figures of 4 for 68. Boys be happy with that in camp, Tom?
I think so, yeah. Look, I mean, the wicket looks pretty good and there's a bit of turn there, so hopefully we can get a few wickets early and then Leachy can come on and bowl and do what he does. Obviously still a lot of overs left in the day, so yeah, fingers crossed we can get more than a few wickets, so we'll have to see what happens.
Have confirmed that tea will now be taken. Tea will now be taken.
What happens at tea then on the stream?
Yeah, it's all on you, Tom.
Really?
I'm gonna leave,
okay,
and then
well,
we'll leave you on your own. That's what happens.
Okay.
What do you reckon happens?
I feel like it's a break for everyone.
Yeah, so we are going to take tea here. Umpires have called for tea.
It's worrying then.
And we will be back with you very shortly. Tom, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks
very
much for
giving up a little bit of your day to come and say hello. And
got me out of drink, so it was. I might be back for the whole of tomorrow.
Who did you leave in charge?
No,
down there?
Roloff, but he's happy to do it. So
Okay.
It's more challenging when we have to bowl. So I probably have to go over now and put my whites on. So.
Yeah, okie dokie. Well, thanks very much. Don't be a stranger. Always welcome up here in
Thank
the
you very much
comms box.
for having me.
And we will join you back on air after the tea break.
24 competitors in total. A lap of this wonderful ground here in Edgewest. And Charles Abel alongside me to take you through it. Are you ready, mascots? Right, count us down from 5, crowd. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! We've got the defending champion, Freddie Atlantic, looking for a three-pick. Where's the Viking? The Viking's in there as well. We've got Ryan the Crocodile. He's been stuck with Ryan getting underneath. There is the Viking. He's up. Where's Lanky? He's up to the board. He's trying to get through the net now. Those horns are going to be a problem. Those horns. You don't need a big hit. Go out of the net. You do not need a big hit like you will. But he's got. He's made it through. Alfred the Gorilla, who was successful twice in the 2010s. He's got his thumb in his mouth. That's a question for another time, Simon. Keeping his head on, that's what I like to see. The pace has slowed dramatically As the heat and the exhaustion starts to go through those 3 inches of fur, the ball is done, just about to go, Simon Gilbert. Alfred Nicarilla, chased by the Viking, Yorkshire Viking, around the ball. Nicarilla's got about a 35-40 metre lead. The Viking is coming. Charging, he's absolutely coming over the back. Nicarilla's over the back. Here comes the Viking. He's only showing the trace. The Viking flies. Alfred Nicarilla has got it. So he is the winner. Just making sure that he came unstuck. The struggles started, Freddie McFolkin disappointed after such success in the first 2. And the struggles stumping along and he's ended up at a walking pace. Vicky Victor and Victoria, they're just simply having a calming and cue back. Twinkle's just going around the ball now. Gone in the fairway, maybe. Well, we knew that net had to be too quick. It had to be too long to get under the netting. Not sure what they're going to try. In nets, you think of a laps at sea. Got to be careful, Sid and Sandy the Shark. All managing to get towards the final obstacle, but Lyle Crocodile from Worcestershire. Just too little too late, Julie. Well, they've had a wonderful season. All of these mascots doing a great job throughout the Vitality Class Championship. The stragglers are making their way home. Still Lanky, he's got the stitch, he's too good. He's struggling slightly worse than his team have just played here. Tactically, not a very strong now by Lanky the Giraffe. Set up like a tree, dancing and jumping around all throughout Lancashire's semi-final against Yorkshire. And it just looks like it's a little bit too much for him. We've got to get Lanky home. Come on, Lanky, get up. Come on, Lanky. You can do it, Lanky. Come on, Lanky. Come on, Lanky.
A very good afternoon to all the Norfolk under-14 cricket squad who are with us today. I suspect they're in this part of the world for the annual cricket festival over at King's College. Either they have a day off or their game finished a little bit earlier today. Hopefully they won. So nice to see them with us today from Norfolk under-14s. We've just launched our half-season membership. This will give you access to the Cooper Associates County Ground for up to 16 days of cricket. Half-season membership includes 3 county championship matches and 4 Royal London Cup games. For more information, just visit our website. Please welcome back our umpires Tom Lungley and Hassan Adnan. A very good evening, gentlemen. And the Somerset team are led out by Captain Tom Abel. Please welcome the Yorkshire openers, number 9, Adam Lai, and number 18, George Hill.
Well, it was going to be Sam Dallin, but he's done a substitution. Harry Everett back into the attack from the Trescothick Pavilion end, and I'm joined by a special guest. We have had a special guest before. How would you like to be referred to? We're calling you Shep, or are we calling you
Ian,
Side of Life,
whatever, Harry.
Yeah. Podcast Specialado. How are you today? Enjoying the cricket?
I'm very good. A full 24 all out for Somerset. It's one of those tolls you don't really know. The old saying goes, you don't really know what a pitch is like until both teams are batting on it.
I should really have bigged you up, haven't I? We've got from Tom Banton, Matt Renshaw.
Yeah,
you're batting 3 in the.
Got very big shoes to fill.
The guest commentator slot today.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory then is taking it up from the river end. Adam Lythe on strike off the back of a big 100 against Surrey last week.
Yes, he's been a man in form, hasn't he? A lot of runs in the T20 Blast this year as well. Decent strike rate as well. Only Riley Rousseau has had a better strike rate in the T20 Blast than Adam Lythe.
We've got James Rew behind the sticks for the first time at Taunton in a championship game, and Lewis Goldsworthy wasn't very kind to him with a throw in there from mid-wicket. He had to get a tumble out as a nice introduction to his county championship career at Taunton. Solid in defence there from Lythe. Somerset obviously missing Craig Overton and Josh Davey with the ball. Peter Siddle as well is feeling the effects of quite a hectic schedule he's had over the last few weeks or so.
Yeah, it's interesting to see whether they'll go with Aldridge or Brooks or DeLanger from this end. I reckon they'll probably go Brooks and Gregory would be my pairing choice.
Yeah, there's a little bit of cloud cover. It's a little bit humid out there. Nowhere near as bad as yesterday, but you'd think if it's going to swing, you'd give that new rock to Jack Brooks. Adam Lythe nearly chops on there.
Yeah, there was a lot of inside edging yesterday at the start of play. Lammerby, Renshaw, both inside edging for forward to get off the mark. Tom Abel outside edging for forward to get off the mark. So it shows that the ball's doing a little bit early on. Not easy to quite line up in the middle of the bat at the very start of innings. School's day has calmed down a bit in the tea interval. I was seeing plenty of school kids heading for the gates. They're not used to a full day's county championship play.
No, especially we've got 46 and a bit overs left in the day after tea, which is probably going to take us up to the best part of 7 o'clock. So it's you've got to have a bit of stamina to make it through today. Yeah, that Trade Nation stand was chock full a few hours ago. I think I can only see one class of kids left in there at the moment.
So Aldridge at gully, Lammerby's at third slip, second slip Renshaw, our guest commentator from earlier in the day, and first slip Tom Abel. Remember, you can rewind the YouTube channel, you can watch it whenever. You can listen back to interviews with Renshaw and Banton and a bit of commentary whenever you fancy.
You don't get the clues these days. The days of the fast bowlers always going down to fine leg is long gone. Craig Overton is a great case in point, finding his way into the slips as a Yorkshire off the mark. A couple down through backward point. think Yorkshire would like to be at the end of the day then. 47 overs to go.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation for Yorkshire here. I think they just want to see off the new ball first, get through it. Shots like that will help. Beautiful off drive from Unlive, but the outfield has slowed up a bit of rain last couple of days.
I was just thinking that there was one that went down towards Gimlet Hill and it just slowed up appreciably about 10 yards inside inside the boundary. And yeah, we have had a bit of rain the last few days, but counter that with all the baking hot weather we had, you would think that the outfield would be looking a lot more parched than it is, and I think it's a great job that Scott Hawkins and his team have done to keep it in the shape it is.
And it is going to be Jack Brooks, we were correct. So 5 for none off the first over off Lewis Gregory and Jack Brooks, the headband warrior. We saw John Thompson with a headband from the Yorkshire perspective. Jack Brooks, the former Yorkshireman, Northampton, of course, Oxford lad. He's going to come and bowl for Somerset from the Shoscothic Pavilion end.
Thompson a headband, or is he more of an Alice band?
Yeah, good point, actually. I'll be honest, I'm not an expert. I've never had hair much longer than I've currently got.
Neither am I. So.
So he's going to start again with the 3 slips in that gully, although it's not Aldridge at gully because Lewis Gregory comes in the first slip. So Lammonby pushes it to gully and Aldridge comes in at mid-wicket. I was having a discussion earlier where Cola Cabell fits into the slip corner for next year. Lammonby probably wouldn't normally be in there, so it'd be Renshaw or an overseas batter, most likely. Gregory, Overton when he's here, Abel.
Roloff's normally in there as well when he's playing.
Plenty of slip options. Abel, I can see more extra cover when everyone else is around. Lovely pull shot there from Adam Lythe. That's going to be the first boundary for Adam Lythe. He's smoked a pull shot in front of square.
Yeah, Brooks just dropping a little bit short. And when you're in the kind of form that Adam Lythe is in, you don't need a second invitation to cash in on something like that.
No, exactly. We've always known he's been good on the short ball. That ridiculous 160 he scored on T20 Blast, one of the highest scores ever. 100 he scored for England against New Zealand in the Test matches in 2015. And he's now back foot, cut in for 4. And this is a really poor start from Jack Brooks. 2 short balls, 1 leg side, 1 offside, and this could become a bit of a dampener on Somerset's day, having got well past 400. So they don't bowl in the right areas, and Adam Lythe gets going with the 46 overs remaining today. As you say, where would they be at close? Yorkshire could be eyeing up a fair amount of runs here.
Yeah, that 9th wicket partnership for Somerset dragged on a little while, and Adam Lythe was looking a little bit despondent fielding that there at mid-off, but yeah, back-to-back boundaries, and he's on to 13 already. That's a better line of length for Brooks.
I guess there's 4 seam options for Somerset here, plus Abel and Lammonby. So that's plenty of options, 6 seam options. And then you've got Leach and Goldsworthy, so you could say that's 8 bowlers. And then Renshaw finds himself with the ball a little bit as well.
Yeah, 3 for up at Southport last week for Matt Renshaw.
So there are so many options. It could be short spells. It's not massively hot today, but just to rotate it around and keep the batters guessing, and that's a player miss by Adam Lythe outside of the off stump.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, but would you rather have less bowling options, and 2 of those options being Craig Overton and Josh Davey and Peter Siddle, 3 of those? I think you probably would.
Maybe we should open it up to the YouTube comments. Yorkie fans, I'm sure there's plenty of you tuning in from up north. Give us a comment and say where you'd like to be in 47 or 46 overs time now. What you think would be a decent innings for Yorkshire, and well, you could say it's almost a 50 over game the rest of today. You'd hope to be batting into tomorrow. Somerset will just want wickets, being a 4-day, and there haven't been many 4-day games here at Somerset this year. That Surrey game was the first one of the season to go into the 4th day. That game up at Southport last year, I believe, was the first draw of the season for Somerset. That's a beauty.
I say there's 2 types of leaves, good ones and bad ones. That was a good one. So Brooks gone for 10 in his first over.
He was meant to be joining us in the comm box yesterday, actually, but got distracted with his 12-man duties. So yeah, we could have had a bit of a triptych of a trio of Brooks, Banton and Renshaw.
Well, he was down with Anthony Gibson on the BBC radio, Harry. So I don't know how you feel about
well, no,
being Anthony Gibson being preferred to
no,
probably less of a distance to walk.
In fairness, I think he sent the text up to Ben Warren, who said, you know, feel free to choose between the YouTube and the BBC because we had Banton and Renshaw coming up as well. So didn't want to nab them all off of them.
Gregory then continuing from the river end. So the inside half of the back there from Hill. Still feel like we left a few out there. Looking at the manner of the few of the dismissals, it was the way that Gregory got out. He had 100 there for the take-in. Jack Leach was stumped, which is very un-Jack Leach-like. It just felt we could have maybe got another 40 or 50 out of that innings. Really put ourselves in a better position, because 424 is one of those scores. You shouldn't lose a game, but you can lose a game. Well, we saw it at Southport last week that if that last day had gone a little bit differently, Somerset could have quite easily found themselves on the wrong end of that result.
Yeah, it's a funny old game, wasn't it? To finish 7 down in the end. Somerset sort of getting away with it, really. Nearly got close. I thought Vilas might drag it out a couple of overs longer. Shook hands.
Yeah, I did as well. It was a blessed relief when they finally shook hands on that fourth evening. Shapes away from Gregory. Really takes it nicely, coming across in front of Tom Abel at first slip.
Just getting a text from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Loads of cake and sandwiches that need me to go and collect. Yesterday I was sent out there to go and get the cake and the sandwiches. J-Lo, the Somerset marketing man, is saying, I've got to slack off comms for 20 minutes. Food's more important.
Well, I wouldn't say no to a bit of cake in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion afterwards.
We'll see if we can get, maybe Stumpy will come and deliver us some cakes and sandwiches up here. Polly's got some next door, so.
Oh, she has lovely sandwiches and crisps there. I'm surprised actually you can score on the sheet, score on the laptop, eat her sandwiches. Incredible skill set of multitasking as Polly Rhodes, calling through the bowling changes down to Mark Tyler as well.
Well, you say Mark Tyler or potentially Matt Renshaw earlier.
Yes, I saw Renners have a little going outs in Matt Waite bowling from this end. I'm sure Ben could get Renners mic'd up and he could just call it out from the middle.
Yeah, why not? Have a bit of a chat at second slip. Just really watching that Jack Leach reverse slog sweep, unbelievable. Our reaction in the box.
Yeah, straight into the Ondaatje stand, wasn't it? He had a sighter for the first one, did he? Missed the first one, and then it's not as it's not as classical or clinical as the one that Tom Banton put into the Somerset stand against that got the innings going against Derbyshire a couple of weeks ago. But
well, I said it to him. I said it to Banton. Constantly he was too polite, I guess. He's just buzzing to see Jack Leach try it, because I remember Ollie Pope did it here last year. Ridiculous to see Pope and Banton's hockey wrists, the way they can just flip it over. But no, get that shot on repeat. It's a 3,816 views already in 45 minutes. That sums up the love for Jack Leach.
3,810 of those from Jack Leach's phone in the dressing room.
Over tea, I reckon they would have been watching that a few times. They did us a favour now, taking the tea interval as they did. As in, they weren't overs lost from the game, but it does make a ridiculously long last session. I can't remember there ever being a 47 over session, can you?
No, I mean, I'm thinking back to, was it in Melbourne in 98, 99? That game seemed to go on till the last session of the last day in that game. That was an England winning Australia in the 90s, so that's why it sticks in the memory. I think that was a very, very rarity long time. That might have been up to maybe 60 overs that final session.
You better talk to us about some of your, what was it, South Devon CC?
Oh, I've not been playing much this year, Harry. I'm afraid to say, still recovering from a bit of arthritis, so I'm not quite, well, I never was completely match fit, but I've been even less match fit than I normally am.
Any links of any Somerset players ever down at South Devon CC?
No, I mean, we've had them down for a few testimonial games over the last few years. Started off with Pete Trigo in 2015, then we did Hildy in 2017, and then Marcus's second testimony in 2018, where Somerset played the Western Storm, which was a really great day.
That must be pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Jamie Overton kept wicket, and I think Roloff opened the bowling, and it was Smitri Mandana's first game for Storm. She literally got off the plane about 24 hours earlier and sort of straight down to Newton Abbot to play, and that's not carried.
Bit of excitement there. Lewis Gregory with the catch at the second slip, first slip after it's bounced. Adam Live not walking because it's bounced first.
Yeah, and yes, everybody's looking forward to watching Mandana, who's the best. I think she was #1 in the world rankings at the time, and she just overbalanced. Jamie Overton whipped the bails off without kind of realising that it was more of a good warm-up for Western Storm than a chance for Somerset to stamp their authority on a kind of a meaningful victory. And yeah, so that was a little bit disappointing. But I think Somerset got about 220, and I think Western Storm were finished on about 130, something like that. Four gone then, 15 without loss, Yorkshire. George Hill yet to get off the mark.
Not much to strike, is he? Adam Live, the senior partner, the skipper, taking a lot of it.
Really looking forward to watching James Root keep wicket for this evening session today and on in tomorrow. There's been a lot of talk amongst Somerset members about getting this young man into the side. He's had his sort of A-levels over the last few weeks, and now he's free of those. He's taken the gloves. That's a lovely shot by George Hill to get off the mark.
Yeah, talented player is George Hill. We've not seen much of him. He's sort of fairly new on the scene, but to get off the mark with a cover drive for 4 is going to give you a fair amount of confidence. He's from Keighley up in Yorkshire. He's only 21 years old, but England under 19s, of course, we talked about Banton, Rue, so many Somerset guys played England under 19s, but he played in a few of the T20s, but not all of them. David Milan coming back in on Saturday, of course. Wouldn't get in Yorkshire's first 11, but we've got so many players missing with England, he has had a few T20 appearances.
Somerset have just taken a slip out now. Casey Aldridge has gone into to an orthodox cover. And it matters not to George Hill, so he's just threaded it through the gap between that cover fielder and Lewis Goldsworthy at point for back-to-back boundaries.
The really interesting thing with George Hill, if we talk about the T20s that have just finished, is there are a couple of games where he played and didn't bat and didn't bowl in the game against Northants. Then there's a game against Worcestershire where he didn't bat but did bowl. And yet in the County Championship he opens the batting and doesn't bowl. So he's one of those players, he's batting suited to the long form and his bowling suited to the short form.
Probably very similar to the way that Lewis Goldsworthy slotted into that new role he has in the T20 side this year.
Yeah, got 15 not out against Leicestershire and 1 for 23. But DNB against Surrey, DNB against Northants, and then take that first class game against Surrey as well. Back at the start of July, got 0 and 38 and bowled 0 for 31. So he has bowled in first class cricket, just not as much. I guess when Best was bowling so well today and yesterday, they were going to keep twirling where they've done Best from one end and then rotate the other bowlers from the other end. Bit of a shame to see Jack Shutt not bowl particularly well and not get much of a chance really for Yorkshire. Shutt was rather targeted by.
Yeah, I just wonder if he was targeted because the guys really didn't want to get out to Don Bess. The kind of character that I think Don Bess is you'll be getting WhatsApps at 2 in the morning for the next sort of 3 weeks.
I think that's a good point.
With a little GIF of him getting you out.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. Abel was saying in the press yesterday, having a good chat with him afterwards for a while actually, and he kept saying his mate Don Bess is frustrating facing him, don't want to face him. Played him well, but I guess quite defensively. I feel like you're in a lose-lose situation. I play a lot of midweek
T20 friendlies against mates from clubs that I have played for and I still do play with and against, and I feel like when you're batting, you just don't want to get out to them. Hitting a 4 doesn't count for a lot.
Yeah.
But if you're a bowler and you get your mate out, that's something you can brag about for ages.
Yeah, you could always have the last laugh. It was like when Jack Leach put Don Bess into the Ian Botham stand. It's thinking, well, okay, but Don Bess has still got a few more balls to go at you, and if he gets you out, that 6 is not going to count for a lot.
It's actually stumped the other end by Tatsull off shot, but
yeah, and that one did turn, which is going to give Jack Leach a bit of confidence coming into.
Yeah, there was that one that massively turned as well, wasn't there? Another separate ball that Kohler Campbell took a slip. Ridiculous how much it turned.
Yeah, that was from the other end as well, wasn't it? So it looks like it's going to be turning from both ends.
Which might work well for 2 left-armers in Goldsworthy and Jack Leach. 2 slow left-armers, very different. It's funny actually how Yorkshire got 2 offies and Somerset have got 2 left-arm orthodox bowlers, so same actions, 2 bowlers in both teams.
Is Lewis Goldsworthy still searching for his first championship wicket?
Good question, actually.
I don't think he got one up at...
Yes, you're right. Yeah, he's played 14 first-class matches, 4 bowling innings, and yeah, economy rate of 2.35, but no wickets yet.
So 168 balls, what's that? About 25, 26, 27 overs. And that's taken in the gully.
Great catch, Tom Abel, the skipper. Chap Brooks, what a celebration that is. It's almost the Cristiano Ronaldo. Maybe that's a nod to Tom Banton and the Twitter pictures of him looking like Cristiano Ronaldo. Brooks does a big celebration. Great catch by Tom Abel into the midriff, and that is a massive wicket for Somerset. I don't think Adam Live needed to play that shot. He played a couple of glorious strokes, but he's the first man to go.
Yeah, Yorkshire were going along very nicely, 23 without loss in the first 5 overs, and then all of a sudden Lythe just, as you say, he plays one that he doesn't really need to play. It's a good catch from Tom Abel. It's a catchable height, but he needed to dive a little bit to his left, and the ball was travelling as well. But you're absolutely right. Somerset would have definitely wanted the wicket of Adam Lythe early. He's the kind of player that when he gets in, he can go big. 23 for 1. They've kind of put that slightly wayward start with the ball behind them, and they can go again now.
So interesting now, as I'm expecting Tom Kohler-Cadmore to be the new batter. And if you've, well, living in a rock might be a bit harsh, but if you've not been keeping up with transfer news and you've not been listening to our comment the last couple of days, you might not know that Tom Kohler-Cadmore is going to be able to call this his home ground from October. He's destined to join Somerset for next season, and he took 3 catches in the first innings, also dropped 1, but took a couple blinders in there. And he's going to be batting at number 3 against his future teammates. You know, weird state of circumstances, really.
Yeah, and it's a little bit weirder that this is Kohler-Cadmore's first-class innings of the season.
Yeah, poor lad's had these concussion issues, isn't he? Being sick when he's been trying to play cricket. He's a very talented player to play at finals day Saturday, but as you say, to miss so many days of first-class cricket this season is gutting for him. We do hope that he's well enough to be alright. He's had all the concussion checks, so safe for him to leave one outside off stump from Brooks' first ball. But yeah, I find concussions a really hard one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so common in sport, but in cricket particularly, you're bowling a blooming hard ball at someone's head so often. And we saw obviously Jamie Overton doing it to Craig Overton and Josh Davey putting them out of the game, and then Craig did come back, but they wasn't allowed to bat the next day. Casey Aldridge comes in and does well. You can't really win, can you?
No, I mean, it's definitely something as well that's really been brought to the forefront of games like cricket. Like you say, it's in the old days you just got you know, the physio would have come on. You feeling all right? Yeah. How many fingers am I holding up? Yeah. Off you go.
Now it's the
yeah, no, so much more about the long-term effects of concussion. They're really really red hot on it. So here's a question for you, Harry. What are you looking for today then? Are you looking for something like a pair from Tom Kohler-Cadmore to give Somerset a better chance of winning this game, or are you looking for an unbeaten 170 to look forward to seeing a decent player next year? It's a funny one, isn't it?
It is. I get. Well, it was like when he was catching it, I thought
you know, Lammerby, is he going to be fuming that, you know, as soon as he sees Killer Camera in October, he's going to give him some stick for catching him? But
yeah.
I think if someone's got to get run through Yorkshire, you probably want it to be the guy who's going to be playing it next year.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Or do you say you want him to, you know, fail now and save his runs to Somerset next year? Yeah, it's a bizarre circumstances. You don't see it in many sports, really.
Well,
Where
I don't think we're going to see him deliberately leaving a straight one and then raising his bat to the Somerset fans as he walks off. I did wonder if he was, once the announcement was made that he was signing for us next year, whether we'd be seeing him down here on loan for a little bit, but I don't think we will.
no, I mean there's that weird loan with Amir Verdi, and the 3 Gloucestershire guys that coming in from different counties. The loan system's odd, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think it's fine when it goes between divisions, like when Jack Brooks went down to Sussex for a couple of games. But I think when you got Surrey loaning one of their spare players to Somerset, who are playing a side who can, you know, potentially catch them in the county championship, and especially the late notice of it as well. It was Sunday afternoon before the game started, which was, you know, if the Lancashire backroom staff had sort of put all their video packages together and done all their prep against all the Somerset bowlers, then all of a sudden it pops up on Twitter that Amir Verdi's playing a bowler that, you know, you wouldn't have had given a snowball's chance in hell to, that you'd be facing up at Southport in that game. It was very bizarre, and I don't think. Do you guys hear any rumours about that? It was literally just
we
straight out the blue, wasn't it?
The day before we heard, but that was it, to be honest with you. Now I know that Sam loves talking about the loan system, so I'm going to tap out and tap Sammy D in to come and chat to you all about the loan system. Now
Cheers,
then.
sorry. How you doing, Sam?
I'm good. I'm infused by you. Are you all right? Sorry, I've gone
I'm
straight
very
into
well.
a rant.
I'm
Good.
very well.
Good. Better for that wicket as well.
It was, yeah, all kind of out the blue as well, wasn't it? Yorkshire just, you know, 20 odd off 5 overs.
Okay, leading into a little secret. I was distracting Spencer Bishop. We were talking about flights, and he turned around and he had to do the live blog. And I said, "Yeah, Delanger gets the first, Spencer. Put it on the live blog." Now I'm very much, as Harry knows, he's just wound. I came in and I heard you. I was like, "Yeah, I'm with you." And Harry's just wound me up because the loan system is something that I'm looking into at the moment. Because it is. Let's have a look at the replay of the wicket. Let's have something happy first. Jack Brooks, headband warrior, Adam Live as well. Scored so many runs against Somerset. Adam Live over the years. Brilliant to get him early. Jack Brooks getting his former teammate as well. He'll have enjoyed that one. But yeah.
I sense you've got to be coming in off your long run on this.
I am. You can feel me metaphorically warming up.
I can feel you bristling.
I am. I've got to be careful. I just think when the loan system is designed to ensure players play cricket who wouldn't otherwise be playing, and that's brilliant. And it started off with a month, and it's slowly evolved. It's now basically COVID made it came down to 2 weeks. And I'm not saying anyone's doing it at the moment. Absolutely not. But cricket moves, and the way sport and the way the world moves, you have rules, and people push the boundaries to get that competitive edge. We wouldn't have said 5 years ago, you wouldn't imagine someone would retire not out at the non-striker's end to get a quicker runner out in a T20 game. Everyone would say, well, that's just madness, you're not going to do that.
But as you say, it's in the laws, and you know, the laws are there to be pushed. I mean, famous example of Brian Rose when he declared up at New Road all those years ago. It was within the laws, but not within the spirit. But
I was talking a bit earlier on as well about Pop Welsh when he tried to bring in that double bounce bouncer. He was having Wokes and Ricky Clark trying to bowl it, and the ECB stamped it out. And look, it's designed. I think prevention is better than cure, and you could end up. My worry is exactly the same as yours. Right, sort your squad out before the season. If you have an emergency done, if you need a keeper, absolutely fine, no problem with that. Lovely shot there from George Hill.
It's the 3rd time he's put Lewis Gregory out towards the dugouts.
Exciting young player at the top of the order, George Hill, and Tom Cadbourne as well. End of the over then, 27 for 1 off 7. You end up in this dangerous potential situation, and where teams can control things. You go, well, we haven't got to get, and then, I know this didn't happen. Verdi wasn't getting a game, and an extreme example is, well, Essex aren't going to turn around and say, oh, well, we've got a week off, so let's lend Sir Alistair Cook and Sam Cook to someone else.
To somebody, yeah.
But in theory, as the rules as it stands, there's nothing necessary to stop that. So I just think prevention is better than cure.
Tom Abel got a finger to that one. I don't think it carried. Matters not, though, as Cola Cadmore gets off the mark in a slightly streaky fashion with an edge down to third. Yeah, I mean, so you're saying you'd have to sort of put in some sort of buffer criteria. So, say if you go on loan, you can't have played for your host club for maybe a month.
Yeah,
and then you can't play for them for
I'd
a month
extend the minimum
afterwards.
period. I don't mind stuff. You know, someone like Zach Chappell going to Gloucestershire with he's not getting a game at Notts, and it's with a view to a move a little bit further down the line, a permanent move. Or if you say, right, you've got them for the duration of the tournament, or at least half of the tournament. I don't like to. I don't want to name anyone because there's so many examples. It's becoming more and more prevalent. But should you be allowed to bring someone in on a last-minute loan just because your player's out of form? Probably not. I mean, there's teams that have done that when they've got available squad players. You pick your squad, you sort your squad before the season, before the tournament starts. Because you end up, you can have teams manipulating. And so, example, someone against Somerset might lend them players. Or Lancashire would be the same. Their title, they were trying to chase the title. Suddenly Somerset are a bit stronger because they've got Amar Verdi.
Yeah.
And then a week later, he's not playing. So, I just don't quite like it. And you get teams can then go, right, well, we'll just bring a load of players in. We'll have as many, the teams with a bit more money. And I know there are salary caps, but you suddenly like, well, we'll hoard players and we can just load them out for the odd championship game to keep them happy. But they're only going to play white ball cricket for us.
Yeah, and you could, I mean, when Surrey have got everybody available, you look at the players that they're going to be leaving out, and as you say, under the loan rules, they could say, well, so I know Lancashire are second, so let's lend whoever's playing Lancashire a couple of players, and there would be, ooh, that's gone right over the top there, left alone on length there by Hill. But yeah, you could they could do that within the rules as they stand at the moment. So.
No one's saying anyone's doing that. You kind of go, right, well, people get left out. That's the point of a squad game. If so, I don't like naming teams, but if someone's got a 20-deep squad, that's their own problem. If their players then can't be getting games, those players who aren't getting games have to decide, well, do I want to be there or do I want to go to another county? But if they've got that option to just go out, they know, well, I might play 4 games for 3 or 4 different sides, then it doesn't really help the rest of the counties grow.
No, I think you're absolutely right. The rules need to be in there to just ban it outright to start with, and like I say, put these very set criteria in about when a loan is allowed and when it's not allowed. Because Somerset could have fielded 11 up at Lancashire last week. There was, we weren't. It was not like Hampshire, the first game of the season, where we had the absolute bare bones of the squad to choose from down at the Aegeus Bowl.
Yeah, and I on the Somerset stream, I wasn't an advocate of it at the time. Great bowler, great to see him get a game, but at the same time, Somerset have got a squad. There's youngsters, they've got Van der Merwe bowling spin. They've got. It's very different if you're turning up and go, look, we've got 8 players. We've been decimated by COVID or injury. We've got 8 players. That's a completely different scenario.
So I wonder if that Hampshire game would have been last week and we'd have.
You mean the first game of the season?
Yeah, it's the first game of the season where I think we had 8, 9 or 10 players unavailable for various reasons. If that game would have been last week, say, we would have probably loaned somebody in. And if the Southport game was the first game of the season, we probably wouldn't have loaned somebody in. So it's...
It just, and no one's accused. I don't think anything. Nothing underhand is happening. It's just there's the potential for it to be manipulated a little bit. As Gregory comes in, Cola Cadmore beats the outside edge, just loses his balance a little bit there. Cola Cadmore, his first red ball game of the season as well, hasn't played at all. Suffered that concussion out in the PSL, and there's been times they've been rightly so being really sensible about it. And he's tried to play a couple of second team games and felt unwell. That one just shaped away from Gregory. So I'm with you 100% on the loan system. let's have a look at it now, because they're becoming increasingly prevalent, and let's make sure it isn't manipulated a little bit.
I suppose with Verdi as well, it's possibly a player that we could be looking to sign as well, because Roloff is 38 now, 37, 38, so not going to be around forever. You've got Jack Leach now, who looks more and more settled in that England Test match squad, so we're going to be missing him for more games. We had George Drizel here last year. He's
at Durham now?
left. I think he's at Durham.
He
Yeah,
definitely signed something, or appeared for Durham a little bit.
so we haven't really got any young spinners coming up behind Jack Leach, so that would possibly be one of the reasons why I think we look to Verdi for that Southport game. Is it more of a trial as well as a loan? I think you could say.
If he's available, absolutely brilliant. I think he's going to be a brilliant bowler. Needs a chance to bowl a bit more.
Yeah, he did look very rusty. He looked like a guy who's not played a championship game all season.
Coda Cadmore, who also hadn't played a championship game all season, gets in behind that one. I think he already is a quality bowler. Harry and I were debating, was he in a test squad? Did he get that far? I said
Verdi.
Maybe he was a reserve. He had that season, was it 2019 he first played, took all those wickets. It's interesting what you say.
He may have been around a Lions squad. I don't think he's ever been in a full test squad.
Interesting what you say about Jack Leach. Tom Bantam get on for nearly 2 hours. He was saying Leach has come back. You can almost see the difference in him. Feels like he belongs.
Oh yeah.
Left alone outside, off stump there by Coda Cadmore, or at least maybe he always felt he belongs, but certainly gives the outward impression now. Tom Bantam just says something's changed in him.
He looks a foot taller, that kind of thing.
Yeah. That reverse sweep. I mean, that was a very Bantam shot, wasn't it?
That was. I mean, Bantam plays it a lot more. It's more aesthetically pleasing when Bantam plays it, but Leach was a little bit agricultural, but he got the job done. Smashed it into the Ondarchi stand. But yeah, you just have to look at when. And that test where he was bowling sort of first change, picked up 5 wickets in both innings, 10 for at home. Just the captain at any level of cricket, if you feel that the captain's got confidence in you, it just makes you feel like you're 10 feet tall. And if you look at how he's been managed throughout the Silverwood Root era, just going through long periods of time, dragging his kit around where England weren't playing a spinner, but he was always there because of the COVID bubbles. Just to now be in that environment where all right, this is my spot. Obviously you still got to perform to keep that spot, but knowing that the captain and the coach back you to the hilt, it's invaluable.
Overstep there from Lewis Gregory. They also pick up a single, so that'll be free as Coda Cadmore tucks it off his legs. Would have been the end of the over, but one extra ball. Well, yeah, you can tell, isn't it? Stokes have talked about Crawley as well, and people have different opinions on Crawley, and that's absolutely fine. But he's come out, and Stokes probably doesn't. He's saying, "Oh yeah, no, he'll get 10 gate. He'll get as long as he needs." Maybe he doesn't really mean that. Maybe he's just outwardly saying it. But the presentation is so important, doesn't it? Because it makes Zach Crawley go, "Ah, well, Stokes is saying that I'm in, so that's enough for me."
Yeah, I mean the jury is still very much out on Zach Crawley at the moment, but
it's another conversation, isn't it?
You've got to give that player the confidence. And like I say, you can motivate them, give them all the confidence you want. You can coach them, make sure their technique's right. But once they step over that white line, it's up to them to perform. It's up to them to put that into practice.
Left alone by George Hill. Could leave that as well. Gregory down on his haunches. Maybe that's hitting a 4th stump. I don't know. Let's have a look at the replay. Lewis Gregory knows that one was close. It brings the 9th over of the innings to a close. Just need to nip back a little bit further. Yorkshire 35 for 1 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset bowled out about just under an hour ago for 424. Day 2 brought to you on the club's live stream thanks to our principal county championship sponsor, WPA Health Insurance.
Jack Brooks then to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 70 on his back and the orange soles of his bowling boots flashing as Coda Cadmore knocks that one up to Marchant de Lange.
Were you able to go up to Southport last week? I'm sorry if you've already discussed this.
No, I didn't, unfortunately. No, it was a combination of work and various other things.
I couldn't either. I would love to have gone though. Paul Edwards speaks in wonderful, glowing terms of the place, although it is his home ground, so he would say that.
Yeah, you got a lovely view of a real feel for the ground from the live stream as well. I almost felt like I knew every corner of it from the various camera angles. It looked an absolute picture, but unfortunately childcare and various other things mean that not being young, free and single anymore, it's very difficult just to drop everything and make halfway across the country to watch Somerset, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. No childcare, but also working another job means I can't do every championship game. I have to prioritise the home ones. I would love to have been at Southport though. I think quite like a Somerset away day. Well followed away from home, as a Yorkshire as well. A good number of Yorkshire fans in the ground today. Healthy ticket sales for at least the first 3 days. I mean, people don't tend to buy day 4 tickets in advance anymore.
Yep, seen a few white roses around the fans here at the Cooper Associates County Ground today.
It's a low bar, but we're already looking like bettering Somerset's last effort against Yorkshire. We went up for a lovely 4 days in Scarborough, and we did have a lovely 4 days in Scarborough. Ben Warren was up there as well. We didn't quite get 4 days cricket though.
I've erased that one from my memory. It was part of the September to not remember, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was.
I presume we lost it by an innings. I think we did.
Ooh.
Did that carry? The action of the fielders suggests it did. Hands on heads at first slip. Let's see if we can have a look on the replay. I think it did. Always difficult in your follow through, especially when you're a quick bowler.
Well, it's just you going the other way, isn't it? Your body weight's all going the other way.
They either stick or they don't. Very difficult to practice as well, caught and bowls, because if you know they're coming back at you, you hold back a little bit, don't you, expecting it?
Yeah, it's pure reaction, isn't it? As you say, they stick or they don't.
A little misfield from Lammonby there in the gully. They'll come through for 2. The feeling Somerset would have just liked to have kept it a little bit tighter. They've not really been able to build a couple of overs of sustained pressure here. Both these batters have just found it easy to pick up one if they've needed to.
Yeah, as you said, Hills, Crunch Gregory has had that release shot, hasn't he?
Bit of shake there from Brooks. Well taken again by Rue.
What did you make of Yorkshire's bowling attack?
I didn't see too much of it, to be honest. I was working yesterday, so I kind of had the radio on and just dipped in when there were highlights. I did see a bit of the afternoons or the evening session. I thought they could have just pushed on a little bit towards the end, but Don Best bowled very well. He bowled a very good line and length. Basically asked the question that said, if you want to score some runs, you have to take a few risks against me, which Goldsworthy and Rue did, and unfortunately led to their demise.
Lovely looking drive from Cola Cadmore, but good bit of fielding from Casey Aldridge, is it?
Yeah, Casey Aldridge, number 5.
You're just joining us here on the Somerset live stream. You've got Sam Dowling and Ian Shepherd alongside me. Co-host, one of the hosts of the Somerset.
Yeah,
always look
host,
at the bright side of life, Somerset podcast. Yourself, Dan Kingdom's on there.
Dan's on there.
Steve Tancock a bit.
Yeah.
But you coax Ben Warren on a little bit, don't you?
Ben's on. Anthony Gibson, and of course the president of Somerset County Cricket Club, Sir Peter Wanless. He wasn't president when he started, but he was elected in the last few weeks. I'm not sure if that's anything to do with us kind of elevating him in the status of the powers that be here at the county ground. But
I'll take it. I think you can. Certainly, you could say that. Well, this was his status at the start, and now after so many weeks. So there's definitely a correlation between the two events there.
Yeah. Well, correlation does not imply causation, or is it the other way around?
No, I think you're right. I think you're right.
But yeah, Pete was saying this week that he was having a chat with Andy Hurry, and he was talking about him and his son's most recent season of international cricket captain on the PC, and how the key was batting Ben Green at 4, and they signed Luke Wright to open the batting. So, and then he said that Sarge just gave him this kind of glazed look and wandered off.
Keeps that one out, George. I haven't played international cricket captain for years. I used to sign. You used to play?
Yeah. I was going to do the season that never was. I was going to do the 2020 season. I got to halfway through the first day of the Warwickshire game, and then I realised I just haven't got time to sit here adjusting my lines and my lengths and doing the batting.
To be honest,
order.
I would power through the bowling, just wickets and fours as highlights. So Phil Weston I would sign quite a lot, left-hander. Michael Monday, and I want to do an interview with him about this at some point. He was a machine on the old version of
He's one of the hidden gems. Ben Green is a hidden gem.
Is he on the current version
as well? Yeah.
Monday, you're talking 90 wickets a season in the county championship. His career.
That's decent.
Left alone outside off stump. Good take from James Rue. How good is it to see?
I wonder if we talked. Bance was talking about cod and all that sort of stuff. Do you think they just?
I reckon probably Labuschagne probably plays international cricket captain.
I reckon he might do.
Renshaw might.
It's a proper Badgers game, isn't it? Yeah, it's. I don't know. If I was a professional cricketer, I don't think I'd be able to stomach it. It's a bit like going and playing a game of your job to relax.
But the footballers all play FIFA though, don't they?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I suppose. But do they play Champ Man? I think FIFA's more Champ Man. You've got to be Champ Man cricket captain. You've got to be solid. You've got to be on it. FIFA, you can just kind of dip in and dip out of.
Yeah, that's very true. I'll give you that. As solid from Coda Cadmore there. Oh, the problem is I haven't got time in my life for it. But now, I tell you what, I bet Harry Everett plays international cricket captain of some form because he is the busiest man. Someone that can multitask. Harry is never. I just heard the plate only a second ago. He's going for his second round of lunch. Brilliant, Harry. It's tea time, so that's chilli. It's time for more chilli.
Cold chilli
for Harry, yeah.
Cold chilli at Happers 4.
Lovely looking drive from Tom Curler-Cadmore. Won't be a run though. Jack Leach, the nut, fielding at mid-off. It's going to be end the over, 40 for 1. Ian Shepherd, thank you so much for your company. We'd love to have you back on a bit later on if you're still around.
Yeah, I should be here till the bitter end today, which with 36 overs to go, we're going to have to get the floodlights on and probably. We
had the one at 11:05 this morning. They were on.
Yeah, 36. Can we go on past 7?
Yeah, I think we can. We'll have to ask Polly. Polly knows. Ian Shepherd, thank you so much.
No worries.
Co-host of the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast. He'll be back with us. And we're going to do a quick replacement up here. And Scott Chappell is going to come and join me. Hello, Scott. How are you? In you come. Headphones on, and then push the button as and when you're ready. I'm doing it live. Change of bowling. At the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, Casey Aldridge is going to come on for his bowl of the game. Scott Chappell, part of the Somerset Schools Foundation, and you're in charge, I'm told, of Schools Day that's been going on. How is it?
Yeah, it's been really good, thank you. Yeah, I think the rain earlier nearly put a kibosh on it, but no, it's been a really good day, and it's nice to see so many kids in here, and we had some in yesterday as well, just enjoying the cricket.
Oh, Aldridge just gets one to leap at George Hill, flies through to the wicket-keeper there. Yeah, I mean, it looks from here very calm, but I can imagine, what if you got 1,500 school kids in? That's quite a lot to keep in check.
Yeah, we had, I think it was about 1,300 today, so it's sort of carnage getting them into the ground. You have kind of flow after flow of kids turning up and getting them in the ground, and then once they're in, you can kind of hear the noise gradually get louder and louder throughout the day, which is brilliant. And one or two things going on around the ground for them to kind of just enjoy a day out at the cricket, really.
And are they all Somerset schools, or we've got Devon and Cornwall involved?
Yeah, so we've got some Devon and Cornwall schools as well. So we've had 4 days this year, so we had a couple of days at the women's test a month ago, and then we had yesterday and today. So we've had, I think, over 4,000 kids from kind of Devon, Somerset and Cornwall in here watching some live cricket, a lot of them for the first time as well.
I was going to ask, and they seem to be enjoying it. The players have been really good, haven't they?
The players on both sides have been fantastic. Kind of Lewis Gregory at lunchtime, in between, kind of whilst he was still batting, came out and signed a load of autographs, as well as the other guys, and then the Yorkshire boys out signing autographs as well, which has kind of really made the day for a lot of the kids.
Matt Renshaw said he was really happy, loved being over there, but he kept worrying about getting in trouble because they're saying, can you sign my school shirt? And he's thinking, I've been in trouble before with parents.
Yeah, there was all sorts, I think, caps, school shirts, booklets, and then I think there was some faces being signed and all sorts yesterday as well, so they got quite creative with where they wanted signing.
Aldridge, fresh from his career best county championship score. Another exciting young prospect coming through the Somerset Academy. Ball in hand, good start for dot balls to get underway. Obviously, bringing this number of school children doesn't just happen. You don't just turn up on the morning and drag them out of school. Presumably this is months in the planning.
Yeah, so we kind of liaise with the club and pick some dates that would work really well, and then send out the information to schools and have them all apply for it, which we've kind of been inundated this year, which I think just shows how much people want to come and watch cricket, and schools want to bring kids out, having kind of been starved of that for the last few years with the pandemic. And then a little bit of work that goes into the day to get them all here. But then once they're here, it's just great to see them. And we've had kind of a lot of emails over the past month from schools that came last time and schools that were here yesterday, even saying that the kids have loved it. They want to come back. They want to join their local club. So I think not only creating Somerset fans, but creating potential new cricketers and everything else that goes with it just kind of just puts the icing on the cake, really, is having kids having a brilliant day and hopefully going a little bit further with it as well. Yeah,
left alone there by George Hill. So Casey Aldridge starts with a maiden 40 for 1. Yorkshire here are after 12. Sam Dowling here with Scott Chappell from the Somerset Cricket Foundation. And it's not just today. I mean, this is probably one of the highlights for you of the summer, I'm guessing. But the kind of work you do is 12 months around the year?
Yeah, so I manage our schools programme, so we're in schools 12 months of the year. We've got 5 full-time community coaches, so they're in schools every day of the week, and then they do a lot of community stuff in the evenings and weekends as well. So across kind of a 12-month period in school or a school year, we'll kind of deliver to about 15,000 state school children. We'll play cricket, there'll be competitions, we'll train loads of teachers so that they can continue playing cricket. A whole host of different things that goes into that schools programme, and then kind of everything else we do, from running courses for coaches and umpires and scorers to a lot of our community programmes, disability cricket, women and girls cricket. There's kind of a lot of stuff that goes on in the foundation that certainly keeps us busy throughout the year.
Yeah, huge round of applause here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. You might have just heard Jack Leach on to bowl for the first time in the game. Fresh, I mean, he had a new lease of life, reverse sweeping for 6. Well, over cover really. It was a Tom Banton-esque shot, and Tom Banton was up here commentating on it. He comes into the attack for the first time. He's going to bowl to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. One slip in, Lewis Gregory.
It's a nice reaction in the com box to that shot. I think the videos that's gone out on social media to see the guys' reactions was good.
Well, one of your former colleagues, one of your former coaches was in here.
Yeah, Sophie Luff. So Sophie was one of our community coaches a few years ago before she went on into the world of professional cricket. A Chance to Shine Coach of the Year as well. So our schools programme is funded by Chance to Shine, which is a national cricket charity. So they kind of give us the funds to go in and deliver in schools.
Leach starts with a dot ball, twirls that ball in hand. He just pushes a bit extra through his action these days. It was analysed quite a lot in the recent Test series against New Zealand. 10 wickets in a game for Jack Leach as well. For the first time, 5 in each innings. Just that sense that he belongs at that level. As Kohler-Cadmore pushes forward on the front foot, and we've seen Freddie Flintoff. I don't know if you've seen his programme that he's been doing up in Preston, getting state school kids into playing cricket, but it's not something they're necessarily exposed to from an early age.
No, I've watched the first couple. I'm looking forward to watching the last one tonight, and I think it's been really interesting and really good to watch as well.
That's huge from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I had a look at Jack Leach for a couple of balls, and he has just taken a couple of steps down, and he has hit that, well, straight as you like really. It's smashed right down the middle of that brand new sight screen there at the river end. That is a lovely looking shot, and it's just give Jack Leach something to think about there. Realises Tom Kohler-Cadmore's not just going to sit on the back foot and wait. He's going to be positive, and he cuts him out for a single. Yeah, unlike you, I haven't seen the last episode yet. It gets me. It's quite emotional, that.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think it shows that by exposing kids to it, they realise that they enjoy it, and I think that's ultimately that's what we try to do by going into schools, is showing as many kids as possible what cricket is and how enjoyable it is, and you know, we get that reaction from the kids that we go into schools with, and kind of seeing that on telly as well just shows that it's there. And even kind of your hardest to reach kids, actually, if you give them the opportunity to play, will pick it up and will enjoy it and run with it, and it can give you so much more than just playing a game. That everything that comes with it, with not only the life skills but the teammates, that bond and everything like that as well.
I think that's what's really shone through in that programme. 47 for 1 Yorkshire after 13 overs. I don't know if it was the foundation, so I grew up over the road, and so I would have been playing late 90s at primary school. So the guys who were coaches at Somerset, the indoor school, they would come in on a Monday, Tuesday, whenever it was, after school, and we'd just play quick cricket. We'd be knocking around, playing tip and run. I'm sure some of them are probably still there, but I didn't go to a private school, so I didn't pick up a red ball and play hardball cricket till I was 12, 13, playing club cricket. It was just so much fun.
Yeah, so very similar to what we do now. So Chance to Shine started in 2005, that's the national charity, and I think since then, sort of 17 years, over 5 million children have received cricket through them. So I guess it's kind of made it a little bit more formal and given the opportunity to go wider. So we'll be in the best part of 150 schools every year, so mainly primary schools, but we do a lot of stuff with secondary girls as well, and in a bit of a leadership programme that not only gets them into playing but also leading and delivering sessions and umpiring and scoring, so as well as developing some of those skills around the game as well. So it's certainly a lot more prevalent now. I think kind of just touching back on the Freddie Flintoff programme, I think there's a real opportunity.
That's a lovely shot from Tom Cadmore. Straight as you like again. Previous over, it was a straight dance down the track and hit Jack Leach over the top. That was a beautifully checked straight drive that's whistled past the stumps and down in front of us in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion for 4.
Yeah, I think there's that real opportunity to expose as many kids as possible, to give them the links into their local cricket clubs and just get them within the game, and that then just keeps them there for as long as possible. And it might be that they become players, they might find another role within those clubs as they get older and as they grow up.
Well, yeah, club cricket was such an important part of my life growing up, because it's brilliant for parents as well, because it's almost free babysitting if you're over at the club playing, because I would be there. Short and a swish from Tom Cadmore. He probably wants to be leaving that one alone. Eyes lit up, saw another boundary. In the end, he got nothing on it. I mean, I'd be over there. It was Taunton Cricket Club, so it's just over the road from here. I'd probably be there 3 or 4 evenings a week, basically in the summer until it got dark every night.
Yeah, definitely. I think you'll get so many clubs that there'll be so many kids down there, boys and girls, doing the exact same thing. I think a lot of clubs where they do it well will have that Friday evening or whatever evening of the week it is, where they've got their junior training, the bar's open, they've got a barbecue on, and it becomes a real family event. And it's, you know, the summer is Fridays down at the club, and not only is it making some much needed funds for the clubs to keep them going, it also just creates that feel around the club, and everyone feels welcome there. And a lot of clubs have kind of built women's teams on the back of it, their junior sections have grown and they've incorporated girls teams into it, and just kind of really moving cricket forwards.
When you mentioned that, I mean, Sophie's going to step in a second, so I'm sure she'll talk about the women's side of it with you in more depth. But I just wanted to ask, after Casey Aldridge bowls another good shot from Tom Cadmore, but this time it's fielded by Jack Brooks. There's you said you've got 5 full-time coaches, but as well as coaching the kids, you're basically setting it up so that the teachers and the parents, basically coaching them to be coaches, so that actually it just kind of spreads that network.
Yeah, so when we're in schools, one of the kind of the stipulations of our funding and kind of the ethos behind the programme is the teachers are out with the class as well. So it's not us going in and taking a class away from the teacher for an hour. It's us going and working hand in hand with the teacher, giving them the skills and the confidence to continue delivering cricket after we leave. So really trying to create that legacy and make it sustainable as it moves forwards.
Sounds absolutely brilliant. Right, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Sophie Love. I'm going to have to try and untangle myself. I've just realised, Sophie, be careful. The wire is hanging through the chair. Harry Everett put it round my ear, and so good luck. But Scott Chappell from the Somerset Cricket Foundation is going to continue.
Okay, so Jack's just getting started next over. It's nice they've left me on my own. I've been in here for 10 minutes and already I'm running the show by the looks of it. And Sophie's taking as much time as possible to put headphones up just to stitch me up a little bit more. It's a dot ball from Jack Leach there. Some sort of maze going on with Sophie's headphones at the moment. I think she's just about to sort them out.
I'm here, Scott, don't worry.
Thanks, Sophie, you saved me there, and I think saved everyone that's listening as well and watching.
We wanted to leave Banton on his own earlier, but
that would have been brave.
Yeah, he got away with it because it was the tea interval. Is he going to catch that? He's going to get there. Great catch there. Leach with his first wicket then. Hill's got to go. It's a great catch there. I think that's Renshaw, is it?
You'll notice I'm staying very silent so far. I'm not convinced either.
I think it's Renshaw. Usually my eyes are alright. It's when they've got their jumpers on though, without their numbers on the back, that it's always a bit of a challenge. But great grab there, and Somerset will be happy with another wicket on the board there. Yorkshire 55 for 2 then. How are things, Scott? It's been a while.
Good, thank you, Safe. Nice to see you.
Saw there was a catching challenge at the lunch break, was there, for the teachers?
Yeah, so it's kind of moved on a bit from your day. I remember you did it a few years ago, whacking some tennis balls and squash balls up with a tennis racket somewhere in the region of the teachers. So we went all out this year and bought in a space hopper, which is courtesy of Brian in the office, who does it at home with his daughter, where he throws it into the ground as hard as he can. And it goes about the height of a house upwards, and then you've got to try and catch it on the way down. So we started off with that one, and then a bit of a tennis racket catch, and then a few off the catch it around.
Is the prize still Yorkshire tea bags?
No, unfortunately Yorkshire tea bags don't sponsor National Cricket Week anymore. So no, the winning teacher's got a nice Somerset cap from the shop. So a nice prize to go away with. The rest of the staff in the staff room weren't overly pleased, I don't think.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not as useful, that one, is it? It's going to be Harry Brook, stride into the middle, just about to take guard. Talking earlier today about his record this summer, scored a shed load of runs in the form of his life. Tom Banton said he's one of his good mates, and he thinks that Test debut is not far around the corner as well. Have you seen much of Harry Brook, Scott?
I haven't, but from that intro it sounds like it's a good one to get early.
Yeah, I think Somerset will need to get him early here. Leach is in. Brook defends that. Just into the offside.
Your summer going well, Safe. Scored some runs, I've seen.
Leach in again. Brook just hits that up to mid-on. Yeah, we've started pretty well in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Been playing that for the last 3 weeks and won 2, lost 1. So, yeah, sit sort of middle of the table, and yeah, got a few runs on the weekend, which is always nice, isn't it?
Definitely.
Brook plays that off the back foot. Out to deep cover. He's off the mark. One ball to go in this Jack Leach over. And defended there by Cola Cadmore. See that wicket again in this over. Definitely was Renshaw underneath that. Nice little celebration there as well. Firstly to the Trade Nation stand, and then just gone and picked Jack Leach up.
Definitely enjoyed that one, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did. He's a bundle of energy though. We had him up here earlier, and yeah, I don't think he can sit still for very long. I think they basically said, you go on comms and get out of the way. We don't want you interfering up here in the changing room and annoying everyone.
nice. I think the last time I saw him was at a T20 game where he nearly stacked it in a Trade Nation stand, just tripped over. He was good enough, I think it was just before he was off with Australia A. And I just about managed to recover himself. I was interested to see what the reports on that injury would be if he didn't quite make it.
Well, we had him up here just after his trip away to Sri Lanka, and yeah, he was certainly enjoying himself that night as well. Brooke just defends that into that gully region. So yeah, I guess Sam was asking you about schools and everything like that, Scott. In terms of the women's game, how's that sort of grown over the last couple of years from a grassroots level?
It's going from strength to strength. Kind of the number of teams we've got in Somerset competing in leagues and festivals has grown massively, both in kind of women's cricket and girls as well. So it's kind of a real area of growth at the moment, and nice to see, you know, people like yourself as well as the England women on telly just being much more present and much more visible, just for girls to be able to see, and even women at clubs, just to have someone to look up to or someone to aspire to, or even just to see someone playing the game that they're playing, and it just to be normal.
Aldridge in, and Brooke defends that. Yeah, I mean, I think back to, you know, when I was working for the foundation there, and you know, I used to go and do a couple of sort of club visits a night, trying to get some women's sections off the ground. And you know, I look on social media now, and there's just so many around the county. It's brilliant to see, and I hope it will continue to grow as well. I think there's still so much opportunity out there for clubs to open up women and girls sections. Appeal there for LBW, not out though.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's something that clubs that have done it have realised the importance of it, and the fact that there's a whole kind of 50% of the population that could be playing cricket that haven't been, and just the difference it makes to the club. You know, cricket clubs that have just got male teams can become quite stale and quite kind of old-fashioned traditional, and actually just injecting a bit of life in it, whether it's with all-stars for those really young kids or women's and girls sections as well. Just breathes life into a club, and just, like I mentioned earlier, just creates a real nice family feel around the place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just more, you said, you know, sort of visibility, accessibility, and I think that's what certainly the 100 did. But you know, regionally, domestically, our game now, you know, we're playing at, you know, really good grounds, and you know, we're getting in some good numbers in terms of the crowd as well. And yeah, it's definitely a different sort of demographic in terms of attracting more women and girls to the game, but yeah, it's great to see so many sort of young people coming in and getting involved in cricket these days.
Definitely, and I think it's, you know, you came on a visit to a school with me a couple of months ago, and kind of the girls just seeing you there thinking, not only can I go and play cricket at my local club, but actually I could be a professional cricketer growing up, and to be able to see that pathway through.
Yeah, I always felt really proud to be a female coach and a role model, actually. Just felt it maybe broke down some perceptions that, you know, maybe young boys have got, and actually maybe opened up the you know, young girls' eyes as to, you know, what they could achieve. Leach in again, and it's well fielded at backward point there. Goldsworthy, I think that is, diving away to his left-hand side.
Yeah, no, I completely agree that not only for those girls just to be able to have that aspiration, but also to definitely open up the eyes of boys, and to see that girls can play cricket as well, and they can be just as valuable members of the team. We've kind of run our primary school competitions this last few weeks, and you know, they've been kind of mixed teams, and in the past you'd have majority boys, if not mostly boys and all boys, whereas this year much more girls playing in those school teams. So we have a standalone girls competition as well, but just see more girls playing in those boys teams as well. It's been really nice as well, which I think just speaks volumes as well for the club game and what's going on in schools.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, growing up, I played predominantly boys cricket, and I was the sole girl in pretty much every environment that I found myself in, and you know, to be honest, that was the norm for me. I didn't know any different, and going into an all-female environment was a challenge for me. But these days, girls have got so many opportunities to, like you say, get involved in both sides of the game, really. And I'd encourage all young girls to try and get involved in as much cricket as possible, whether that is in an all-girls environment or whether they want to, you know, try and get involved with the boys and test themselves, challenge themselves. It's, you know, all cricket is for everyone, and yeah, the fact that there's more girls getting opportunity these days, it's fantastic to see. There's so many more role models within the game. You know, growing up, I looked up to Marcus Trescothick here, coming down here and watching him score a shed load of runs, but you know, I genuinely believe that these days girls will be looking up to Heather Knight, Anya Shrubsole, and just the best players on the women's scene, because they're visible, they're accessible.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of just going across through all cricket as well, just having that option of being able to play men's cricket, boys cricket, as well as being able to play girls cricket, having that choice, and a lot of girls playing, you know, both formats. And you know, I've noticed it on a Saturday in the very dreadful league cricket that I play, that, you know, there's so many more women and girls playing within those teams now as well, which I think just also just tones down some of the things that happen on and off the pitch as well, which is nice for club cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Yorkshire here then, 58 for 2. It's going to be Aldridge again from the Trescothick Pavilion end, driven by Brooke. Aldridge gets a boot on that. Brooks has got the floppy hat on, but there's not much sun out there, I have to say.
It's a nice change from the last week or so, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been pretty warm.
I think yesterday when we had that rain shower just before lunch, that's the first time I've never tried to run out of the rain that I've actually been glad to get soaking wet and cool down a little bit.
Full from Aldridge and no run there. Yeah, we were playing at Thornbury yesterday and we had a bit of a shower, and I think the girls just wanted to stay out there, to be honest. They were quite enjoying it, but they did come off for a little bit. It did get quite heavy at one point.
Yeah, it certainly sent the school kids we did have in here yesterday running for the cover. So we lost about 1,000 yesterday that decided not to come because of the forecast and with it being so hot.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone was envisaging rain to be the thing that might have curtailed the day for some of them.
No, absolutely not. How closely do you follow Somerset and their progress throughout the season, Scott? Do you watch much?
So definitely don't watch as much as we like, considering I sit in the office 30 yards away from the pitch. It tends to be one of those ones when we're working, we might nip out and watch 5 or 10 minutes here and there, but nowhere near as much as we'd like to unless we kind of sit down and watch it. So I've been up for a couple of the T20s, which were nice, and then kind of obviously follow it very closely when we're here and that kind of stuff, but don't watch anywhere near as much as I like to, and potentially as much as friends and family think I do working here. There's definitely a misconception there that I spend my days
just watching
cricket. Yeah, if only that was the case.
Aldridge in again then, shorter, and Brooks giving everything at that and got nothing for it.
Albeit it's nice to be up here when a game's going on. Normally we come up here with tours with kids from schools and you see the lovely view, but you just see some grass, and it's nice to be able to sit up here with this view and actually watch some cricket today.
Yeah, it's a great view from up here. I feel very lucky actually. Yeah, did some stints during the T20, and yeah, it's definitely the best seat in the house up here. Last ball of Aldridge is over then. Full, driven. No run again. That's the end of the 18th over. Yorkshire 58 for 2. Aldridge has bowled 4 overs. He's bowled 3 maidens actually. It's been very tight.
Yeah, just giving a little bit of pressure on, aren't they?
Yeah, and these are 2 big wickets for Somerset here. Cola Cadmore and Harry Brooke. They'll be wanting to see who's at 5 and who's at 6, I think. They won't want to see too much of these 2 if they can help it. It's going to be Leach again then.
I think it'd be nice to see Cola Cadmore score some runs in about 8 months' time when he's
when
in different
he's
colours.
on our side as opposed to Yorkshire. What do you make of that signing?
I think it's a good one. I think it shows a bit of intent and signing a batter with a proven record.
Defended once more. Yeah, I think he's an exciting player, but he's obviously been around the county scene for a while now, and yeah, desperate to make his mark, I guess, and he probably feels that he can do that down here in the West Country, and I'm sure the fans are looking forward to seeing him in a Somerset shirt. Three dots so far in this Jack Leach over. Gonna sneak a single on this occasion though. I absolutely love Jack Leach, but I do always think he looks a bit scruffy.
Do you know what?
He's always got that. He's always got his shirt untucked, and he wears quite a big shirt. That's definitely not the right size for him, I don't believe.
No, I spend quite a lot of time on Saturdays, or I used to, telling our kids to tuck shirts in, and then you see Jack Leach playing for England in his shirt untucked, and you kind of think, I don't know why I bother.
Yeah, when you're that good at bowling, though, I reckon you can get away with it. But yeah, that shirt's got to be at least a size too big for him. Maybe just likes it baggy. I reckon most of them would go for a tight fit these days, though.
I reckon the ones that spend the most time in the gym definitely will do.
Just the one run then from that Jack Leach over. Somerset keeping things very tight out there to these two. I think these two are just going to try and rebuild, create a bit of a partnership after losing a wicket a few overs ago.
So how have you enjoyed Schools Day from the other side of the fence today, Safe?
Yeah, it's been great to see actually. Usually I like getting stuck in. Like, it was always one of the highlights of the calendar actually for me, mainly because we got to spend the day here.
Yeah, definitely. Ice creams after the day as
yeah,
well. Did that help seal the deal as well?
Did help, yeah. Nice little ice cream to finish the day off. But yeah, I always like being in and around the ground here. It's just got a great feel to it. And as a community coach, we were sort of always here, there and everywhere. So yeah, as much as I didn't really like sitting down in the office and doing all that admin stuff, I always did like coming in, and you got to see a few more people and stuff. And yeah, I think that was maybe the thing as a community coach that I sort of missed, was that interaction with sort of people and colleagues on a day-to-day basis. You obviously saw lots of children and teachers, but yeah, I always enjoyed sort of working with fellow coaches as well.
Yeah, I think it's almost I wouldn't say a reward, but it's nice to almost see the fruits of all that work across the year of kind of going into school after school and delivering to lots of children, to then see them all here, kind of just seeing it in real life, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely, because a lot of them would never have seen sort of cricket like this before. They've obviously, if you've been into their school, they've got a perception of what cricket is. But to experience like a match day and see, you know, some great players in action, that's what it's all about, isn't it? And you know, I think that would, you know, maybe, you know, the combination of the two would really inspire someone to definitely join their local club or get involved more in the game.
Definitely, and I think some of the reactions you get, and we had today, as kids walking into the ground and just seeing it, and a lot of them, that first experience of live sport and being in a kind of a venue like this, that kind of just that wow factor, and kind of you hear the gasp from them and everything that goes with it, and we get some other brilliant reactions as well. So I think one of the kids on his way and asked how long the game goes on for. When the answer was 4 days, the look of shock on his face, and it's like, well, how long are we here for? Which was a nice one.
Yeah, it's great. Great to see. It's definitely a highlight in the calendar, and I'm sure the players as well love it. You know, love inspiring the next generation, seeing so many young children here. You know, giving them a cheer of support and just enjoying a really good day out.
Maybe one or two tired wrists as well from the amount of autographs that they were signing throughout the day. I think as soon as one of them arrives, suddenly you get 1,000 kids descend on the boundary to try and get as many autographs as possible. But I said earlier to Sam that it's a fair play to the guys that have signed autographs, whether it's during the game, whether they've come down at lunch intervals or at the start of the day and kind of hung around. I think Tom Lammonby was signing autographs for about 45 minutes at the start of play, which was just brilliant that those guys have spent the time with these players.
Yeah, we did see Lammonby actually down there for a while. He was in a good stint in the Trade Nation stand, I think it was. Renshaw was down there for a while as well. But I think that's that's what these players do so well here, and Somerset do so well here, is there is that real sort of community feel, and they want to inspire the next generation, and you know, they know that they've got, it's sort of their responsibility, and they will take that time to go and say hello to fans after the game, go and sign some autographs, and yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah, no, I think it definitely, it just adds just something else for the kids as well. You know, they've come to watch cricket and they've got to meet some of the players. They go home with an autograph and a bit of a story to tell, and actually, you know, a lot of them want to come back, they want to join the club, and they've got someone to aspire to now, and someone that they know within cricket.
Brooke just defending that one, Leach into his 5th over, 1 for 15 currently. Got the wicket of Hill. Brooke just defends that out to deep cover. He takes his score to 3. Brings Cola Cadmore back onto strike. Leaching again. I've completely lost that ball, but I take it it's gone all the way.
I've lost that as well. I was expecting it to bounce somewhere into that sight screen and hoping, but no, I've got no idea where that's gone.
I've completely lost that. I think it's gone just to the right of the sight screen. Renshaw's collected it from the boundary. Cola Cadmore looking to advance and take Leach on here. He's certainly a player that's not going to die wandering, is he? Cola Cadmore likes to be aggressive, likes to get on the front foot and put bowlers under pressure. We've seen that a lot in the white ball game, and presumably he'll play similarly, just maybe a little bit more selective in his shot selection in the red ball game as he defends that one.
I think he's just trying to release that little bit of pressure. They haven't scored a great deal of runs over the last few overs, have they? So just kind of a bit of a release shot. But he played very well.
Defending again is Cola Cadmore. It looks like there's a bit more of a breeze out there now. Leach's shirt is
just about to say, you can
is
tell by
untucked and
Leach's shirt.
flapping around, yeah.
Might be the speedy move, so.
Again, Cola Cadmore defending. End of that Leach over. Somerset 66 for 2. So, Scott Chappell, thank you very much. I think that's your little stint done on comms. Had you done commentary before, or is this your first time?
No, first time. So
we've had quite a few debutants today. So yeah, thank you very much. Hope to see you very soon and catch up properly. For the time being, I think Sam Dalling's going to return.
No worries. Thank you for having me. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you. It's going to be Aldridge to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. That's a good delivery there. Beats Brooke. Just goes past the outside edge. Hopefully we can see that ball again. Yeah, I've just got the replay now. Somerset working hard, trying to find that 3rd, 4th wicket here, really put Yorkshire under pressure. That's driven beautifully by Harry Brooke. Straight down the ground. Textbook, as you like.
I think that's the best shot I've seen in the game, so actually. It was just so authoritative. I said that word wrong, didn't I? What a start. I knew I was thinking, but I hesitated before I said the word.
To be fair.
I know, to come straight back in.
Yeah.
It was a lovely shot from Harry Brooke. I mean, if the form he's in, it's no real surprise.
Aldridge in again. High up on the bat there, squirts off to mid-off. Yeah, I mean, he's beaten beautifully by a great delivery of the ball before, and then Aldridge just searching for that again, but goes slightly too full, and Brooke punishes. And yeah, I think when Somerset get it in the right areas, there's a little bit in it for them, but you know, when you air a little bit too full or too short, then batters can punish you on this wicket. Goes for the short ball and misses out there. Brooks, hands in the air. I think that might be Gregory. I'm not sure what he's asking for there.
So did he take the pace off that? Because it was like tennis ball bounce, wasn't it?
Yeah,
The
it was
way
a little
went
bit
through
tennis ball-y.
to Roo. Brooks having a look at the spot. Maybe it just hit a slightly duff spot in the pitch. He was through the shot too early. Aldridge, by the way, has bowled beautifully. I've been watching him from the next room. I mean, that was about the first ball. He bowled 4 maidens in his 5.4 overs. That 4 ball was about the first half volley he's bowled.
Fuller this time, and Brooke defends into the onside. And that's Bartlett in there doing the fielding. Yeah, he's bowled nicely, Aldridge. Looks like a really exciting prospect, and yeah, Somerset's seam attack. You know, I don't think he's very old either, so he's definitely the future here, and he's got a good opportunity to show what he's about right now in this game. Defended by Brooke. Just holds the pose there.
I'm trying to think who he reminds me of, Aldridge, because he kind of stops. I don't know, he probably coils. It's not quite Brett Lee like, it's not lock and load, but he holds that ball up there and it almost pauses for a millisecond before bringing the arm, and just his natural body shape is going to move it away from the right-hander. Could be an exciting. Well, you'd imagine he'll play a decent chunk of the Royal London Cup.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. Given how many players are sort of away with the 100, he'll get real good opportunity, and yeah, might see him up the order a little bit as well, given his batting exploits in the second 11 in the T20 format.
Yeah, he was explosive in that second 11 T20. Good to have Scott Chappell with us. Matt Renshaw's been up. It's not debut for him. He'd been up here before. Tom Banton on debut.
Yeah, we've had quite a few debutants today.
Leach to Cola Cadmore. Cola Cadmore playing his first county championship game of the summer for Yorkshire. One of his final, 5 or 6 as well, assuming he plays the rest of the season. Having signed the contract with Somerset, he'll be down here at the Cooper Associates County Ground from next year. But his heart and head are very much on the job for Yorkshire here. A couple of nice straight drives down the ground for 6. I was with you, I was sat behind you. I had no idea with that ball. You were just waiting for the sight screen to ripple, weren't you, where the ball clunked into it?
I completely lost it, to be honest. I think we're used to, certainly when we've been commentating on the T20, it's obviously a white ball, and you can usually see how far that's gone, and usually miles when Somerset are batting. Just sort of lose track of the red ball, actually, at times.
Good bit of work from Tom Lamb, be it cover there. Save a single. Leach, 1 wicket to his name so far, and that of George Hill. It was actually a great bit of work from Matt Renshaw. Talking about his dodgy knees earlier on. That would have done them a world of good. Got them loosened up, got them moving.
Yeah, he was also talking about drop catches off Peter Siddle and etc., but held on to that one, didn't he? It's a very good grab and probably an even better celebration, actually.
Yeah, well, Banton said. I think they're almost kind of polar opposites. I think from what Banton was talking about, him and Jack Leach are in that same very chilled out category, whereas I think they let Renshaw have the energy for all of them. Defensive shot from Tom Cadmore to end the over. Yorkshire 70 for 2 here then. We've still got 25 overs remaining in the day. It was already a slightly elongated day because we lost 20 overs yesterday, so it was penciled in to be 104 overs. We did have a little bit of rain, although during that interval we had a cracking interview. Matt Renshaw was up here and Harry Everett was talking to him. That was absolutely cracking. Back out on the pitch now though, and still 24 overs remaining.
Yeah, the Renshaw and Everett show, wasn't it?
It was good though, I enjoyed listening to it.
Yeah, it was good, yeah. Very insightful as well. I think I said earlier that I was sort of, anytime Renshaw was talking about batting, I was listening intently, trying to get any top tips that he's got.
It was the beauty of county cricket, it's the beauty of what the guys have set up here with the stream. We've had Renshaw and Banton in today, 2 of like kind of the top. Still, Renshaw's still quite young batting talents. Renshaw has played Test cricket and may well get there again. Banton's played white ball cricket for England, and hopefully we'll get there again. And we've just had them pop up for casual chats about cricket. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's really insightful. Bowling change then. De Lange is into the attack. I think that's don't know what's happened there, whether I thought it had got through him, but I'm not sure the fielder knows whether he stopped it or not, and I think they're just going to say, yep, you did stop it. Umpire's not signalling anything. Just sort of fended off by Brooke there, a climbing delivery that you probably would expect from De Lange, actually.
It was a good start, actually, from De Lange. Wrapped the glove, didn't he? Just gets on that back foot. I don't think Jack Leach knew. I think he just threw his arms across the dive. I've got no idea. How am I going to know? I was just diving and stopping it. Well, I can't feel if my body's got a bit of contact with the rope, which is fair enough.
Yeah, and the fans in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, I don't expect them to have been signalling for from a Somerset perspective there. They probably were like, no, well fielded, Jack.
Well, it's one of those, you know, when in a one-day game in particular you get it, and the bowler bowls, and it's on the cusp of being a wide, and the wicketkeeper always tries to, they clap their hands and give it the well bowled just to try and sway the umpire. And I think it's almost that reaction that the umpire, is that guilt that the umpire then gets the arms out.
Yeah. Or the one that's down the leg side, and you go for an appeal as if the batter's got something on it, just to try and deceive the umpire. Brooke works that one off his hip into the leg side.
It's intriguing, Harry Brooke, isn't it? Because, look, he'd have wanted the England side to be successful, but he must have been feeling at the start of this summer, right, well, I'm going to get a go this summer, because this lot have been pretty poor. I've started the summer really well, so I'm going to get a game. And it's just been, I mean, it would have been magical to be involved in it, but he's still waiting for that Test debut. But I think it's a when, not if.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is inevitable, and yeah, I think the way that he plays as well, he would fit very nicely into the way that they are currently going about things. It's been pretty exciting to watch. De Lange in on, Kola Cadmore nearly clips that into the hands. I think that's Casey Aldridge in there. And Somerset employing a similar fielding position that Yorkshire had when Shannon Gabriel was bowling. De Lange in again then. Short this time. That looks quick from up here, doesn't it?
It did. That was actually a really well directed bouncer as well. Kola Cadmore did very well to watch it and sway out the way. I mean, he did get that blow on the helmet in the PSL, which is the reason, really, long-term effects of concussion is why he hasn't played a county championship game yet this summer. He did well he watched it all the way and swayed at the last minute because it was following his body, that.
Good length ball there by De Lange, defended by Kola Cadmore. End of the 24th over here. Yorkshire 73 for 2. Skipper Tom Abel just giving his bowler a little high five, pat on the back. Just maybe talking about a few plans for the next one.
It's interesting, he's bowling with two right-handers in. He's bowling with the short boundary on the leg side, so if he's going to bowl short stuff, maybe he is same way. Maybe it's a bit of temptation, take on the hook.
Yeah, and if you can get one or two just to bounce a little bit more than what the batter's expecting, then actually it becomes a wicket-taking opportunity with guys out on the boundary there. Like you say, just trying to tempt batters and play on their ego a little bit. You know, go on then, clear my men there. It's not that big a boundary. Take me on. Take the hook on.
Well, we saw, as you said, for the Gabriel, they had a man under the helmet at short leg and that fielder just behind. It's almost like a short square leg, isn't it? It's not quite wide enough to be a leg slip. It'll be interesting to see if Somerset try that, because De Lange, he got Brooks on the gloves. Brooke on the gloves first up, and then had Kola Cadmore jumping around a little bit too. It's Jack Leach from the River End. James Rue up to the stumps. Gregory at first slip. Goes for it. It looked like he was going for a reverse sweep. He was down on one knee very early, Harry Brooke, and in the end he just flicked it very fine, and Martin De Lange does the fielding in front of us here in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Keeps it to a couple. Very deft. I mean, he committed to that shot so early. I don't know if we've got a replay of it. Brooke was almost down on one knee before Leach had released the ball.
Yeah, I mean, the skill of these players now is, you know, they've probably got one option in mind, but you know, when they get into that position, they can adjust whether they go, you know, hard sweep, slog sweep, paddle sweep, reverse. They've got all the skills these days, these batters.
Brooke dances down the wicket and pushes it out. And I was just going to mention, there's a fielder under the helmet. Basically short point, I think, for the... Is he there for the cut shot? Is he there for the one that just Brooke pushes forward and it springs up? He's quite deep for a fielder under the helmet. Pushed out towards Aldridge, who does the fielding at deep cover for a single. I think it might be, no, Lammonby's at...
It's Bartlett, I think,
George
under
Bartlett.
the lid. Yeah,
he often is, isn't
But
he?
interesting that, you know, I don't think he needs a lid on there, whether he's just kept it on because, you know, initially they started with him fielding in close. But I think it's just to try and cut off that single opportunity there. Or no, he's coming in closer now.
That's where he needs the lid for Cola Cadmore. So maybe it was for Brooke that the fielder was there. Cola Cadmore, he's just almost in his line of sight. So Cola Cadmore can't just push forward comfortably. Oh, pushes back and it bounces into George Bartlett. Just flicks up off his hip. It's Lammonby, who's almost stood right behind him. But just putting another fielder in the eye on a Cola Cadmore, who's already danced down the track a couple of times to Jack Leach and hit him straight down the ground for 6. Terrific white ball player, Cola Cadmore. Punches it back to Jack Leach. Oh, look at that. Harry Everett's literally the prawn sandwich brigade is here. Harry Everett has come in. He promised he was going to disappear and bring cake. He did the same thing yesterday. What have you got? A bit of lemon drizzle.
Chocolate.
Lovely. And lots of Clyde cream and jam just to go on those two cakes. Excellent.
Oh, love a bit of lemon drizzle.
Harry Everett always delivers, yeah.
He's just always got food, hasn't he?
They're in that satchel of his on the back foot. End of the over, 76 for 2. So we had a couple of weeks ago, we had like roti breads with the curries, I say it, roti breads. And Harry will always have a couple of meals here. And then a week later, he's walking out of the Cooper Associates County Ground. He's thinking, oh, I just need to get something from my bag. And he slides his hand into the side of his satchel and finds that he stored a couple of breads there from a week previously. He said, well, look, they were quite solid, but there was chilli on offer, so I just used the chilli sauce to soften them up a bit, and they were fantastic. So,
yeah, I haven't seen Harry in a while, and but I could probably tell you what he's eaten over the last month, just based on his social media and what he posts.
Oh, is he? Does he put it all on? Does he? I'm not. You know me, I'm old.
Every ground, I think he's. I don't know whether it's. I can't remember the handle. Whether it's cricket nosh.
Yes, because there was a football one and now there's a cricket one. Yeah.
Harry is all over it. Yeah, so I could probably tell you what he's had for breakfast, lunch, and dinner at most grounds he's been at this summer.
It's usually the same
Sad
thing.
That, isn't it?
It's usually 3 or 4 portions of the same thing.
It's going to be De Lange to continue then. This is going to be, I think, my last over of the day before I've got to shoot off, unfortunately, and leave Sam and Harry to, well, I was going to say fight over the last few overs of the day, but it's not going to be fighting over the overs. They're going to be doing them all.
Yeah, no fight. It's still 22 overs remaining, part-timer.
I said to Harry earlier, though, that he absolutely loves it, so it's fine.
We've had a fantastic day. Sophie Duff, myself, Sam Dalling, Harry Everett have been here.
De Lange in and Brooke quickly onto that. I think that's gone to the back of the Trade Nation and potentially bounced over, I think. I think there's some school children at the back there, but I'm sure that looked like it bounced over. Just going to see a replay there. He's quickly onto that, Brooke.
That's massive. That's a huge hit.
I think it must have gone over. There's some children there sort of looking into the car park.
There's a couple of kids by the Andy Caddick Pavilion. They're just streaming down. They're running. I don't know if we can see it on the camera just to the right. Kids are running around the back to try and find it. So yeah, I think that ball is probably, to be honest, it's going to be retrieved and then probably looked at, because if it's hit the concrete and bounced a couple of times, then it might not be in ideal condition.
Yeah, I always get, thankfully I'm not parked around that side of the ground, but I do always get a bit worried about parking my car that side on a match day.
See, it's weird. I always park really tight into the pavilion down here, because it's never going to happen. But it's impossible to get it up and over. Yeah, it's up and you're not going to get it straight down.
Yeah, that'd be impressive.
But there are these days, you just never know. That would be impressive.
Don't. Even on if I come into the ground and the boys are training here, and they're sort of like hitting towards the car park, I'm always very wary around Where Park. The way that they hit the ball these days as well.
They just train for it. Was Tom Banton, I loved it when he said, yeah, I like it, the range hitting days, but we only have one because it's so expensive. Like at the Oval, you can do it because you've got these vast stands, but here, I mean, you're just losing balls into the river.
They must lose hundreds. I've never actually thought about that, actually. I mean, we don't do loads of range hitting, but when we do it, it's always great fun. But, you know, I guess the guys have got so much more power than we have. They hit it a lot further. So there's sort of no chance of us hitting it out of the stands and losing too many balls. Although saying that, as DeLange is in and Brooke just defends that into the gully region. Saying that, I did train. This was back in the KSL days, and Lizelle Lee was with us in the first year of the Super League, and we were training down at Exeter Cricket Club. And I remember the first ball of someone's spell, she hit this brand new white kookaburra, and they're not cheap.
No, they aren't.
They're not cheap at all. She hit it out of the ground, and we'd lost a ball within the first 5 minutes of the training session. So, yeah, I don't think the coach was too best pleased with Lizelle, actually. Or the bowler, I don't know. I don't know what the conversation was there, but yeah, I think they're like, I don't know. I think the turfs are pretty expensive.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. They are. Cricket balls don't come cheap, and that kind of level of them.
It's driven by Brooke through cover. Lammonby's giving chase, but I think it's just going to evade him, and it does, unfortunately. Classy shot there by Harry Brooke, and DeLange's second over has been a lot more expensive than his first. Just too full on this occasion, and Brooke lent into that beautifully, just waited for the ball to come to him, played it right underneath his eyes, and he's looking in fine touch, isn't he?
We got 100. I saw him up at Scarborough in what was a 2-day game last September. I think he received his Yorkshire cap that day and got 100. He batted it beautifully.
Short from DeLange, and again that's gone into the Trade Nation stand. I'm talking about him bowling to that short leg side boundary, and Brooke at the minute is helping himself. That's the end of the 26th over here. Yorkshire 92 for 2. Sam, it's been an absolute pleasure being back in the comms box with you today. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Everett, and they're probably going to see you through to the end of the day, I presume. It's a long old stint.
I think so,
I do apologise, but
you're all right, Sophie.
I am back tomorrow.
You are indeed. We look forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how Somerset fare tomorrow.
We'd have a decent six-a-side team if we put a team together from the commentary box today. We'd have Sophie, we'd have Matt Renshaw, Tom Banton, Harry Everett, who I am sure will be playing for either Devon or Cornwall. You know those Royal London warm-up games that Somerset go down? Harry's definitely in a WhatsApp group for like the Devon side, isn't he? He'll get a call up. I'm sure Everett will be in there.
Right, well, I'll leave you to it. Thank you very much.
Have a lovely evening, Sophie. We've got about 21 overs. Well, not about. We have got 21 overs left here. Jack Leach bowling at Tom Kohler Cadboy, who just pushes it on the back foot. Picks up a single. Harry Brooke then on strike, one slip in, that fielder who is George Bartlett in a kind of short point under a helmet. Brooke defends on the back foot. He's got 28, Tom Kohler has 29, partnership's 38. Jack Leach is into his 8th over here, day 2 at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset bowled out for 424 a little bit earlier on today. We've had Sophie Luff in the commentary box all day. She'll be back tomorrow. Myself, Sam Delling. Harry Everett's just about to tag back in. We've had Matt Renshaw, Tom Banton, Scott Chappell from the Somerset Cricket Foundation. It's been schools day, so we had about 1,500 school children from Somerset, Devon and Cornwall in earlier on. And we've still got, after all of that, we've still got 20 overs cricket left.
What a day it's been, Sam. What a day.
It's not been bad, is it? And we had a rain break.
I don't think we've ever had a more star-studded lineup in a day's county championship commentary in the last couple of years, have we?
I mean, the quality, we've got a good opening pair for our six-a-side team, haven't we?
Oh, what, myself and you?
Yeah, exactly. No ball. Jack Leach overstepping there by the looks of things. Called for a no ball. They scramble through for a single. Well, yeah, you probably wouldn't. You'd want us to see off the new ball and then bring Renshaw and Banton in, really, wouldn't you? And Banton's got to keep, so he can't open the batting as well.
He can keep if we're playing white ball. I don't think he wants to keep playing red ball.
Yeah, that's true. Well, maybe they have to be 4 or 5 with Luffy coming in at 3 as well.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she could probably keep as well. A lot of talent.
Good footwork there from Tom Cadmore. Ends up getting right in behind it. Crucial partnership, you feel this, in the context of this game. Somerset having... Sorry, mate.
Well, I just don't think you... I think that's a massive point you make. I don't think you can underestimate how important this partnership is. You look at their scorecard, it sounds awful to say the tail starts at 5, but it's such a dominant top 4. Matthew Waite is a bowling all-rounder, let's be honest. He's like Tim Bresnan, a bowling all-rounder. Johnny Tattle is a keeper who can bat. Don Bess is a bowling all-rounder. So they've got a lot of all-rounders. Jordan Thompson, we know, struck that amazing 50 in the finals day. We know a lot of the bowlers can bat, but they're not out-and-out batsmen of the quality of Hill, Brooke, Cadmore or Live. So there's a lot of pressure on this, as you say, these two. If they can get a little early breakthrough here for Somerset again, then could be a bit of trouble for Yorkshire.
It's important for Somerset, isn't it? They never say never, because Yorkshire piled on the runs last week up at Scarborough and still lost to Surrey. But Somerset would be very disappointed, given with how far into the game we are, nearly 2 days old, if they lost it from here, having posted 424. But actually, the difference between Somerset potentially being able to push for a win and the draw being the more likely result, and Yorkshire could still win it, so I'm just talking from a Somerset perspective, but if you're thinking from that point of view, if these two suddenly put on 200 and Yorkshire end up getting up near or past Somerset's 44, then the win becomes quite unlikely.
I think what's an important development worth mentioning here is how quickly this game's gone, even with the rain delays. We're seeing Harry Brooks scooping Jack Leach, well, sort of a paddle sweep scoop down to fine leg early on. Gregory was taking the attack to bowlers, wasn't worried about getting his 100. So many batters in this game have taken the aggressive attacking option, so it is moving fast. As Delanger continues from the Trescothic Pavilion end.
A little bit surprised at that?
Good question, yeah. 2 overs for 19, you think you take someone off all those figures, but he is your overseas quick. He's come in for Pete Siddle for this game. It's probably one of those cases you'd rather, in the T20 game, you'd probably rather give them 1 less than 1 too many. In the county championship game, when you're looking for wickets, you maybe give them 1 more over than 1 less. It's a gamble, but the first 2 balls are much better from the big quick.
And I think what would have encouraged Tom Abel to keep him on was, in the first over, he wrapped Harry Brooke on the knuckles and had Tom Canberra dancing out a bit. And even in that previous over where Brooke hit, went 6, 4, 6, there were a couple of dots in between where one just cut Brooke up a little bit. So you're just hoping he could find that little bit of magic, Marchant Delanger, because he's capable of it, more than capable.
That's a full ball outside off stump. Good bit of fielding by Tom Lammonby. Casey Aldridge, sorry, diving across to his right. 2 hands. They're going to come through for the 1, but cracking stop.
He got away with that one.
Yes.
A lovely looking shot.
That's just too full outside off stump. And with the pacey bowls, normally that would go for 4. Poor Casey Aldridge is just breathing in the big sighs. Just a bit of a hamstring stretch.
He's having a bit of a day of it, Aldridge. Bowled beautifully, batted well.
Very talented cricketer, Casey Aldridge. He's really one to watch for the future.
And we get to watch now.
Yeah, I'm really excited about Casey Aldridge. People have compared him to Craig Overton or being Lewis Gregory's replacement, which is nearly cool, but he is a bowler who can bat, who could become a genuine all-rounder. We talked about him opening in the 2s in the T20 game. He's got the 40-odd today. And he didn't look like he was going to get out until his lower order tail ender mates basically came in and started trying to whack it. I guess he felt compelled to join them. That's a glorious shot by Tom Campbell. That should go for 4, but no, it's slowing up in this long grass down below us actually. So many balls you'd think would go for 4 have slowed up in front of the Givnets Hill area, and Tom Abel chases well. Skipper setting the example.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Just not quite getting his length right today. He's just trying to... He's overcompensated basically from being too short and pulled away, and that's the 100 up for Yorkshire. 100 for 2 they've reached with the ball left in the 28th over.
Should have been 2 4s through the offside, really. Just a great bit of fielding by Casey Aldridge, and yeah, surprising long grass, bit of wet potentially from the Gilbert's Hill that's stopping that going for 4. That's a much better line and length for Langley. Possibly could have run through for 1 as Renshaw has to charge in from second slip. What a fun laugh. Barrel of laughs he is, Matt Renshaw.
High energy, isn't he? He seems a very lovely human being. Don't know if you want to share a room with him.
In what context?
If you're on an away day and there's 2 of you, if you're someone who quite likes to sleep or likes an early night, it's just going to be. In the films where you see one person's trying to sleep and the other person's just constantly asking questions, and then he might stop for 10 seconds, and then another question will come out. You can see the breeze blowing across the Cooper Associates County Ground here. The Somerset flag. I won't say what is emblazoned on it.
I was waiting for that.
I'm not going to do it.
There is one of those emblazoned creatures still at the retirement flats. We haven't done flat watch in a while. So much excitement going on. I reckon there's at least 7 people watching from the retirement flats.
We had a flyover yesterday, didn't we?
We did, but you were roundly criticised for saying that it was going to the wrong airport, the military base that doesn't have a runway.
I mean, it was an educated guess on there being a marine base nearby, but I was told in no uncertain terms it wasn't going there, which would make sense without a runway. Change of bowling. Jack Brooks, it looks like, is going to come back into the attack, replacing Jack Leach. Brooks, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18 so far. He got the first wicket to fall. That of Adam Live, his former teammate. He would have enjoyed that one. Somerset enjoyed that one too. Huge wicket, Adam Live, quality player in good form. Big 100 up at Scarborough last week. Jack Brooks and Tom Abel just in conversation to try and work out what their field is going to be. 2 slips are in, so Lewis Gregory and Matt Renshaw standing next to young James Rue, keeping here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in the red ball form for the first time. Tom Abel looks to me like he's going to jog up and head towards gully. Lewis Goldsworthy is just checking to see where he's going to be at deep backward point or point, and it's deep backward point. You've got Lamonby in at cover, Delanger at fine leg, Casey Aldridge is at mid wicket, Jack Leach at mid-on, and by process of elimination, I think that means George Bartlett will be at mid-off.
Very good.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore waits. And drives to George Bartlett at mid-off. He's fairly deep, but he struck it quite well, so there's no chance of a single there. Elsewhere in this division, Kent have snuck 100 runs ahead at Edgbaston, so they're 100 ahead, 6 wickets remaining, bowled out for 165 yesterday. Warwickshire made 225. Well, that inning started last night. They carried it on. Sam Hain agonisingly falling for 99. Kohler-Cadmore is happy to leave that one alone. Kent slipped to 105 for 4. A little bit of a recovery. Joe Denley's now 52 not out, and Jordan Cox, who is already a nemesis for Somerset, has 24.
Yeah, Jordan Cox always gets runs, and that great catch against Kent at finals day last year, of course. Yeah, birthday boy Craig Miles getting leading for 5. Birthday present for the big crick from...
Big appeal there from Jack Brooks. He quite liked it. Chance of a run out. No, claiming the catch, Matt Renshaw. I think he's only joking.
Look at him chuckling from up here, you can see he's giggling.
The ball got stuck in between Tom Kohler-Cadmore's back leg and in his pad, just got wedged in there, and Matt Renshaw, full of energy, just sprinted in and tried to claim that. Well, he didn't try to claim the catch, he was winding Tom Kohler-Cadmore up. Got to be on your wits about you when Matt Renshaw's around there.
I don't think I need my binoculars to see Matt Renshaw's grin. The broadest smiles in the game.
The Yorkshireman facing up against Yorkshire. Left alone, good bit of shape there from Jack Brooks. Swings away. Good to see him. We're talking about the loan system. We won't go into it in depth, but I don't mind loans between sides in different divisions. And actually, Jack Brooks went away and got some fitness, played a couple of games for Sussex, picked up a fifer in that absolute mad game where Derbyshire declared twice and still lost the game.
Yeah, it was bizarre, wasn't it? You think Derbyshire should be gutted, but Sussex have batted well this year, scored a lot of runs.
Tom Alsop, they've just signed permanently as Kohler-Cadmore pushes into the offside. It's a young side, perhaps missing some of the experience. They signed Finn Hudson-Prentice, who has been injured and has just come back into the side, but they made 523 at Lords. I mean, Tim Murtagh, having won the toss and elected to field. Tom Alsop made 135. Cheteshwar Pujara made 231. And that was their 523. Pfeiffer for Tom Helm as Coda Cadmore plays a lovely shot. Flays Jack Brooks past Tom Lammonby. Lewis Goldsworthy a deep backward point. All he can do is go and pick the ball up and roll it back in. Coda Cadmore moves on to 36. 104 for 2. Yorkshire after 29.
See, I've seen Cadmore back quite a lot for Worcestershire and recently for Yorkshire, and of course, hopefully, well, next year in a Somerset shirt. Not hopefully, it's all set, but it's funny the way he plays a cover drive. It's not like your textbook sort of front elbow over. It's almost like his foot goes down the track. It's almost like hockey wrists, sort of slaps. It's more of a slap cover drive.
It doesn't lean. It's not a push, is it? It's not a push and then a flourish. I do know what you mean. Change of ends by the looks of it.
Effective. But yes, Jack Leach is going to come on now with the ball from the Triscothic Pavilion end. Delanger and Renshaw, the tall men at mid-on and mid-off. This is a fairly modern ploy that I don't remember much a few years ago when I was a kid. Never thought of it, actually. They think about fielding so seriously now that they want to put the taller men straight generally, especially to a spinner when they might be thinking about going over the top.
Jack Leach getting a bit of extra support. I think there's a few Taunton Dean lads on the Francis Terrace just below us. Played at Taunton Dean since he was a very young lad. I played second team cricket against him when he was maybe 13, 14, a couple of years younger than me, playing over at Taunton Vale at Gypsy Lane. So he's been at Taunton Dean for 20 years now. Loves it with the club. You can hear them on the effects mic. I think that might have been Tractor as well, actually.
Yes, I saw Tractor. Wide load shirt he's got on today. Do enjoy that shirt he wears. So Tom Lammonby is going to go back at deep mid wicket. Quite a square deep mid wicket, not a cow corner. Right by the dugouts where Tom Bander's having a chat with Will Frayne. And there's a leg slip and an orthodox slip. This could be interesting. We saw Coda Cadmore go over the top of Leach earlier on. He's hit 2 sixes, as has Brooke, defending the first ball. Two really quality players here, Coda Cadmore and Brooke, but destructive ones too, aggressive right-handers. Fairly
Brooke's just having the summer of his life, isn't he?
Yes. Very unfortunate to not play for England in the test matches, really.
I was just chatting to Sophie about that. He's kind of been in... His mind will be in two places, because in April, May, when he's racking up the runs, he's thinking, well, I'm definitely getting a go here. This lot have not done anything for a couple of years. I'm definitely getting my chance. And now he's going to have to wait.
Use of the feet there by Brooke. Marching Lang is quite wide at mid-off, so there is an easy single because that's gone quite straight.
Is he the next one in? Do you think he's the next pick as a batter? I know it's never that simple, is it? Because it depends on...
Personally, I'd have had him ahead of Ollie Pope at number 3 for the first test of the series. I know he did score 100, but the way form, I would pick on form. And Brooke was your county championship man in form. I'd have probably had it 3. We've got about 7 players who want to back 4 to 7. As he tries to back foot punch through the covers, but can't be Casey Aldridge.
It's a big call, though, isn't it? Because Pope has been talked up and he's shown signs of quality, and people say how good he is. But he never really. It felt like he needed to get a go at 3 for a little bit to see how good he is, see if he can make that position his own, rather than batting 5 or 6. A bit like Bell did when he first came in.
Yep, and that is a big shot from Coda Cadmore. This time it does go the distance down to the ice cream van in between the Mark Triscothic. Massive picture of his face on the side of the pavilion and the family stand. That's a 6 towards the ice cream van, and Matt Renshaw's very polite, signalling that to the umpire just to make it clear. Yeah, I just think that England selectors should pick on form more from the county championship, and it's been bizarre the way they've picked some players on white ball form. I find that quite an odd way of doing it, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Bazball could make it all rather different these days anyway. It's funny talking to Banton and Renshaw about the Bazball theory, and who would have thought that Jack Leach, the night watcher and the solid test match batter, would be playing reverse log sweeps quite early in his innings. There's a sight of Gimlet's Hill, one of my favourite vantage points on the ground, and there's Tractor Driver in the red hat. He's got his own website, one of the legends of Somerset CCC. Comes to watch pretty much every home game.
Does he do T20? He didn't used to do 2020, did he?
I'm not sure if he doesn't do them or you just can't hear him because there's so many other people here shouting and singing that he gets drowned out, whereas at a championship he's the loudest voice.
Oh, I don't know, I'd back him to make those vocal cords. Right, Jack Leach was bowling at the other end. Jack Brooks is bowling at this end. And the river end, it's going to be a long 17 overs this, potentially, Harry.
A team of Jacks and Toms, and I'm sure we'll find a way to mix them up.
If you just say Jack or Tom, you've got half a chance. And Matthew is...
Matthew for Yorkshire, yeah.
Brooke just defends that one into the ground off Brooks, and he gets a huge roar from Tractor. It does actually come into his own at this time in the day, doesn't it? It must lift the players a little bit psychologically to hear someone so enthusiastically cheering every ball.
It's a funny thing that you're right, it's always sort of, normally it's between 5:30 and 6:30, but today it's probably going to be up to 7 o'clock at this rate.
Driven out by Harry Brooke. And they're going to have to run those, I think, because Lewis Goldwell is able to scuttle away to his left and cut it off, and it's a short boundary out there.
How is that only gone for one run? Lewis Goldsworthy didn't even pick it up. He left it for Tom Abel, and Goldsworthy last minute scurried along.
It was a scurry. I don't know if we can see it on the replay. Just shuttled along. They did really well though. Picked it up cleanly and threw it. I mean, difficult to run too once the fielder's got that, because it's such a short boundary.
I think they thought it was 4.
Solid from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's looked good here. Looked good here. It'll be the last time he plays here for Yorkshire. Next time he plays here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I think not playing each other in the... Well, he'd be playing in the 100 anyway, actually, Kohler-Cadmore. So it'll be the last time he plays here as a visiting player. Signed a contract for Somerset, so we'll join over the winter. Look forward to having him here, but his heart is very much with Yorkshire still at the moment. Got a job to do. Oh, and he's been hit in the midriff there by Jack Brooks, who gives a little celebration. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, it might take him a second or two to recover from that. He was squared up a little bit, and he might just need a moment to regain his pojo. Just jag back in a little bit. He'll take his time. Tom Kohler-Cadmore. We saw it earlier when Matthew Waite was struck fielding. There's very little sympathy. Bantam was chuckling away straight away. We panned to the Yorkshire players and they were chuckling away. Don't get much sympathy out there.
6s all over Division 1 of the County Championship as we speak.
Left alone by Tom Kohler-Cadmore this time. Yeah, but I was wondering, is it too early to say it started? Because there was an interview with Sam Northeast. I can't remember where I read it. It was saying all the county players need to take heed of what's going on, because actually that is potentially what's going to get you into the test side at the moment. I don't know if someone making 100 off 300 balls every other week, is that going to get you the recognition? No ball there from Jack Brooks, overstepping.
Now, they've had an issue at Cheltenham where they keep going off a bad light, and Hampshire Cricket have now tweeted, can anyone please park their cars in the college ground with their lights on full beam? It's becoming a bit of a mick take, I think, that they really should be playing in July without needing bad light, but they've gone off 3 times already today.
It's been the weirdest couple of days weather-wise, hasn't it? Because of the heat, but actually you'd think you'd have no problems. We've got the floodlights on here again at Cooper Associates County Ground. We had them on from 11:05 this morning. They haven't been on all day. This time it was the end of the over. 114 for 2, Yorkshire.
Yeah, 6s. Will Jacks going ballistic against Matt Critchley and Simon Harmer. He's well past 100 now.
See, because they were in a bit of trouble, weren't they? So,
yeah.
Wow, for instance, 3 for 9. They were 100 odd for 7, weren't they?
Yeah, he's done so well. This Will Jacks cut loose against Harmer, sweeping him, then whacking him for a couple of 6s. A century off 168 balls, and then he's gone into overdrive. He's up the gears after that.
I mean, he is a seriously exciting young cricketer, and you wonder if someone like him, you know, everyone's talking about him white ball and that being his way in. You wonder now, under this new way of playing, someone like him can come into the test reckoning as well.
Well, the funny thing is Will Jacks has got Kemar Roach at the other end. He's had Kemar Roach with him, and he's gone from 100 to 150 in absolutely no time. Sorry, now 320 for 9. As Jack Leach is going to bowl to Brooke from the Triscothic Pavilion, and he's gone again as Jack Leach. I'm doing what you normally do. To Harry Brooke. Harry Brooks got the 4 through the covers, and I was getting confused with Harry Brooke, Jack Brooks, and Jack Leach.
There's a lot of them out there, isn't there?
Harry Brooke has driven Jack Leach through the covers for 4, but it looked like it might have skewed off the outside edge a little bit. I thought Case Hodge was in the game at short cover. But yes, Will Jacks, 16 deliveries to go from 100 to 150.
That's entertainment, isn't it? It would be
That's
good. it would be a good concussion test, wouldn't it, to do that little bit of commentary that you've done on Harry and Jack and people like that.
You mean rather than doing the months backwards?
Yeah, we could add it on at the end. Talk about Jack Brooks going to Harry Brook and Jack Leach doing the fielding.
So there were 17 overs before this one left tonight, and there's also 17 overs at Nottinghamshire, so it's not the only, they're playing Derbyshire, it's not the only game that's going to go quite late on this evening.
They did declare in the end, Nottinghamshire 618 for 8 they made. Hasib Hamid fell 4 short of a double 100.
And they're back out at Cheltenham as we see another advancing down the track, Harry Brook, and another boundary over the covers this time. Sort of a wide, long off, deep extra cover area. There's a deep cover, there's a mid-off, and he's found the gap between them. Jack Leach is proved to be quite expensive here, actually. 9.3 overs for 44 already. They're taking a liking to him, are they? Two big right-handers for Yorkshire. I don't think you could ever say County Championship cricket will be dull again. There's not going to be much batting out for the draw. We saw Yorkshire Surrey last week at Scarborough. Nothing's impossible these days when it comes to chases. As this time he charges down the wicket and uses his feet again, does Harry Brook. He doesn't think he's going to miss the ball. He's going to play an attacking shot pretty much every ball.
It's very deliberate that from Jack Leach. They're trained to do that rather than stop it when it's drilled back at them. All they're trying to do is tip it round the corner onto the stumps for that chance of a run out. Didn't quite manage it, but it is a deliberate ploy.
It's a gamble though. Do you risk the run out to give him one run, I guess? Oh, there is a defensive shot, but it's from Kola Cabell this time. Keith Barker's whacking the ball around as well. Sorry, 319 all out. Sam Cook gets down well to wrap up that innings. And Harry Brook's gone, not Harry Brook, Tom Kola Cadmore, sorry, has gone massive again. This time over the ice cream van into the car park. I think it's not near, might have parked over that side today actually. He's hit a big old 6, says Tom Kola Cadmore. He's on to 48 and impressing the Somerset fans, ready for his debut in a Somerset shirt next season, but causing a bit of problem to the relegation threatened Somerset here.
That's the 4th time Tom Kola Cadmore has done that to Jack Leach. Leach started off bowling at the river end. Kola Cadmore, in the first over, Leach bowled, I think, Kola Cadmore after I think he had a look at 3 balls, danced down the track, hit him straight. And actually, it sounds weird to say, but they're pretty low risk shots for Kola Cadmore. He's not looked in any trouble. He's got to the pitch of the ball each time, used his feet well, and struck them straight and hard. 48 he's got. Harry Brook, 41 not out at the other end. Just a brief interlude while the ball is retrieved from the car park back there. You can see Gregory and Abel both waiting. What makes it a good day for Somerset from here, Harry? 15 overs remaining, so we've got about an hour of play left. Ian Shepherd's going to jump back in for half an hour very shortly.
Tricky one as they try and find the ball from the car park and actually give up and bring out the box of spare balls. It's probably damage from the concrete and the tarmac, to be honest with you. I think it's really hard to call on this pitch. Without Overton and Davey, Somerset's bowlers have got a lot of hard work to do. And part of me thinks Yorkshire could get close to 400 here. I'll be honest with you, it all comes down to this partnership. I don't see anyone below 5 scoring 100. I can see Waite, Tatzel and Bess all chipping in with 50s. Tatzel did score that magnificent 100 the other day.
Yeah,
so I don't mean to underestimate him, but he has kept in the heat for a day and a half, which is quite a taxing job. And the bowlers have had a fair workout, so I think Somerset just need to go for broke here, taking a wicket basically. I think they need a breakthrough to get one of these two early, ideally both.
Yeah, because then you get into the round, you take a wicket now, you probably have to send the next recognised batter out, but if you get into 8-9 overs, you send in, what do they call it, a Nighthawk now. Jack Brooks then to continue up pitch, it could be that wicket, there it is! Harry Brook has looked in no trouble whatsoever. He's flicked that one, he tried to work it into the leg side. Casey Aldridge at mid-wicket has dived away to his right, and then he said dove there. I remember our controversy from the other day. Would have been also correct. A really good catch that from Casey Aldridge. Let's have a look at it on the replay very shortly. But Harry Brook has to go. He made 41. It was a sprightly 41 on 53 balls. Tom Kola Cadmore remains at the other end on 48 not out. But that partnership, 74 runs off 109 balls, it felt crucial. The two, well, I wouldn't say in form with Cola Cadmore because he hasn't played, but a class act, and with the top two already gone, Harry Brook, who scored run after run after run this summer. 50 is kind of his minimum baseline, but he's fallen just short, and Jack Brooks, the headband warrior, has his second of the day.
Headband Warren, that would be a...
Headband Warren.
We could get Ben Warren with a headband on, I'm sure.
There he is. He's just, I can see, have a look over. He's already, he has it. He wears his Jack Brooks headband at night. Has a look in the mirror. Look at that. We've got Henry in the chair. Henry and Andrew have both had to go directing as well, usually down on the camera. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, that is Somerset's first bowling point, 129 for 3, and what a massive wicket that is. I don't think you can underestimate how important it is to see Harry Brook go early, and great catch of safe from Aldridge. Slight worry that Lewis Gregory's having a bit of stretching being done. James Rue and Matt Renshaw helping him out, but
a little bit of cramp maybe, one hopes. So 12 games now for Matthew Waite, his career, I mean, debut back in 2014.
No, stop yourself there, Sam. Not Matthew Waite.
It's Matthew Revis. There we
Revis.
go. Another different Matthew. So they have gone for the night watchman early.
I'm slightly surprised.
Big LBW shout. Jack Brooks with a Celebile, and he's got him. There we go. That's what happens when you send out a night watchman potentially, and Jack Brooks has really enjoyed that. Wheels away towards the Undarchi Pavilion. His teammates celebrate, hugs and high fives all round. Jack Leach gives him a heavy pet on the head. It just looked out, didn't it? We're not quite straight here, Harry, but it just looked, it felt out.
And Matt Revis looked incredibly guilty. The way he marked his guard straight away. I mean, why would you mark your guard as soon as you've been whacked on the pad unless you're guilty and you're trying to distract the umpire? I think that might be one of the easier decisions you'd have to make in an umpiring game of cricket, but what a breakthrough, double breakthrough that is for Jack Brooks, and that's what you want at a new batter, isn't it? Full and straight, make them have to play. I know myself that I'm desperate, first ball I face, to not be on the stumps. You want to just be able to leave it, or maybe get a full toss, or long up would be nice, but full and straight is not pleasant, and well bowled Jack Brooks.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, just in the space of 5 minutes, momentum changes, and who do Yorkshire send out now? Because they've sent out Matt Revis to try and see the day out. It hasn't happened. That happens sometimes. He lasted just one ball, and that is with number 6 on then. Matthew Waite. I can go back into my spiel about Matthew Waite. Just one ball delayed. He's going to be on strike. Best of 59, averaging 22. He has opened the batting, I'm pretty sure, in red ball cricket at least once. I don't know how successfully. Very much an all-rounder in the making, but as you say, Harry, potentially, I mean, we don't see enough of him, but well, he's coming in at 6 here because there was a night watchman sent in, but at 5, is that too high?
Let's just give you a caveat. We don't know for sure whether Revis was a night watchman. It could be that Waite just wasn't quite ready. You know, players do need a toilet break suddenly when they've had that. We don't know for sure.
Hat-trick ball then, 3 slips in. Casey Aldridge is at gully. Jack Brooks stands. The Cooper Associates county ground, tractor included. Get a bit of a slow clap going. He had to stop for a delay, but he'll be back again.
4 slips. I love it.
4 slips. Aldridge has taken a step to the left. Jack Brooks bounding in. Ooh, he keeps it out there, Matthew Waite. Pushes it out towards Lewis Goldsworthy at point. But that is potentially a game-changing over, Harry, because we talked about the partnership between Brook and Cola Cadmore.
Very much so. I think that's massive. I mean, Matt Revis has got, he's got a first-class 50. He scored 53. He averages 37 in first-class cricket. So I think we're potentially doing Matt Revis a bit of a disservice.
Apologies.
He can bat.
If we have, then. You've just carded at 9 on the scorecards we've got. So assumption potentially from us. Waite goes onto the back foot, cuts it out towards Tom Lammonby. Ian Shepherd's going to come back for 25 minutes or so at the end of this over. You can hang around, Harry, for a bit?
I'm going to hang around.
Yeah, and then I'll pop back on for the last half hour.
Because I meant to tell you, actually, I had a mate who plays in the Huddersfield League who texted me that Revis was a batter. Throughout his club cricket, he was a batter who bowled a bit. He started learning to bowl seam in off-season just a couple of years ago.
Well, Ryan Sidebottom mentioned that, actually. Lovely looking shot from Waite. Picks up a single. They have to be quick. Good pressure there. George Bartlett was swooping, coming around to his left. And they ended up scrambling through for a single. It was Revis that was that opened so I got my Matthews the wrong way around. I was thinking it was Waite that is open, but
because I was really surprised not to see Will Frayne playing this match. I really rate Will Frayne. I think he's sort of in the Tom
England 19s.
Yeah, and he's in the Tom Kohler-Cadmore mould, the sort of big right-hander. Played for Honley in the Huddersfield League, and he's got a lot of runs through the youth ranks going up for Yorkshire. And I think he's a fine player, and I'm surprised to see him as 12th man.
Kohler-Cadmore keeps that one out. Half an appeal. I don't think they were really interested in that. 2 wickets in the over then, potentially game-changing. Yorkshire 130 for 4. They lost Harry Brook and Matthew Revis batting at 5. He went first ball LBW. I'm going to nip off for half an hour and I'll be back.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, Will Frayne, 26-year-old. I just think that they really could have done with it with an out-and-out batter at number 5. I'd have probably gone Frayne at 5. Did they need to play Schutt in this game? It was a bit of a gamble. He's barely bowled, and when he has bowled, he's quite expensive. So I guess people think that Taunton's side are bad. They need to play spin, but I feel like Yorkshire might slightly regret some of their selection options. They might have been better off having a Frayne at 5. Then they can have Waite, Revis, Tattersall, 6, 7, 8. Then Bess and Thompson. There's a lot of all-rounders in there. I know Shannon Gabriel, you're not going to rely on for too many runs at the end of the order, but it's going to be interesting to see how this lower middle order fares, and if Kohler-Cadmore stays with them, it can be a different game, but if he goes soon, then I think Yorkshire in a bit of trouble. What do you think, Shep?
Well, I'm a lot happier than I was about 10 minutes ago when Harry Brook was dispatching Marchant de Lange into the car park. It just goes to show, talk about T20 games in the short format changing on the head of a pin, and County Championship cricket can do just the same. 130 for 4 looks a lot better from a Somerset perspective than, what were they, 111 for 2?
Yes, that double wicket breakthrough from Jack Brooks, 2 in 2, blows open this game. But the fact that it was Harry Brook, I think, is crucial. You think you want one of, as a Yorkshire fan, you want one of Live, Hill, or Brook to make 50 or 100, and then you know, say Kohler-Cadmore does, you probably need 2 big scores on a flattish deck in July to get up above 400. Nice back foot punch from Waite, but good fielding by Lewis Goswell, who is left-handed. From the point that picks it up right-handed comfortably enough.
You talk about special moments changing games. That was a heck of a catch from Casey Aldridge, diving at mid-wicket there.
And what a brilliant season for Casey Aldridge. Struggled against Hampshire the first game of the season, but I don't think we should hold that against him. It was bizarre with the COVID and the injuries and people coming in last minute. Him and Ned Leonard were sort of thrown in last minute. But he's come in for the concussion replacement for Davey Overton and coming again today and done really well with bat, ball, and now that catch.
Yeah, and of course his first-class debut was in unusual circumstances as well. Was it Leicestershire last year when there was
in the Royal
Championship game here, the England team got COVID and they had to select a second 11 to take on Pakistan in those one-day internationals, and Aldridge was subbed in halfway through the game. And
when England beat the Pakistan team,
they did, yeah,
team brilliantly. Craig was playing, Lewis Gregory batted well. Yeah, that was some day, wasn't it? Keith Barker's going a bit ballistic now. They're back on at Cheltenham. 50 partnership and just 44 balls, whacking Tom Price around.
I think Will Jackson is doing something a bit special for
Surrey. He's just got out. Well, he didn't get out, sorry, but he was stranded as Dan Worrell went. And that's a 4 for Matthew Waite. There's no third man anymore. Well, there hasn't been, sorry, for some innings. 2 slips in the gully, have no chance. Fair play. Tom Abel and Lewis Goldsworthy are in hot pursuit, but never going to catch up with that.
Yeah, stranded on 150. Not out Will Jacks.
Keith Barker's 50 off 37 balls, 7 4s and 2 massive 6s. And yeah, Essex have got a deficit of 48 at the Oval. Interesting games, poised all around the country.
I always think Keith Barker was unlucky not to even get in an England squad. He's one of those players, a bit like Triggs, who's been around the circuit a long time. He's a very, very good player. I'm very surprised that he's never been recognised by the selectors.
Talking of England selectors, 2 men who've opened back for England, Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson, opening together for Middlesex. They're 65 for none in response to Sussex's 523. There's so many players who have played for England, and a bit of a cycle. I feel like other countries tend to potentially use less players. England do move on quite quickly. Full from Gregory. That could have been driven for 4, to be honest with you. I think Waite will be a little bit annoyed with himself for not finding the gap. He's gone straight to March de Lange without much timing.
So 13 overs left in the day then. What do you do now as Tom Abel? Do you really go for it, or do you just try and sit in and build a bit of pressure?
I think you really go for it. I think you get the breakthrough here. Dimming light. Cadmore and Wade have been in the field all day, they're knackered.
Yeah.
I think you keep rotating the bowlers, you bowl a couple of overs, short spells. Keep rotating the bowlers, attacking fields, and I think Somerset
Abel has just gone
here.
off there. Roloff van der Merwe's come on, he's at backward point. It looks like Abel's moving all right, maybe just needs a comfort break.
Jack Brooks in to Cola Cadmore.
Very, very relieved to see the back of Harry Brook, because he was very much batting like a man who was averaging 100 and whatever it is this season, 115, something like that.
Yeah, we're just seeing a slight field change. Oh, Matt Renshaw's picking up some glasses. Sunglasses been dropped off his head. He's just smiling and laughing and giggling all the time. Such a breath of fresh air is Renshaw.
Yeah, and what a fantastic catch it was as well to get rid of Hill, who it's fair to say contributed to his own downfall. And as we're talking to Renshaw, that one just flashes past his right hand as he dives full stretch from second slip. It's a boundary, but it's a fortuitous one, and it takes Cola Cadmore to 50. He acknowledges the crowd. Let's hope that's not the last time he acknowledges the landmark from a Taunton crowd.
Yeah, not quite the way they expected to do it, but 85 balls.
Pretty decent going.
4 fours, 4 sixes, 85 balls for Cola Cadmore's 50. Yeah, really, really weird situation.
It is, isn't it?
I just don't know what I keep repeating myself, but yeah, Tom Cola Cadmore is a Yorkshire player who's destined to play for Somerset next season, and he could get 100 in every game for Yorkshire, and he's still not going to be a Yorkshire player next year. Nothing's going to change now. The contracts have been sorted. It's bizarre. Now we just bigged up Keith Barker and James Vince in that partnership. Now James Vince has gone for 95, just short of another 100. He got that ridiculously good 100 here on that Thursday night, the Jubilee weekend. 120 odd here, live on Sky.
Yeah, he looked a different class that day.
Of course, holding it.
And just go back to what you were saying about England ditching players before their time. I think Vince is somebody who's could potentially be looking to get back in that one-day setup at the moment, because they're not really pulling up any trees at the moment. Strange that he maybe they were looking at the younger demographic of players in the Lions games against South Africa last week. I do think Vince is someone who's got plenty to offer still at international level. Just a quick field change here. Casey Aldridge is being sent back to deep mid-wicket.
And the run is taken towards deep mid-wicket. Jack Leach running round for mid-on. Potentially would have been a single anyway, but Leach does the fielding round for mid-on.
Aldridge coming back in for weight, so I don't know if that was a plan they had for Cola Cadmore.
Or is it just to give him the single and bowl at the new batter? Seagulls just descending. It's that time of year. July is the month. Playing a game down at Seaton the other day, and there's seagulls all over the pitch.
They all seem to come after tea.
Yeah,
seagulls here at Taunton, don't they?
It's that between 5 and 7 times.
They
kind
of know that the bins are going to be full of chip wrappers, and there's going to be scraps around for them.
They want to come for their chili con carne in the press box, don't they, as we see?
Well,
no, that's a terrible bit of fielding there, actually. Tom Abel, is that? No,
that's Roloff, I think.
No, I think it... Sorry, yes, but the man behind him, who's... George Bartlett chased it. It's weird because he dived, didn't he? It looks like he's going to stop it, and it went through him somehow.
Yeah, Tom Abel's coming back on now, so good news from Somerset perspective. There's nothing wrong with the captain.
So Roloff probably timed it quite nicely, just as he's dived over one, giving it the Harbour Bridge. Hurt himself a little bit. No, he's not going to go off.
Yep, Casey Aldridge is going off now. Presumably he might need a comfort break as well.
Bizarre from Roloff. I don't normally see him misfield like that. So there were 6s raining half an hour ago around the county game, particularly in Division 1. Now it's wickets raining everywhere. Surrey have Essex 12 for 1. Cook, Alistair Cook, Court Folks bowled Worrell for 4. It's that sort of moving day almost, isn't it?
Yeah. So what are they behind now? Yorkshire. Just trying to find it on this. 284 behind. 6 first innings wickets left in hand. So that's what, 134 more to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah,
I don't think that's realistic. To be honest, the way this pitch has played over the last 2 days.
I think a point worth making is there's only 8 extras so far from Somerset. There were 52, which is pretty awful, to be honest with you, from a Yorkshire point of view. I did say so many of them were harsh on Johnny Tassell. The buys, fine, but let's ignore the buys count.
No balls was the one,
no balls for Shannon Gabriel, so the total was 52. 14 buys on Johnny Tassell. Let's rule them out. They're pretty harsh, a lot of them, swing a lot, but 12 leg buys, that happens. But 26 no balls, that's not acceptable.
Yeah, so 26 no balls, that's 13 no balls, isn't it, with you getting 2 runs for every single no ball. It's still far too many, isn't it? It's one thing the one-day game is kind of eliminated from first-class cricket is the no ball. Bowlers just do not want to get punished with a free hit for bowling a no ball in a limited overs game, and that's kind of...
I think Yorkshire will be pretty furious. Shannon Gabriel's their overseas bowler. He's been the most expensive bowler, bar Jack Shooter, who only bowled 6 overs. And Gabriel, the only wicket Gabriel took was when Aldridge was teeing off. He was only the very last man, the last wicket to fall. So the overseas is not really done enough for you there.
No, I was sat watching the over before lunch, and I think there was about 6 minutes to go before the lunch was scheduled at, was it 1:10 today? And Gabriel was bowling it, and somehow they managed to drag it out for about 8 minutes. Whereas what you want as a fielding side is to get through that penultimate over quickly so you can squeeze another one in just to put the batting side under a bit more pressure. But Gabriel was just lounging back to his mark, as casual as you like. It was quite bizarre to watch, and I think a few Yorkshire fans weren't best pleased with him today.
Yeah, not really what you look for in your West Indian Test experience class bowler. Lewis Gregory has been hit for 4, but it wasn't convincing from Coda Cadmore, but he's confident that the pitch is flat and he can throw his hands at almost anything outside off. He's not going to get to first slip, he's not going to go to gully. And again, the Millfield sign's been peppered down by the river stand. Manston for Derbyshire has gone to 50. Derbyshire 150 for 2. 7 overs remaining there. Plenty of late evening cricket in July.
Are any of the other games going to go on as late as ours, do you think?
I think it's Nottinghamshire and Derby, and this is going to be the... They've only got 7, we've got 12, so it should be Taunton to be the last match standing, but you never know, there can be funny delays.
18 minutes past 6, we should get these in before 7 o'clock. Here's Gregory again. He's hit on the bad leg side-ish, I think, a half appeal. So just a slip and a gully at the moment for Lewis Gregory. Cadmore's on 57 and weight. It's just on 7. Lewis Gregory again. Yeah, you were saying about flashing hard outside the off stump. He's not made any contact there. It's taken by Rue, who I think has had a pretty decent start to his championship career with the gloves here at Taunton.
Yeah, we're doing our buys count. Hashtag no buys so far in the Yorkshire innings. And we like a bit of weird chat here. Jack Leach and a squirrel, why not?
Well, I thought it was a squirrel when I was sat over in the Somerset stand and looking over towards the Andy Cannock Pavilion. It was going to be either a squirrel or a rat. And
it's not a ferret, it's not Brooksy. So Brooksy himself, the ferret, as we say, is going to continue from the river end. Abel's put himself
we've
at
got
gunny.
seagulls, we've got squirrels, we've got Brian the cat.
No peregrine falcons?
nesting on top of one of the floodlights a few weeks ago, weren't they?
Yeah, we spent about 3 hours on comms chatting about on Falcon Watch, the Taunton Peregrines. I'll have to wait till Charlie Taylor's back from holiday to continue that chat as his favourite topic of conversation.
I must admit, I'm not much of an ornithologist, so I shall leave.
Fair play that you know the word that's appropriate. I would have known that.
This looks to have brightened up a little bit. I can't see the players cast in shadows as much as they were maybe an hour or so ago. The cloud looks to have lifted a little bit here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
I don't think we'll go off a bad light. I reckon we'll be alright, even if we need to go all the way through till 7 o'clock for the 12th over. Well, 11 remaining now. That shock of Ben Stokes retiring on this chat with Rob Key about managing bowlers' workloads and all the games. Cricket's in a tricky time at the moment, isn't it? Trying to work out scheduling formats.
My opinion on it is, if you can't play your best team for all the games, then the schedule is wrong. It's as simple as that. Got a couple of pulls. That's just going to be picked up by Aldridge out at deep square. Because you're shortchanging the fans. If you can't put your best team out for every game, if you've got to rest and rotate players, then the fans aren't getting their money's worth at the end of the day, and it's the schedule that's wrong. I know we talk about the county schedule on the 100, but the international schedule is jam-packed, and
that's a lovely shot from Matt Waite. That's probably going to go for 4. We talked about the outfit being slightly slow though. He's going to hold up.
Yeah,
I feel like Yorkshire aren't quite getting value for the runs they deserve for some of these shots.
It seems to be slower out towards the Somerset side.
Yeah, both sides, isn't it?
Much shorter boundary at the Andy Cannock Pavilion side, so it's not maybe got the space to slow up, but there was certainly a few down there toward Gimlet Hill that
I don't get it, yeah.
That nailed on boundaries, and they just stopped, 5 or 6 yards inside the rope.
I did listen to Scott Hawkins having a chat with some club ground staff yesterday, and he was really happy with the pitch, and 99 for 2 at lunch on day 1 was what he wants. He said he always aims for 100 for 2, so that shows a good cricket wicket. He didn't really talk much about the outfield, but a bit of rain yesterday, a bit of rain today. Still surprised with how dry it's been lately. I thought the antecedent soil content would be allowing the water level to keep decreasing and keep
You've lost me there now,
through. Sorry, a bit of geography A level coming in there.
Oh, okay.
As there's a pull shot there from
Strange looking shot, wasn't it? Almost kind of like he sort of pulled out the shot, but just sort of dabbed it away.
I guess
full-blooded at all.
We've just talked about how big the boundary is and slow the outfield. I guess it's pretty safe shot. He doesn't need to nail the ball. He knows if he gets hold of one, it's going to be 6 or out.
Yeah.
If he taps one, it's going to be at least 1, maybe 2. But half-hearted can be risky if he gets a top edge. We talked about James Rue. He's been pretty good with the glove so far. It was a year ago today. He was playing for the County Select 11. He stumped Cheteshwar Pujara up at Chester Street. Pretty cool for the young man. Teenager still now, teenager at the time. And before he'd even done his A-levels, he's stumping one of the finest Test cricketers India's produced, the Rahul Dravid replacement, the Walled Pujara.
Makes you feel old, doesn't it? Tom Abel's just gone into a catcher mid-wicket here for Waite.
Yeah, Pujara's got another double under today. Stumped by James Rue is pretty cool. A man who adorns the back of my Somerset shirt chucked me his Somerset T20 shirt when he was leaving for Kent a couple of years ago. Timmy G announced his retirement today, last year as well, so today he's got some special memories. As Lewis Gregory's going to take off his woolen sweater, have a bowl from the end below us.
Always be remembered for that partnership with is it Craig or Jamie?
Jamie, I remember that.
Yeah.
Jamie Overton and Tim Groenewold, Timmy G.
Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat in that game.
Amazing. It wasn't the only time. He had a couple of partnerships with Jack Leach as well, bailing Somerset out of trouble. He used to open for Derbyshire in the YB40 years before.
A tractor through our effects microphone coming into the headphones. He was a little bit becalmed when Brooke and Cola Cab were going well, but he seems to have come back into life. That's why he stopped by Goldsworthy and cover.
He slaps him, didn't he? Slaps him through the covers. bizarre weather this week we've talked about so much. So Northampton, Lancashire, it was too hot and sunny to play a full day yesterday, so they played these weird 90-minute 3 sessions. Now they're trying to make up time today, but they're off a bad light. Too dark. It's daft, and they're not allowed to use the floodlights, apparently. I don't really understand that. Sometimes they are allowed to use the floodlights, sometimes not.
Something to do with planning permission and local council regulations, isn't it? They'll, when they stick them up, they've got to say how many days they're allowed to use them a year to not annoy the residents. But I think using them at 6:30 is a bit different to using them at 10 o'clock for a blast game with the music blaring out.
Hampshire all out for 457 at Cheltenham. And the night watchman for Essex, Sam Cook's gone. So Surrey dominating the Essex game now, thanks to that Will Jack's 150 really bailing his side out from a tricky position.
17 for 2 there down at the Oval. It's a lovely shot. Threads the gap there, Cola Cadmore between cover and extra cover. And I think this one is going to slow up as well. I think Delanger does very well there.
Do we need an action replay?
I don't think so. I think he was about maybe 2 or 3 inches from the rope when he pulled that one back in. Great fielding from the big man. Again, they're just slowing up towards Gimlet's Hill.
I might make way for Sam Dallin to take over for myself shortly. We'll let Lewis Gregory finish the last 3 balls. He's still got a slip and a gully, and that's another lovely shot by Waite this time. Curler Cadmore and Waite are looking like they're batting on an absolute road against a white ball. They look comfortable. Maybe too comfortable, maybe the way Brooke got himself out.
Yeah, maybe like to see Jack Leach give it another go.
Yeah, different now Brooke's gone, I guess.
Yeah, with the bowling attack that we've got, he's the international bowler. We saw a bit of turn earlier from Don Best and a bit from Jack Shutt as well, so I think get him on. We saw how George Hill got out, he took him on, then he took him on again and scored that chance, and Matt Renshaw took a brilliant catch running around at long on there. But yeah, this feels like a big moment now. 10 overs to go on this second day here at Taunton. I think when you have your big moments, you put your big players up to try and take advantage of it. And Jack Leach is the best Somerset have out there on the pitch at the moment. Thought maybe Tom Abel could be another option as well. Bit of cloud cover. He does swing the ball.
I thought I saw him warming up a minute ago, but maybe not.
Maybe that's why he went off a couple of overs to go to get his bowling boots on.
If you have a blue car parked in the fire pool.
Yeah, I think now 9 overs to go. Really try and squeeze, really put pressure on. Marchant Delanger's taking his cap off. He's going to have a go from the river end. As much we know Harry that.
Right, I'm going to make way for Sam.
Marchant Delanger then to start his second spell from the river end. Harry Brooke got hold of him a little bit with the short boundary towards the leg side when Delanger was operating from the end that we're sat at, the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. I think he lost one into the car park, stuck one into the Trade Nation stand. And Delanger's figures are not particularly impressive. 3 overs for 23. He's looking to put that right now. Sam's just distracted me. He needs his charger for his laptop. I was just trying to work out what he was saying to me.
He got earphones on, I forget that. One slip in. Oh, chance for run out. Matt Renshaw
nearly
ended
took
up hit.
Marchant out with it.
I was going to say, I think it hit Marchant, didn't it? They were all. There was a kind of a trio of bodies. It was the umpire, Marchant, and Tom Cola Cadmore. Now you've unplugged it for me. Excellent. Good man. Good man. Sorry, yeah. Nearly a chance of run out. And the way Renshaw reacted was either that he felt it might have hit the stumps or he felt there was a real chance for a run out there.
Bales went off at the bowler's end. I don't know if we can be able to see that, see what happened on the replay. He's got a bit of a rueful look on his face, Matt Renshaw. I think he might have thought he had his man if he'd hit.
That would have been the last thing Yorkshire would have wanted. This would be the last thing you want at any time, really. But at this stage of the evening, they just want to get through here, don't they? They just want Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Matthew Waite to finish the day off. Conversations then between the skipper, Abel, and Martin DeLange trying to get the field right. Looks like a helmet is being called for, and so George Bartlett, he's usually the designated fielder. He's very good under that. He's going to go in at short leg, probably to Matthew Waite. There's a short leg in. Abel and DeLange still in deep dialogue out there. There's Jack Leach is at fine leg. Casey Aldridge is out at deep square leg. Goldsworthy's an orthodox point, and Abel's going to come in at mid-wicket. Is he going to go catching in there?
Bartlett's a very, very short leg gully position, so not in the normal position where you'd expect him at an orthodox short leg. So I don't know whether they've done a bit of homework on Matthew Waite.
And they're just having to move Casey Aldridge and make sure he's in front of square, because you've got Jack Leach at fine leg and you've got Bartlett in at that short leg gully, so you've got to make sure Aldridge is in front of square. Umpires changed around, and Tom Abel, so you've got a deep square leg, and Tom Abel he's between mid-wicket and square leg, really. So there's a clear plan here, which is going to be that, you would imagine, just back of a length and hoping Waite fends one from Martin DeLange.
Casey Aldridge has got no excuse because he's fielding on a practice pitch with a line for the popping crease pretty much directly under his feet. So if he does stray behind square for a no ball, he's only got himself to blame for not paying attention.
Yeah, it's quite handy that for him, isn't it? He bowled beautifully today, I thought, as well.
He did, yeah, especially considering he was bowling to Harry Brook as well.
Pushed up, and Waite drives back at DeLange, who does, as they so often do now, just tries to tip it onto the stumps. It does hit the stumps, but Kohler-Cadmore was equal to it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how he bowled to Harry Brook as well, considering that the guy is the form player in the country at the moment. Did he bowl 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 4, something like that. A few straight drives as well that he fielded very well off his own bowling. His Waite just tries to knock that square and doesn't really make the connection he was looking for.
Yeah, exciting talent, Casey Aldridge. He's probably got more work to do with the ball here. Not seen Tom Abel very rarely with the ball this season. Bowled quite a lot last year. DeLange into it. That short ball fended well. It bounced just before it reached George Bartlett at short gully, who did well to stop it. But that's what they're playing for. They're playing for that one. That short ball, that Waite just doesn't quite control it. He did control that one.
Yeah, DeLange had his hands on his head as if to say nearly, but not quite.
6 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 8. Aldridge finished with. There was that one, the only loose ball I remember him bowling, it was the shot of the day, that Harry Brook straight drive down the ground.
Yeah.
But other than that, he was completely on the money. Short ball, and that was on the money too. Waite just had to sway out of the way of that. End of the 39th over, 155 for 4.
Yeah, played a few straight drives to Aldridge, did Brook, but Aldridge such a good all-round cricketer. He was getting down, diving around, stopping them in his follow-through. But yeah, that one he absolutely nailed straight past the bowler for 4. It was, as you say, Sam, that's the shot of the day.
With just how crisply and quickly it went, it was beautiful from him. And yeah, you're probably looking at, now Craig Overton is in the England setup, but you're probably the 2 players pushing in batting and bowling were probably Brook and Craig Overton. They've been the next ones in, and Craig's actually gone in and played a little bit, but it won't be long for Brook, you wouldn't imagine.
No, definitely not. And talk of the devil, Casey Aldridge is going to start his second spell from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 8 overs left in the day, so him and DeLange, you would imagine, will probably bowl through till close now, so they can give it a real good effort here before nipping off to put their feet up after an ice bath or a rub down or whatever it is they do. Here he is, then 5 on his back. That's a good start there, right on the money. First up, Casey Aldridge. No loosener. George Bartlett bowls that back to Jack Leach with a an off-break action. I don't know if he's trying to catch Tom Abel's eye or not, but I don't think... well, I think there'd be a few raised eyebrows if Bartlett was given a little spell here at the end of this.
I mean, the one thing you could say for it is it would be unexpected.
It would be.
I don't think Yorkshire would know what to do.
Well, if it's anything like that moon ball of Bartlett's that went viral on social media a year or two ago, I think they'd know exactly what to do with it.
They can be the most difficult ones, though.
Well, that's true. That's quite a short boundary leg side, so I wouldn't fancy... I think the windows of the office block just over the road would be in danger. That's well played by Cole Campbell, equally well fielded by Tom Abel. Not much gets past him in that cover region.
They're a better fielder for you in county cricket than Tom Abel? It's difficult to see.
They'd have to be pretty good if they were. No, I think one of the great things that Abel does is he covers ground laterally, and he's able to stay very low to the ground, which means he can sort of sidestep those first two paces and then get the dive in if he needs to, rather than having to come upright and then dive. Whether he's at cover or whether he's catching behind the wicket, he's got to be up there with some of the best fielders in the country. I often wonder what sort of catches he'd take in the outfield. Guys like Chris Jordan and Ben Stokes have taken some absolute worldies for England over the years. Abel's very rarely out there, so somewhat disappointing that we would never get to see a Tom Abel worldie boundary riding.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, was he out there much before he was skipper? The problem is he didn't play that much white ball cricket before he was skipper. I mean, Lewis Gregory was skipper for a bit, but the thing is, you always had, for the size of them, Craig and Jamie Overton are quick and brilliant. They've got bucket hands in the slips, but they're brilliant outfield as well, the pair of them.
And they just give you that extra few inches on the boundary. I think there was one at Lords in the Blast game a few weeks back where I think Craig might have been bowling, and whoever was fielding out on the boundary to take the catch where Craig would have been was just wasn't able to get there. And we all know games of cricket can be decided on fine margins, and when you've got guys like Craig Overton, Jamie Overton, sort of 6'6", 6'7", get them on the boundary, because that extra few inches can make the difference.
Yeah, it really does. I think Harry mentioned it about an hour or so ago, didn't you? You said the same thing. A lot of the time these days, particularly in T20 cricket, it's the tall, quick bowlers that are on the boundary. And the key positions have changed so much. You used to hide people down at third and find that. Well, backward point, it's funny you say that as DeLange charges in to wait. He's still got George Bartlett under the helmet and Tom Abel is swooping round. Backward point is a position quite commonly occupied by the big quick bowlers in T20 cricket now, partly because of their height, but I've seen it so often. I've watched a lot of the Blast this year, and quick bowlers at backward point. Lewis Goldsworthy does it for Somerset in 4-day cricket, and he's brilliant. Natural left-hander, so he's diving away to his left for that angle of the bat. A lot of points work is done to their left. Langer's going to come around the wicket to Matthew Waite, so as if the plan wasn't obvious enough already.
Yeah. Telegraphing it now, or could this be the double bluff?
Time will tell.
Single bluff. I'm not quite sure how many bluffs it is.
No, I always say that and don't know.
Yorker.
The double bluff would, I guess, to still bowl a bouncer. And he comes
after this ball. Here he is. So it's the double bluff. It is the short ball,
or just the one that was signposted in the first place. Bartlett still under the helmet. Jack Leach at fine leg. Been a long day for all the players. Still 6 overs remaining after this one. About 25 to 7. So a little bit later. We knew we were going to finish a little bit later today because of the rain yesterday. DeLange around the wicket to Matthew Waite. This time he does go fuller. Great bit of fielding, because that was a good shot from Matthew Waite. Straight drive, went like a tracer bullet in DeLange. A big man, got his hands down very quickly.
Renshaw's just gone over to Tom Abel, suggesting a little tweak to the plan.
Yeah, it looks like Abel's going to go behind square, so they're going to have to move. See, they did this in the Surrey game. Who did they get? And I remember speaking to Tom Abel afterwards, and I said Abel was in an unorthodox leg slip style position.
Was it the Warwickshire game?
I thought it might have been more recently. Like, you could be right, but I remember asking Tom Abel.
I think it was one of the ones where
Sam Hain was.
Brooks claps going.
Yeah, you could be right. Okay, that does ring a bell. Abel's in at kind of a deeper leg gully, and the ball's just there, bounces in front of him, dives away. But I spoke to Tom afterwards and said, "Oh, a good bit of captaincy that." He said, "No, it was all Renner's that, all Matt Renshaw's
idea."
Yeah. Those wheels in his brain, constantly thinking, constantly whirring. Abel goes back in front of the square now, so Bartlett goes behind square at leg gully.
Looks like he's the kind of character whose brain wheels are going from the moment he wakes up to the moment he falls asleep. Matt Renshaw, he's a real jack in the box of a character, and he's just what you want as a captain, to just maybe give you that little bit of an idea.
Slower ball there from DeLanger, which Curly Cadmore waits for and just keeps out.
Just in there at slip, and just maybe sees something that you might have missed with a batter's technique. Just gives you that little bit of an idea. And then was it Hannibal in the A team said, "Love it when a plan comes together."
Yeah, I said to Harry as DeLanger bowls it, a short one. Cola Cadmore's easily able to duck underneath that end of the over, 158 for 4 or 41. And they probably get their own rooms now, but you would not want to room with Renshaw, because at 2 in the morning he'd just be going, Shep, what about this as a field tomorrow? How about this one? We've got Cola Cadmore, why don't we do this to him?
Yeah, he's probably got the old historic live streams going. He's looking, oh yeah, I've noticed it. He gets there. Just going to have a quick look at the highlights of the Warwickshire game, see if we can find that.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Was it Hain and one of the top order players? It was definitely on the
might
leg.
Have been whoever came
leg
in
slip.
after Hain. It was definitely a leg gully. Is anybody commenting on the
Was it the skipper? Was it Will Rhodes, maybe?
May have been Rhodes.
Go on, you have a look. Aldridge continues. Wait, keeps that out. Aldridge has been impressive. Just gone for the 10 runs off his 7 overs so far. Almost 2,500 of you on the live stream as day 2 draws to a close. Brilliant to have Somerset fans, Yorkshire fans, just cricket neutrals. That's the beauty of county cricket these days. Every ball can be watched. Pulled, like a jab pull there from Matthew Waite, just rocking on to the back foot. It's fielded. At mid-wicket, March and DeLanger in there having a word. I think it's George Bartlett at mid-wicket without the helmet on yet. It is. This live stream brought to you by, well, courtesy of our principal county championship sponsors, WPA Health Insurance, as Aldridge bowls to Matthew Waite. I think it looks to me like Shep is getting close. He's got it up. He's got his phone up to his ear. He's obviously found the highlights.
Craig Overton at leg gully.
Sam Hain, was it?
Yeah, Craig Overton was the fielder, Lewis Gregory was the bowler, and Sam Hain was the unfortunate batter who steered it straight to Craig Overton. You can see from the celebration that Renshaw was happy as Larry that he come up with that little plan. So
as Wait,
good game awareness from Leach there. As Cola Cadmore may have been a little bit lazy backing up at the non-strikers end there. Leach hits the stumps, but I don't think he was. Cola Cadmore was out of his ground, or he'd be on his way.
Big smile on his face, Jack Leach. Huge wicket in the context of the game. I mean, Sam Hain's been in such good form. It was remarkable how Warwickshire crumbled actually in that game. As Waite pushes it into the offside, doesn't take a run to Abel.
The strike rate of the claps that the crowd were doing during that game was about 60%, and just thinking of why did we just do that all the time?
Was that when Jack Brooks ended up pretty much all the way in the Somerset stand?
That's
of his
the one.
celebration?
Yeah, I think it might have been Matt Renshaw and Craig Overton at slip just started getting the slow hand claps going, the crescendo built as the bowlers were coming in, and that's a good short ball from Aldridge, a little bit too wide, and it's another no ball.
And I wonder, Aldridge is just hopefully it's a little bit of cramp there. just holding his left foot, just giving it a bit of a stretch. He immediately hobbled across. Marchant de Lange's got a smile on his face.
Yeah, and I think that went on for maybe 7 or 8 balls, and I think we picked up about 3 or 4 wickets doing it. So
it's up 3, didn't he?
So it's definitely worth doing. If all the analysts out there are looking at some things like that, they would say, well, that's working. Let's get the Taunton crowd to do that all the time, and we'll start rolling through sides in half an hour.
Waite takes a single to end the over, and he goes on to 14. Yorkshire 161 for 4, 5 overs remaining. Sam Dalling and Ian Shepherd from the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast here. Harry Everett's been here all day, as has Sophie Luff. Had several announcer a little bit earlier on. Suddenly I heard this voice. It was no longer Matchday Mark and this Aussie twang, and Matt Renshaw had he was doing a little bit of work experience around the ground. Tom Banton made his debut up here. Did what, good hour and a half, Tom Banton. Really good chat with him. We all had, very honest. Spoke really well about, you know, how he's had a difficult time at parts of the last couple of years, but feels like he's coming out of it, and the evidence is he is. That knock against Derbyshire here, and for the England Lions.
Yeah, de Lange then around the wicket, and that's steered past the diving Matthew Renshaw at gully. Goldsworthy tidies up, they just take the single. 4 overs and 5 balls remaining here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset would love to pick up 1, if not 2 more Yorkshire wickets here before the close of play. Tom Abel thinks that Marchant de Lange and Casey Aldridge are the men to do it. That's like it was a little bit quicker from Marchant de Lange, but it's come off Tom Kohler-Cadmore's bat even quicker through extra cover into the now deserted Trade Nation stand that was full of local school children earlier today, which was great to see. Kohler-Cadmore picks up 4 more and moves on to 68.
Yeah, how Somerset would love to take his wicket before close. He's looking very, very good. Ominous.
Doesn't time that at all there, does Kohler-Cadmore. I think that's what they're looking for from him with this leg side dominant field they've got. George Bartlett under the lid at a shortish leg gully. Tom Abel a fairly squarish mid wicket. Just looking for that miscue. Looks like the ball's kind of going gun barrel straight at the moment. Doesn't seem to be much lateral movement, whether it's seam or swing. Just the one slip, and that's all there's been for the last few overs. Is de Lange's. Well, it was a decent bouncer at Kohler-Cadmore, but he's able just to duck underneath it fairly comfortably. Crowd disappearing now from the Cooper Associates County Ground. There's been a steady exodus over the last hour or so as people are getting home for their tea, getting to their trains. Here's of course a very late finish here. It's 11 minutes to 7 at the moment, so I don't think we're going to get these 5 overs in, or these four overs and 1 ball in before 7 o'clock. We definitely go on past 7, Sam, is that right?
You can ask that
Not
question.
sure.
We've got to look at Polly.
The lady will know the answer is Polly Rhodes, who's probably had a busier day than most.
When I looked, I had a glimpse. She allowed me to take a photo of the book that she writes it all down in, and it definitely said, well, it said 16:20 to 18:30 was the proposed hour, so I think we can scrap that.
We can scrap that, yeah.
theory. I shouldn't. It's a question I should know the answer to.
I think we may have missed something there as we were both looking over to Polly in the score box next to us. So I think Abel may have just got it may have just gone on a half volley to Tom Abel from Marchant de Lange. I don't know if we can see a replay of that or not, but
Casey Aldridge then going to continue, hands his cap to the umpire. This will be his 9th over of the day. Batted well a little bit earlier. made his highest first class score, 41 off 99 balls, and has bowled beautifully. Wicketless so far though, as Waite defends that. Waite's looked in no real trouble since he's come in, looked very solid. I thought he bowled really well actually. He was a bit unlucky, particularly on the first morning, or first session of yesterday. I thought he bowled superbly.
Yeah, he did, and this pitch is looking ominously flat this late evening, so these two Yorkshire batters will really want to be here to make hay while I think the sun is going to shine tomorrow. I think we may have a bit of cloud.
Wait, gets in behind that one. Well, yeah, it's been odd, isn't it? It's expected. I just kind of assumed we'd turn up to 4 days beautiful sunshine, but we haven't quite had that.
Sunny all morning and then a bit of cloud in the afternoon, according to the Met Office. So
I don't do the Met Office. I just do what Polly tells me. Polly knows what's going to happen weather-wise.
It's a lady of many talents.
Wait, gets in behind that one, and Leach still swooping at mid-on. Plenty of energy from him late in the day.
So generally about this time when I'm listening to the BBC stream when I'm working, Anthony Gibson is discussing who he's going to interview. So if it was who would you interview today from a Somerset perspective? So Gregory got a few runs. Aldridge has bowled really well.
Turned into the leg side for no run. You've just revealed you come on here on the stream, but you don't even listen to it. I don't know about that. I'm not sure we can have Ian Shepherd on.
I tell you what, I need to spread it round. The trouble when you kind of work and you kind of got to have the BBC on to listen to on the radio, and then dip into the live stream to catch all the action. So
I'm only teasing you. I think it's brilliant that there's options for everyone. You know, you get some comments, people saying, "Oh, we don't like this, we don't like that," and my response to it all,
ask for your money back,
is Aldridge is just flicked off the hips. We're like, well, yeah, it's all free will. Anthony's absolutely brilliant, and he has a large following. We enjoy doing this on here. They're both provided for you for absolutely free, and if you don't like them, turn them off.
Absolutely.
So that is what I say to it. And it's just be grateful, and it's amazing. There's 2 or 3 different services provided covering every single ball.
We wouldn't have had this a few years ago. Anyway, back to the point then.
Aldridge was the first name that came to me, I think, because of just swinging and just clip through mid-wicket by Koda Campbell. Good bit of work from Bartlett. Aldridge, because he got his highest score, he's bowled beautifully.
He has
but
bowled
actually
really well without reward today.
I suppose you could ask Gregory as well because he got the runs, but I'd be interested to know about the pitch and what he thinks of it. And Gregory is a frontline bowler too, so the point is kind of a little bit moot. But yeah, I'd be quite interested to know what Casey Aldridge thinks here. Is it as flat as it looks potentially? It looks like hard work for the bowlers out there.
Yeah, there was a little bit of swing earlier. That seems to have gone now as the ball's got older. What are we now? 44 overs into this innings. Have we had a ball change this game?
Yeah, Yorkshire they took a new ball. Yeah, Jordan Thompson took it this morning. They had it straight away. Don Best had a couple of balls. And actually, unusually, I said to Sophie at the time, often you see these days a bowler will bowl a ball or two with the old ball just to get rid of the loosener and then take the new one, but actually didn't. Jordan Thompson went straight in with the new ball.
But did they change one because it's gone out of shape, as seems to be the fashion this year?
Sorry. No, not which there's been games where you get 6 or 7 of them. So
I've not seen one. Yeah, there was quite a few up at Southport last week.
There was talk of a new batch, wasn't there, 4 or 5 weeks ago? I mean, there's been bowlers talking. Stuart Broad was quite vociferous in saying they've basically not been very good. No steam on them at all.
Well, Tom Abel is could almost be a no ball the way that Abel was sprinting into the leg gully, being out of position there. Some umpires no, it goes dead ball. The umpire will call if he sees you dramatically changing your fielding position. But I think the captain forgot where he was supposed to be fielding there for a minute and had to sprint in.
I think what saved him was he was deep in conversation with Leach, so he was sprinting into where he was meant to be and had been the ball before. If he hadn't been there the ball before, I think there might have been something said about it.
Looks like Delanger's just tweaking the field there. Abel just comes up by a couple of yards, which could make all the difference. Another short one. Yeah, he's just a little too short, isn't it? When the pitch is just, it's quite an easy pace pitch. It's very difficult to find that exact short ball length. if it's quite an easy pace pitch, you've really got to bang it in to get it up there, but then it just kind of balloons over the batter's head, and then if you just go a little bit fuller, it doesn't quite get up, and it's fairly easy to, well, nothing's easy at 90 miles an hour, but for professional batters it is just to steer it around. That's a better one. Can hear a tractor in our earphones now. That's quite lubricated down there on Gimlet Hill, encouraging Marchant de Lange, who's probably got, what, 2 balls in this over, then 1 from Aldridge, then de Lange will finish proceedings from the river end to bring day 2 to a conclusion. A couple of the friends I was with have met Peter Sidlin Morrison's.
Yeah, I think he's wearing the same T-shirt as when I saw him in Morrison's.
What is that one? How long was he in Morrison's? Like
This is weeks ago. Yeah, he had shorts on, wandering around. Good news from what Tom Banton said and from what Renshaw said was that it's more wear and tear the reason he's not playing as opposed to an injury. And I suspect if you gave him the choice of this one or Essex away,
I think he'd want to go against his old teammates down there at the Cloud County Ground, which is where. Yeah, Somerset will be on the road next week. Is that Monday or Tuesday? Monday start that one, is it, or Tuesday?
One of the two.
Starts on Monday.
You're right.
Tuesday.
It is Monday or Tuesday.
Week.
You're right. It is Monday or Tuesday.
And we're getting some fist bumps here. Is this? Was that just congratulations on a good over to Marchant?
Looks like it. Casey Aldridge still isn't sure, and I think what's happening here is they're talking about the light here because the umpires are in conversation with Tom Abel. Casey Aldridge is stood hands on hips by the stumps. He hasn't taken his cap off, and the question is, I wonder, well, either you have to bowl Jack Leach or George Bartlett, as you suggested earlier on, or you have to come off. It could be what is happening.
I think you would be bowling Jack Leach every day of the week. Yeah, you can just see those shadows now looking just a little bit crisper around the players. Jack Leach is...
Looks like that's going to be it. Players are wondering...
Yeah, I think that's it for day
off.
2.
Yeah, I think day 2 is done. So slightly curtailed by bad light. Matt Renshaw is punching his hat in jest, I think, as they wander off. Oh, no surprise that the Yorkshire boys would take it. It is all smiles, by the way, from those boys. So a good day's cricket, both on and off the pitch, really. On the pitch, Yorkshire conclude 167 for 4. Tom Kohler-Cadmore's been the standout. He batted beautifully for 68.
Holly has just passed me a message informing me that the lights have to be off. I presume they have to be off by 7. So by the time we started, would have started this over from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end at what would have been probably 3 minutes to 7. We may have just gone over that, deadline. So
there we go. That makes sense.
I would assume for consistency purposes they have to be on. You couldn't just turn them off now and have Jack Leach bowling over and then go off. So
it would be
probably the right decision has been made there by umpires Davis and Adnan, and indeed we now see the lights going off here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Be very difficult for batters to readjust as well to the lights. So it basically wouldn't be fair. So Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Matthew Waite will come back tomorrow. Somerset 424 all out a little bit earlier on today. Yorkshire trailing by 257 runs. Lewis Gregory made 77 earlier today. Tom Abel finished on 114. Casey Aldridge 41. Matthew Jack Leach 16, but including this reverse swept 6 over cover that was absolutely glorious.
And don't forget the one off Don Bess into the Lord Botham stand as well.
That's true. Yeah. He did come down the track to Don Bess, who bowled 29 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 68. Matthew Waite picked up 3 for. Jack Brooks has picked up 3 wickets here as well. Former teammate Adam Live went early. Harry Brook, who you feel might have been at least one of the 2 key wickets, he fell for 41. Good catch from Casey Aldridge. Very next ball, Matt Revis was pinned LBW. Matthew Waite survived the hat-trick ball. Casey Aldridge has bowled beautifully too. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 15. We've been here all day, myself, Sam Dalling, Sophie Luff and Harry Everett. We had Ian Shepherd from Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast. Scott Chappell from the Somerset Foundation came up to tell us all about schools days. We had Matthew Renshaw and Tom Banton both in for a good chat, actually, hour and a half. All of that is brought to you by the Somerset County Club live stream. Thanks very much to our Principal County Championship I keep saying that. Principal County Championship insurers. It's not that. Sponsors, WPA Health Insurance. We'll all be back tomorrow to see how this one unfolds. Enjoy your evenings, and we will see you then.